Hello everyone. Hello, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I am here tonight. I am here tonight. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Aspen. What were you up to, Miss Drakaina? Should I say Mrs. Drakaina? I should say Mrs. Drakaina. How was Silent Hill 2? How was Silent Hill 2? Was it the remake or the original? Was the remake or the original? Oh, hey, the chat's working again. The good chat's working again. That's good to know. That's good to know. That is good to know. I'm gonna go fix something here. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. It's the remake. Okay. I played the. How did you enjoy it? How did you enjoy that? Yeah, you are a Mrs. now. You are a Mrs. now. Yes. It's true. It's true. You have ascended, legally speaking. I played the original 2 years ago, and on stream, some of the, I think we captured most of those. I think that's about like when I started actually recording VODs reliably. I think was around, or maybe not, maybe it was afterwards, maybe that one's been lost to the sands of time. Maybe that one's been lost to the sands of time. I feel like I started getting better about VODs when I was doing the horror month, but it might have been at the tail end of it, rather than at the start of it, and Silent Hill 2 was relatively early. I think it was actually the midpoint. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 18 months, Matthew. 18 months. This is a viewer-supported channel. It is supported by viewers like you. And it is a real kindness that anybody feels like I deserve any of their financial supports. It is a real privilege that anybody feels like I deserve their financial support, and it does keep me in paints. I do have new painting tools for use tonight. Hold on, I'm reaching down to grab them, which is silly of me because I'm going to have a time off of stream at some point. I'm going to have an ad break at some point. I could have just done then. You gifted her the Silent Hill 2 for the first Christmas that you were together, and then you spent the channel points to make her play it. I see. Still haven't heard how she's enjoying it. I still haven't heard how she is, whether or not she's having a good time with it. But yes, I am from. I enjoyed Silent Hill 2. I played the original. I liked. Well, I watched people. I was playing at the same time, like around the time the remake came out, and And I enjoying it but succumbing to the jump scares. I see. I kind of think the original was better than the remake. I didn't play both. I will not lie. I just kind of like looked at what I was doing and compared it to what my friends who were playing the remake were experiencing, and I kind of think I just played a better game than them. But that is me having some very old habits, right? That is me having some very, very old habits, and I think that the fixed camera angle is really important. In particular, I think that's just like, I think the fixed camera angle is very important, and I particularly remember talking with Nagi about it. That Silent Hill, in the remake, it's much harder to avoid combat, and the difference in play experience for somebody who is good at shooting versus somebody who is bad at shooting for Silent Hill 2 remake is massive. That if you are like a pretty good shot in Silent Hill 2, it's just kind of not a scary game. And if you are a bad shot, it's really hard. And that kind of makes it what the game is about shooting people more than anything else, which does feel like an interesting difference, right? Because I kind of just avoided a huge percentage of combat in Silent Hill. I was just kind of like, whoops, you know? Jump scares from mannequins, yeah. Game would play totally differently if the Benny Hill theme was playing in the background. Yep. A lot of games are like that, right? It's a lot of games, like, oh my god, can you imagine playing Ape Out with a different soundtrack? Like, my god. Like, there's a lot of games like that, and it probably is something that hurts my ability to rate a lot of games in a reasonable fashion, because I play a lot of games without with like the music silent, and then I just like have a podcast going on in the background, either a podcast going on in the background or like a video essay. Like I'll fairly frequently be playing a game and I'm just like listening to like Annie Austin or Behind the Bastards, or like the History of Egypt podcast. Like that's like very normal for me. And like there are games where I don't think that's a big deal. Like I've played so much Warframe, I just kind of think the Warframe music is uninteresting. But like, oh my god, the idea of playing Ape Out or Hotline Miami without the intended music is just like insane. Commute podcast is adept is ridiculous. I am unfamiliar with this one. And yes, Ryan the Space God. I was on Miks's stream earlier today and was quite political on his stream, and I didn't really finish all of my thoughts, so some of them are still with me. Some of those thoughts are still in my heart and soul. So I am probably those will probably come up, but apparently they're not, because I got rated by people who are talking about Silent Hill. So now I'm talking about Silent Hill 2, the most political stance to have. I think it's almost 20 minutes in. It's almost 20 minutes in, so let me get in hellos. Hello, Saribot. Hello, me. Hello, Rifters_ZC. Hello, Arcane Memory. And how are you doing, dear? Hello, Golf Alpha Yankee. And oh my god, a 90 stream watch streak. That is wild. I need to like do some serious math to figure out what I was even doing 90 streams ago. That is nuts. Hello, Aspen Drakaina, and welcome into the Raiders. Hello, Panda Hero Roo. Hello, Almantas. Hello, Costifer. Hello, Matthew_Rice_Seeker. Hello, Elo Retzi. Hello, Little Peanut Princess, and welcome in. I think I'm fine without an Exet. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be safe. Hello, Gringotts_Writer. Hello, Ryan the Space God. Hello, RF_Komos. Hello, who am I missing here? Patagio. And hello, Mr. No Talk. And hello to all of the lurkers and the VoD watchers. I see. Thank you, Aspen Dorakaina. Hello, Theo. Hello, Theo. Thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. It depends on how garbage. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Ryan the Space God. If your politics are rancid enough, I will kill you. This is not a free speech zone. I am not the U.S. government. This is a community for people, and if you are, I've put it in my goddamn rules, right? Bigots get the block, right? If you want to relay a dogshit political opinion that is not yours, please put quotation marks around it, or I will assume that it is in fact your opinion. Yeah, I will. If your opinion is merely stupid bad, that's one thing. But I have very little tolerance for any transphobia during this holy and sacred month of Pride. So I have very little tolerance for it in the first place. And it's not going to. I have not. My mood on that front has not been improved. By it being Pride Month. So that's kind of the stance here, right? I am willing to tolerate quite a bit of variance from my own political opinions. I think I think people probably understand that, on account of the fact that, like, I regularly have political discussions with, say, Mix, who I disagree with quite a bit. But yeah, TERFs get the dirt. Yeah. I mean, yeah. People's existence is not a difference of opinion. I am, yeah, and that's what politics is ultimately about. That's like the thing that I kind of am like a little bit of a hothead about, is that politics is the question of who gets bullets and who gets bread, and it's intrinsically going to be incredibly heated as a result of that. Struggling to burn a pride flag while screaming at two people from atop a U-Haul? Oh my god. It's easy to burn flags. It's easy to burn flags. And I will say, Pandiru, I will relay that I have an unpopular opinion about the best Silent Hill. I have an unpopular opinion on the best Silent Hill. I only played 1 and 2. And I liked 1 more. I appreciated more that 1 was less explicit about it was a lot more. It worked a lot more with the visual metaphors. It works a lot more with its visual metaphors, and I thought its visual metaphors were far more gripping and interesting. I also thought the fingerprints of it very, very much being a extremely Japanese game was really funny. Yeah, this like 1600s New England town has only 2 churches. Yes, they'd only have 2 churches in a New England town that's over 100 years old. May have been an Adirondack town, but it felt extremely East Coast to me. That's not sane. That's not sane. That's not reasonable at all. Not reasonable at all. That is not reasonable at all. Yeah, I figured it was in Maine, which would make it New England, because it's supposed to be very Stephen King inspired. It's supposed to be very Stephen King inspired. I think there was only like 1 burger shop, but I figured that was just like, they don't need to show you everything in the town. Right? Like, they don't need to show you every single thing in the town. They can just, like, give you a backdrop and kind of let you fill in. But in the game, they did explicitly say the other church. And it's just like, that is not possible, right? Like, and the 2 churches are Orthodox and, like, pagan. Baffling. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. But yes, I actually do agree with what you said, Panda Hero. That it's a lot of the lower power of the PlayStation. I think they work a lot harder. I think that they work a lot better with those PlayStation limitations. I think it suits the ideas that the game is trying to get through a lot better. I will also say that it was I'm normal. So I am a hard ass about spoilers when I'm playing Dark Souls. I am otherwise pretty open about spoilers. I otherwise am pretty okay with people spoiling things. Dark Souls, it's just funny if I play it unspoiled, so I'm being quite strict about no spoilers in that one. But in other games, I don't really care. And in the case of Silent Hill, it was kind of funny. There were some chatters who were telling me about like the lore of Silent Hill, and they're just like, yeah, the game Silent Hill 1, that is to say, doesn't actually tell you what Silent Hill 1 is about. You have to read like devlogs and stuff in order to understand what the game is actually about. And I'm like, that's stupid. And then like the things that they told me that the devs said was happening, like the later like off-screen revealed lore of Silent Hill that was in like dev notes and stuff, and like later instruction manuals, I was like, that is in fact even stupider. When I played Silent Hill, what I experienced it as was... Hello, Deoturn. I'll answer your question in a second, Christopher. What I experienced, what the text of the game looked like it was about to me, was it looked like it was a game about a father who was terrified about not being able to take care of his daughter. And all of the ways in which being a parent is overwhelming and terrifying. That's what it read about to me. That's why you go to a school and a hospital. That's why the enemies are like small children and dogs. It's that every little thing that's like this domestic idyll stuff still turns out absolutely terrifying because you are so worried about the health and safety of this little child that you are responsible for. And that is what it read as being about to me. That like, it's operating on this level of metaphor about the fear of being a bad father. And particularly the fear of safety for your children. And I thought it functioned perfectly well as a story about that. I thought it functioned perfectly sanely as a story about that. That everything that like you can develop this paranoia. I didn't get multiple endings, so I didn't really learn if I figured it was supposed to be a game about how that fear was justified or about how that fear was self-destructive, which are kind of the two core takes, right, on that question. It's like, how much is your fear justified? How much is that fear paranoia? How much is that fear holding your children back? Versus is it like justified and the correct thing to do, or just like a horrible thing that you have to live with and it's just like a weight on your shoulders? And then people were telling me that like, no, it's actually not about him at all. He's just a witness to the fears and paranoia of like other minor characters who barely appear in the game. And I'm like, this is asinine. This is ridiculous. You are describing a less interesting and good plot than the one that I have. I have a plot that I'm seeing on screen, and I can describe that in better terms than what you guys are talking about. This is stupid. I feel like I was a little bit rude about it because again, like it was stupid. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing like drives me a little bit nuts, is that people use the death of the mort d'Arthur as a d'Arthur in like completely insane ways. And no, like we have the text, right? We have the text of Silent Hill. We can evaluate the text of Silent Hill standing alone. And like the question of how we handle death of the artist becomes the author becomes confused when we have works that are continuously updated. But I think Silent Hill is perfectly fine without any additional commentary, right? Like, I think critique could deepen somebody's appreciation for it, but I think that there's very little to be gained from, like, adding additional facts to the story beyond what is inside the story. You know what? I'm going to actually change the stream title briefly here. Okay, okay. So, because there is something that somebody just messaged me with, and I'm going to go on to the server. I'm going to go on the server and add a thread. How do I add a thread? Create thread. Okay. Okay. We're going to be taking a quiz today. Today's a quiz day. Today is a quiz day. I will say, Aspen, I tried to have that level of equanimity, but I am writing polemical nonfiction most of the time, so I will go completely fucking insane if I feel like I am being misunderstood. It really does. There's limits to how much I can tolerate people having different interpretations of my work. Yep, we're taking a quiz. We're taking a quiz. We're taking a quiz. We are taking a quiz. I gotta pin that. Manually unpinned. Okay. It says 2 minutes to finish. That's pretty friggin' fast. That's a speedy little quiz. Will we be banned depending on our quiz answers? Unless your quiz answer somehow makes you look like a Nazi, I don't think so. Alright, let's get started. Nobody's watching. Bullshit. I am on stream. I am on stream. I have asked someone what unk means. More than once. I have asked with a straight face what 6-7 means. Also more than once. I've used on fleek in the last 12 months. I've never heard this term. That's a lie. I've used it. I've actually used it, I think, I have used it in the last 12 months. I have said kids these days out loud and meant it. I still say lit unironically. No, I don't. That's too young for me. I had to Google Riz. Correct. I think a bet means a wager. That I do. I've called something cool beans this year. That's stupid. When did this come into the conversation? I've used YOLO in a real conversation. Correct. I refer to TikToks as those little videos. Not literally, but I think I count. If I call TikToks like short forms or vines, I think that counts. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Beautiful Angel. I think you'll enjoy this quiz, Blue. I use Facebook and seriously and check it daily. No. I watch TikToks in my phone's browser instead of the app. Yes. I don't understand any current trends and have stopped trying. I'm gonna say yes, I think. I post long captions stacked with hashtags. No. I share minion memes. No. That's grotesque. I comment amen on strangers' posts. No. I use LinkedIn for personal life updates. That's perverse. That is fucked up. I actually don't know, Blue. I don't know. I learned about unk. I learned the phrase unk from the person who explained it to me is a gay friend of mine who was relaying that is what he got called at the club and it devastated him. And I was like, what are you talking about? LinkedIn is a fucked up website. Yeah. I tag people in posts they're already in. Yeah, why not? It's just polite. I forward articles to my whole family chat. No, my different family members have different preferences about what they want to read. I only send people articles I think they're going to find interesting. I leave reviews for restaurants based on the parking. Absolutely the hell not. Doesn't Jonkin identify as unk? Yes, he does. He does. I reply okay with the period and I don't see the issue. I use full punctuation in capital letters and never text. Absolutely not. I'm way too lazy for that. Main reaction to messages is the thumbs up. Correct. I sign my text with my name even to my kids. I don't, but I should start. That's a good idea. I like that. I like that. I send voice notes longer than 1 minute. Huh. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. I guess so. Like if I'm doing a podcast recording, that's like 2 hours long. I guess I send that. I use the... I don't know this emoji. There's no emojis I use as default. He also signs as Microsoft Teams. DMs, that rules. I use ellipses in basically every text. No, I used to be pretty ellipses poisoned, but I kind of got over it. I reply noted to casual messages. Yes. I write lol, but I'm not laughing at all. True. I forward jokes I got via SMS in 2009. No, in 2009, I barely used SMS. I take a photo of my screen instead of using screenshot. No, that's more annoying. I email my files to myself to move them between devices. Absolutely. Boss responds to everything with noted. Nice. I have an emotional relationship with printer. Yeah. Mostly frustration. Like Excel sheets and your favorite hardware store. I have asked a teenager to fix my Wi-Fi. No, I'm actually still the tech support guy. I keep all of my passwords written in a notebook. Guys, this is actually kind of good. I don't do this, and I probably should. This is actually something this is actually, like, good. Like, this is legitimately something cybersecurity experts recommend you do. Is physical storage of your passwords. I type with 2 fingers and look at the keys. I thought this was a young person thing. Like, I thought it was that young people don't know how to type. I guess yeah, because I learned how to type. I know how to type like an actual secretary. I refuse to scan QR code menus on principle. Absolutely, that's sick. That's perverse. Phone brightness is set to 100% all times. No, my phone brightness is set to like 1%. I have 47 tabs, browser tabs open and refuse to close any. Does anybody ever actually have under 47 tabs? That's insane. That's weird, Blue. Like I am like a boomer, and like I learned how to type in school. I print my emails so I can review them properly. I don't, but that's a very funny bit. I have said that. I haven't done it, but I've said I was going to do that. Actually, wait, no, I've done it. I've not done that. I have not done that because of reviewing purposes, but I have done that for meetings. I've done it. It's easier. Like I've done that for meetings. I still wear skinny jeans and don't see the issue. Still, no. No. I was always too old for skinny jeans. Genuinely confused by ankle socks versus crew socks. I don't know what people are talking about here. I show up business casual to casual events. Honestly, even more so. Even more so. I tuck t-shirts into jeans without irony. I guess. I don't like wearing jeans. I don't find jeans comfortable. So I don't really do that. Yeah, we already know the answer. Because it's funny, Nap. It's funny, that's why. That's why. Yeah, I'm usually at a couple hundred tabs at any one given moment. I have my window that is just YouTube videos that I want to keep around and listen to periodically is frequently over 100 by itself. I'm a fraud. I think I'm going to be Nap. I think I'm going to be under that because I'm assuming that this is one of those quizzes where it's just 1 point is one question is 1 point, and I'm almost certainly going to be under that because some of these I'm too old for. Like, I'm like, this is crazy to me. I thought this was a young person thing. I'm too old for using emoji. Like, I don't even say emoji. I say emoticon or smiley. I don't like polo shirts. I just don't like polo shirts. I don't wear polo shirts. I don't own cargo shorts. I don't own shorts in general. I only own running shorts. I don't like wearing shorts. I don't like wearing shorts. I like wearing slacks. I wear slacks all the time. I wear New Balances every day. No, my brand of choice is vegetarian shoes from Italy. I wear socks with sandals and feel powerful. Yes. I have a fanny pack and use it sincerely. No, I don't. I wear a watch every single day. Okay. This one was actually kind of funny. I currently don't have a watch. But I was literally just yesterday, I was talking to some friends IRL about getting a watch again. My watch that I wore for decades, the chain broke, and the jeweler said that it was too cheap to bother repairing. That it literally was not worth replacing the chain on, and I've just never gotten another one since then. And so that's a very funny thing to say in a stream that starts at 10 p.m., Ryan. Your YouTube got you on the wristwatch repair algorithm. You never want to watch more in your life. I want to... Yeah, I said the same thing for Ro. I think frustration. Simmering frustrations. I think simmering frustration is a good one. I do not... I should do watch repair. That seems fun. I like doing small, fine tasks. I think a watch would complete my look, and I don't want a smartwatch. That seems dumb. A watch you have to touch feels stupid. Trying to get into loot area. That's a crazy one, man. Hinota, or is it Nota? Hello, Hinota. How are you doing, Nota VT? What were you up to, Hinota? What were you up to? You were just chatting. What were you chatting about? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. I talk a lot about history, and I do calligraphy, and I paint models, and I am taking a meme quiz right now, which I think is kind of funny. I am taking a meme quiz right now. I think it's going to declare me a fraud. So... yeah, the Unk test. Hello, Robert Brown. For the Raiders, obviously, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. But if you would like to stick around, I try to keep things cozy but interesting. Tonight is going to be a painting stream. We're just killing some time while I get myself in the mood to paint. I still haven't decided what I'm going to paint. Statistically likely to be a ancient Roman soldier, but might do something else. It's late over here for us, but oh, excellent. It's late for me. I just hate the morning, so I'm here instead of waking up in the morning. This is what I do instead of having mornings, because I don't work a morning job, so I don't care. Yeah. But yes. I was just mentioning that I don't currently wear a watch, but I kind of want to. It's very US focused. I don't dislike this one as much as the performative male test. That performative male test I thought was stupid. I don't respect that one at all. This one's certainly been better. This one's at least a little bit more fun. The performative male one was just baffling and made a hash of the concept of performativity. It was insulting. We've done some good tests on here. Autistic or German was great. Autistic or German was a great test. That one's good. That one is good. I like it declaring me and Beautiful Angel to be autistic by culture rather than by autism. That was what it said. That's what it meant by German, was autistic by culture. Which is very funny. Chinese is a type of German, right? Yeah, quite a few people had, yep, definitely autism. Yeah, yeah. Entertainment. I listen to actual radio in the car. Yeah, I don't drive very often, but I scan over to the classical station whenever I do have to drive. I complained that music was better before. Not generally. I leave concerts 3 songs early to beat the parking lot. Yes, I do. Pretty much automatic DQ for autistic by culture. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have horrible ADHD, but that's why I have these habits of, like, I'm one of those people, right, who manages their ADHD, by, like, giving myself rules that are stricter than I need them to be. Because if I follow rules stricter than I need to, then it allows me to, like, not become a complete gremlin. Otherwise I'm complete gremlin mode. I mean, I didn't like the test because I thought it was stupid. I thought I was asking the wrong questions. That was the problem. I thought it asked the wrong questions. Hello 123 Arrow 25. Hello, hello, hello. I rewatched the same 3 movies on rotation. No. I fall asleep to true crime documentaries. No. That feels like a millennial woman thing. That doesn't feel like a boomer thing. That doesn't feel like a boomer man thing. I've never finished a single anime. No. Hello, Twitch Runer, and thank you, Hinota, for the follow. Excuse you. I fall asleep to death metal. And thank you, Twitch Runner, for the follow. I have never finished a single anime. I'm tempted to click this, but I have. I only listen to music from one decade. Absolutely not. I listen to Rimsky-Korsakov. Like, come on, man. I read a physical newspaper on weekends. No, none of the physical newspapers near me are any good. I bring earplugs to concerts. Yes, I absolutely do. Yes, I absolutely do. Everybody should. Everybody should. You dipshits in chat. Sorry, I'm gonna get mad about this. I'm getting hoppin' mad here. You dipshits. Wear your earplugs. Wear your goddamn earplugs to concerts. Here's the real trick, okay? As a metalhead, here's the trick. Here's something that, like, I really need people to understand. The sound booth guys. The sound booth guys are wearing earplugs. The people who are choosing what the proper audio balance is are wearing earplugs and are balancing it as if you are also wearing earplugs. If you're not wearing earplugs, the treble's going to be way too damn high. Wear your damn earplugs. Even if you don't care about your ear protection, which you fucking should. Yeah. Yeah, earplugs are a miracle of engineering. That is, like, one of the biggest things I learned from working in factories. Earplugs are insane. They are incredible. You should wear earplugs. Frankly, I would wear earplugs more often. I might. I will sometimes wear earplugs just, like, for the subway. Like, just wear earplugs more. Just wear earplugs more often, folks. I compare grocery prices per ounce out loud in the aisle. Okay, 1, no, I don't see it out loud. 2, I am a civilized man. What kind of barbarian do you think I am? I compare grocery prices per gram. I have strong, unprompted opinions about Costco. Yeah, I wish there was one near me. E3 was hell on your... Yeah, also hello, Vovern, and hello, Wrong Alice. Hello to both of you. Yeah, I actually usually sleep with earbuds in. Yeah, what do you... I don't talk out loud. That's also insane. That's also nuts. No, they don't, Robert Brown. I just do it. Yeah, who the fuck doesn't save good cardboard boxes? That's just being a maniac. That's just being irresponsible. Username checks out, yeah. I complained about delivery fees instead of just paying them. Absolutely. I'm in bed before 10 p.m. by choice. Depends what before is. Yeah, Mix. Some places require this the original box. Like, come on. Yeah, over, and that makes sense to me. I take a daily multivitamin and remind others to. No, I'm too unk for that. I am too unk for that. I choose my vitamins one by one. I have a designated spot on the couch, I guess. I complain about my back at least once a day. Kind of. I plan all my meals on Sunday. Yeah. I save plastic bags instead of other plastic bags. Yeah, obviously. I say let's circle back in actual meetings, of course. Complain about my back at least once per month. My back complaining has actually slowed considerably as I have aged, because I've gotten better at taking care of my back. I have gotten much better at taking care of my back. The two things that the things that have mattered are, one, I do deadlifts. Deadlifts is key. Deadlifts is key. Choosing the right chair is really important. I use a yoga ball instead of a gamer chair. Highly recommend going backless. And I've got a very firm mattress that I sleep on. I like sleeping on soft mattresses ruins my back. Devastating for my back. I have sent per my last email more than once. No, because that's too confrontational for me. I send calendar invites for casual hangouts. Yeah. Who doesn't? I am... Yup. Exactly, Robert Brown. Exactly. Yeah, Firm Mattress Gang, rise up. I am visibly proud of my spreadsheets. Not only am I proud of my spreadsheets, I have I've streamed myself spreadsheeting. I schedule meetings that should have been emails. I will be honest, I am the opposite side on this one. I am the person who is trying to... I am the person who actively tries to kill meetings that could have been emails. I'm absolutely the person in the office and at work. And hello, CC! It's good to see you again, CC. It's good to see you. It's been 8 minutes. It's good to see you. Speaking of, I CC my boss for protection. Absolutely. I print things to review on paper. I've done that. I have a distinct work voice. Absolutely. I have not, RF Comos. I have not. If spreadsheets were good enough for Babylon, they're good enough for us. So true. Some of these are fucking psychotic, Mick. Some of these I'm just like, what is wrong with you? I arrive to meetings 10 minutes early every time. Guys, do you know what arriving early to a meeting means? Do you know what arriving early to a meeting means? That means it's 10 minutes of work that you're not doing, but you get credit for. People think that you are diligent for literally not doing work. It's great. I leave every function before midnight. I don't. I feel relieved when plans get canceled. Not really. I bring a jacket just in case every outing. Yeah, I do. I avoid clubs at all costs. Yeah. Oh my god. Isn't it proper etiquette to arrive early? Oh, Cece. This actually has a whole bunch of cultural. This actually has a whole bunch of cultural things. There's actually a whole bunch of cultural tendencies around when you arrive, and it's often very culturally local. I know you're French. Americans tend to arrive early or just on time, like very close to on time, and that's pretty normal for Americans. It's a famous difference between Americans and Latin Americans. That Latin Americans are famous for arriving like half an hour late. Or more. France has a habit of arriving on time or 10 minutes late. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm used to thinking of France as one of the countries that arrives to things late. That I've heard that's like a Mediterranean difference, right? That the Mediterranean cultures are later to things. And again, in America, it's the USians and the Canadians are early to everything, and then the Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans are late to everything. Hello, Kirill. Check out the big gay orc for Pride. Happy Pride. Hello, McAllistrine. Good to see you. As a soon-to-be old man, I appreciate your insight. Well, and France is becoming like a finance capital these days. Like because the British shot their economy in the head, the French stock market is like really competing as like a world-class stock market. Yeah, happy Pride, everybody. I prefer dinner reservations to bars. Honestly, not really. I prefer quiet bars. That's actually my preference. Actually, no. No, I'm going to sound even older. I prefer dinner parties. Of all of the methods for hanging out with people, my number one preference is we go to somebody's house. And just eat and drink there. It is nice to spend, $14 for a six-pack as opposed to $10 per beer. It is nice to be able to choose the music and control the volume. Because you don't like bars. Yeah, I kind of like bars, but I only like really quiet, sleepy ones. I review Standing Room only events on principle. No, I don't. I ask, what time will this end before agreeing to plans? Absolutely. Guys, this is VTuber note. This is a VTuber note. Way too infrequently do VTubers schedule a collab and not say what the duration is going to be. Guys, like when you're planning collabs, do ask in advance, like how long? Yeah, like what if people have jobs? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I leave a function before midnight, it's because I'm worried about the trains. I don't always do it, but that's why. It's because of the trains. And like it's if I have to, like, if I'm in New Jersey or have to go to New Jersey or to like Staten Island or something, then I try to leave before midnight. I want to know exactly who else will be there first. Of course. Are you crazy? This one's funny as hell to me. Why am I going to New Jersey? I have friends and family in New Jersey. That's how old I am. I have friends and family in New Jersey and Staten Island. I have VTuber friends in Staten Island. I mean, the thing is that like going to things without knowing is one thing, but I still want to know. Right? I've also been to Staten Island only once. Actually, it's really funny. Yeah, we're focusing on different verbs. I think. Yeah. Want to know. Yeah, I want to know. That doesn't mean I'm going to know. Uh, Staten Island is on. Staten Island sucks ass. Going to Staten Island and having a nice time there has not changed my opinion of the place. But yeah, this is psychotic. I judge venues by parking. Fuck off. No VTuber should be on Staten Island. I know multiple. I know multiple. I have said back in my day in earnest, absolutely. I call strangers buddy, champ, or chief. Sometimes. It's a little bit condescending, so I don't do it super often. I give unsolicited advice at every opportunity. We are on twitch.tv. Oh, so New York is made of 5 boroughs, okay? See? New York is made of five places. They are Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, which is what most people think of as the actual city, the Bronx, and Staten Island. Staten Island is where people go who want to say they live in New York City, but do not want to see black people. Is basically the gist of the vibes. It's quite rancid. Yeah, if you say this, you usually mean Manhattan. Yeah, it's suburbia, the island. It is somehow more New Jersey than New Jersey. Yes, it is mostly racist rich people. You have gotten it correct. It is for upper middle class people that are racist as hell. They are keeping the New York Post alive. They are keeping the New York Post alive. That's who the New York Post is for Staten Island. I have said you'll understand when you're older. Of course. I tell stories that take 20 plus minutes to land. That's literally a skill. That's like a positive skill. I argue about the thermostat as a hobby. I guess, yeah. I have a favorite hardware store and a second favorite. Who doesn't? I correct people's grammar out loud. Yes, it's funny. I've said you'll understand when you're older to people. That's a good bit. That's a good bit. It is a conservative haven, yeah. Shark, this is an interesting thing that I've been thinking about. That Shark, that I've been thinking about for a while. That's different. I've been thinking about this for a while. That there are places in America that are kind of like drainage zones for in like the midst of liberal areas, right? New Hampshire is like a really obvious one. That New Hampshire is a really big one where like if you are too liberal to tolerate Connecticut, Massachusetts, or Vermont, you move to New Hampshire. Or if you're a complete fucking psycho who is willing to drive from New Hampshire to New York City to save money on taxes, to save on property taxes, because you like all of the gas and car and time is worth less to you than just specifically not paying your property taxes. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't know about the West Coast, but in the Midwest, it's Indiana. In the Midwest, it is Indiana. Indiana is where, like, for people who are too psychotic to be tolerated in Ohio and Wisconsin, that they go to Indiana. And in New York, it's Staten Island. Within New York, it's Staten Island. We've got ad break coming. Oh, ad is in progress. Ad is in progress. I'm going to be on the BRB screen. All right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting for me. Kind of all agree to move to a spot. Legit terrifying place. That is terrifying, yeah. Long Island's more a part of New York City proper as a train. This is true. There are a lot of mansions in Long Island, yeah. That's your comparison to Staten Island. I have made comparisons to Staten Island, Long Island. Whoa! Okay, that's fucking crazy, Komos. Alright, we're at the tail end. I sigh audibly when I stand up. Not only do I sigh audibly when I stand up, I am pretty sure that several of you have heard me sigh audibly on stream when I get up. I am the designated admin of the family group chat. Arguably, we don't really have a family group chat. Certified unk. I'm not even the most unk person here. Bones beat me. Yes, you did. You got 58. I got 56. You got 58. Yeah, there's a paid version, which is crazy. I am certified unk. I am not close. I am not close at all. I am profoundly far from being cool, from having the youth card. From having the youth card. So. Yeah, you beat your Oshi. At his own game. Alright, folks. Would anybody be offended if I painted a Roman? Because I do have some new tools to try out. You would? You need me to paint something new? Because they're bored about me painting the same couple of models over and over again. I know, Gringotts, I know. Let me edit the stream information. I thought it was a funny joke, and apparently people are taking me hyper literally. Which fodder for the ants ascended? I would, Matthew. I would. I've painted the same model, like the same 5 models like a dozen times in a row. Let me think. What do I want for the stream title? What do I want for my stream title? There we go. That should do it. And let's put you away and put you on. Okay. You'd love to see my paint setup? It's not very exciting. It is not super exciting. I'm still kind of organizing it a little bit here. So. Here's my holder. Here are my brushes that I'm going to use today. I need to grab a model. Over here, up slightly at the edge here, are some water cans that I use for rinsing. Right? And a blotting cloth, which is to say a paper towel that I don't care about. Let me move some things around here. Hello, Kit Creates PNG. Hello, hello, hello. And I have a wet palette. The previous wet palette, I've thrown out the paper from the wet palette and replaced it. Yeah, go ahead, Gamma. Go ahead, Gamma. So it's now clean, but this was as of today, right? I just put this one on now. So that means that we're going to have to get out my paints, right? So we have a bunch of heavy body acrylics. We have a whole crapload of heavy body acrylics, a white primer, and then I've got my buckets. That was a little bit scary. Knocked over a knife. We've got my bucket of paints. My painting buckets. I am calling it a bucket. It is actually a nice little bamboo box. But yeah, it's not organized. It's not organized for shit. I do have 2 new tools I want to try out today. I have this flow improver. Rewatching the X-Men cartoons and when Beast came on, his personality minus the rage and anger demeanor reminded me of you. Understandable, understandable. I can see that. I can see that. I have watched a little bit of that cartoon. So I'm gonna put a little bit of flow improver in each of the water cans. It'll allow you to spit bars. I have no sense of rhythm. And hello, Memoria. Hello, Memoria. And I'll use the museum wax in a minute, but first things first, let's get a guy out. Let's get a guy. And let's take out some more of the tools here, and let's put away some of my calligraphy stuff, because I'm not doing calligraphy now. I was doing calligraphy this afternoon, but I'm not doing it now. Yeah, I've got a terrible sense of rhythm. I have a terrible sense of rhythm. Hello, Kara! Hello, Kara! Let's give Kara the shout-out. Shout-out at Karatsun. How are you doing, my dear? You were just chatting. That's crazy. I did miss a lot. I did miss a lot. I did miss a lot. What happened? What happened? Is skeleton okay? I don't want the skeletons to be hurt. No, what happens? What happened? You gotta fill me in. You gotta fill me in. You gotta fill me in. What happened to the skeletons? Why isn't he okay? Saw your mom in the freezer aisle looking at chicken nuggets. She couldn't comprehend my geezer style and how overfloweth my buckets. I see. I see, I see, I see. Hello, skeletons! Hello, skeletons. How are you doing today, friend? Okay, first of all, let's adjust the camera. There we go, that's good. Ah, you were ISP blocked. You were protected from the horrors by the ISP. Okay. That sprue is used up now. That sprue is used up. But yeah, Kara, if you got war stories to tell, you're welcome on. Okay, now time for the part that other painting streamers will not show you. They're afraid to show you. You have a surprise? Okay. Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm assuming it's a pleasant surprise, because every surprise with Karatsun is a pleasant surprise. Let's get a little bit more light here. No, removing mold lines. Cleaning the model, as we say. I think the Gundam streamers will do that, but the other painting streamers will do this off stream, because it's not super interesting to watch. But yeah, scraping. Yep. These mold lines don't particularly matter too much, but it's kind of the practice, right? Did somebody say Gundam? I did mention it briefly. Mostly just that, because actually Inari right now is doing Gunpla on her stream, and Gingivitis. They're doing Gunpla together, and they'll show you all the scraping and cleaning, because that's like what Gunpla's kind of about. But for the painters, they seem to not consider this part of like what's showing people, what you show people. Hello, Kara. Hello, Kara.
Hello. So here's the surprise: is this stupid little Fugi I have.
Hold on. Do I have the Fugi's displaying properly? Oh, okay. This Fugi. I like it.
It's so angry, and then it's not angry.
It really embodies all your entire emotional range. I say as if you're like a particularly angry person, which you're just not.
I'm really not. It's
yeah, you're really not. I generally consider you a quite chill person.
Yeah, I would say so. I have resting bitch face for people I don't particularly care about. Like I'll walk around with a resting bitch face because I don't want to talk to anybody, and then when I see my friends, I'm like, yeah, yippee. Very golden retriever.
I don't feel like I've ever felt like you had a resting mean face, but maybe that's just because I am your friend and I was friends with you online before I met you in real life, so it's just like always been pleasant. You've like been like perfectly.
It's always been pleasant.
Yeah, you just have always been pleasant to me.
Man, what a time! What a time to be alive.
What a time. It's yeah, I don't know, it's kind of funny to think about like how people judge based on appearance. And I guess like for us as VTubers, right, when like we kind of get to do like a bit of like a do-over, right? We get to improve upon what nature saw fit to allot us. Sorry for talking like a 19th century novel.
Lauded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ultraman Weeb, thank you for the follow.
Ultraman is new to my channel.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
joined immediately as one of my dear friends. Rem was who's very puppy coded, and simps for me and Allie pretty hard.
Allie's
Literally, he
simp.
joins. Yeah, he joins as soon as Rem is like, Kara, spit in my mouth, and I'm like, what? and this guy, people just start showing up that are brand new, that are like, oh man, thanks Twitch recommended. I'm like, oh fuck.
I hope that people
the
clip
image.
that.
No, I don't think. Listen, Skeletons was going through many emotions. In particular, I think, like, what was it? He was just very upset. He was just like, man, Kara, stop. Turning at a very VTuber moment is exactly what it is, yeah.
I've always been amused by me saying something that's like supposed to be the sort of thing that you're never supposed to say as a VTuber, like something like really incendiarily political. And then like 5 people follow, and I'm like, okay, like I don't want to do that as like my only form of content, but like it's good to be appreciated for righteous anger. Oh
my god, not the feet.
Man, people, I don't know. That's something that feels like I don't know what to say about that.
Oh yeah,
your deep
Ultraman
voice
is
as a
just
weapon of torture.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Is that?
I'm pretty innocent.
Hold on. Is that what the game is here?
Yes.
Okay, that's the game here. I see.
Yes.
I see.
So I did that to Ultraman.
Yes, I see.
Because I was doing it to other people, and then I would get up close to the microphone like this, and right on cue, I just get like, yeah, there you go. Which is followed by him just being like, I don't fold. I don't do that usually. This is a little out of control. I'm like, well, you know.
Are we traumatizing chat? I would say teasing. We're teasing chat.
I think Skeletons was like, Skeletons told him like, yeah, by the way, she's a bottom.
I mean, this is the conversation. This is like a 3rd stream in a row that you've come on. We've had this conversation.
I know. It's just,
the people have to know. The people have to know. It's important. It's important.
It happens every time.
Also, hello, Nagi.
I did that to Noire the other day on Inari's stream.
Not even on my stream. She can't even escape by going to other people's streams.
No, we joined Inari's stream at the same time. Like we were in the chat at the same time. I was like, yeah, Inari, you didn't know? This one folds really easily. Isn't that crazy? And Ari's like, oh, by Kara? And Noire just does the, I'm gonna go under my desk.
Oh my god, the poor girl. Also, I have to get in a little bit of thanks in here. Thank you, Zondi31, for the follow. And also, we've entered a hype train based on 2 gigantified emotes. They gotta raise the threshold on this a little bit. I appreciate the hype train, but they gotta make it a little bit harder than 20 bits. Y'all somehow scratch a part of my brain I didn't know I needed scratching. That's good to hear, Cece. Cece, you've been friends with me for like 3 years. How did you not notice? Now here's a question, Kara. Here's a question.
What's up? Mm-hmm.
So you can just crumple Noire like a cheap can.
Sure.
Do you have any effect on Inari?
I don't know. I haven't tried it with Inari.
Okay.
The thing is, I know yours works for Inari.
Oh, extremely.
Which is different.
Yeah.
Oh, Mix, my beloved.
Hello,
Hi,
Mix.
Kara. How are you
I
doing?
haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, it's been a bit. I've been busy.
Yeah, I know.
And we've been at
Busy boy.
odds on our schedules, right? Hi, Nagi.
True.
Gosh, I wonder why she's here. It's not like I was just in a call with her or anything.
Stream is sponsored by the VTuber Millers Guild. True VTuber bread for true VTubers. So true. I haven't baked bread on stream in a while, but I could do so.
Dude, bread is great.
I think I'm a pretty good baker. I think I could be a better baker,
actually.
but like I could be. I think I'm a pretty good baker.
So
Next time, please don't add spice.
I don't know. I like the spice personally. Like I can only handle so
dying.
much of it, but
It is funny that you were dying and not Inari. Inari should have way less spice.
I am the whitest Latina you'll ever meet.
I was about to, I was afraid of saying it because I didn't know how much that was public info. I always forget like which pieces are like who has which pieces of public information, and I was like, how you're like
no,
Hispanic?
People know I.
Like-
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's just not the right flavor Hispanic. Because Argentinians don't have spicy
It's true. It's
food.
true. You're
They have
somehow
zero.
whiter than the Irish.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. It's pretty.
Trust
impressive,
me.
Actually.
Trust me, I know because Bear is totally down to like go and eat spicy food even if it kills him.
Bear's
and
spice tolerance is incredible, actually.
There's always a competition
Of course.
between me and him.
Yeah.
No, that's because
Twin
he's
thing.
no. I mean, that's because he's hyper competitive.
Yeah, he's
He is
a competitor.
That's him. That's him
I
and
will
the fact
say-
that you don't tell him to
Yeah.
fuck off. Like,
Do you understand
Yeah.
what I tempted him with though? I told him the other day. I said, you know what? Let's make a bet. I can drink you under the table. I can do it. I'm
Okay.
going to do. I told him I am going to do it. I've never gotten drunk. I am going to do it. He goes, you can't. And I'm like, okay. I mean, no, we're gonna try. He goes, well, what am I getting out of this? And I'm like, I'll bet $50.
Okay.
He goes, deal. Immediately, he was just like, money, deal.
Yeah,
Whenever
yeah,
there's
yeah.
money on the line, deal. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Bear. So that's a thing for next con, probably Dokami next year.
Okay.
I see.
Depends on if he's coming to the U.S. or not, but we will see.
I'm currently I'm gonna go to Offkai, and I'm currently, I need to buy the plane tickets. And I'm
Oh my God,
contemplating
Al.
Anki. I should be fine.
Yeah.
I should be fine.
Okay.
Anki is.
I mean, it's not too
probably-
hard for you to find budget. So
Yeah,
you're
it's
also like less confined than I am, right?
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
traveling with the aforementioned Noire, so
Oh yeah, no,
like,
no.
we could not exactly do a multi-form of transit trip, right? For
Yeah.
physical reasons.
Yeah, I am willing to. To me, it's just like debating the price points. I managed to find one that was like $320 round trip. But
That's really good.
that's really good. I probably should just take that. It might not be still there. I don't know. It seems to change like hour by hour. So it's
Yeah, well, I mean, right now it's like I need to breathe down DJ's neck because he doesn't have his fucking tickets yet.
Yeah, I need to I should get that done like soon because I don't see a good reason to believe that airline prices are going to go down.
Yeah, exactly.
But Anki is going to is like a train ride for me, so that's considerably easier.
yeah.
That is a plane and then just driving for me and Allie.
Mhm.
You know, I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing. But
For Anki or for
for
yeah.
Anki.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
At that point, though,
I-
it's gonna be really funny because I'm already gonna be moved into Oregon.
Yeah, no, it's like the comedy of that. It's like actually like substantially worse transit for you. Hello, Wasteland, and also I think I missed some other hellos to get in here. Apologies to my guests. Master Hentai, I missed Master Hentai. Hello, Master Hentai, and hello, Dante.
I should think
Hello.
about going to Anki because I mean,
Well, here's the question. I think you would know the answer, and I probably could just ask him directly. Void Wave?
Voidwave. Going to Anki.
Anki? Yeah.
I will ask him.
Yeah, I can ask him myself. I'm in his DMs. But it seems
No,
extraordinarily
I
likely.
need to have a conversation with him about his con plans for the year. Anyways.
Okay,
Right?
fair enough. Yeah, okay.
Like the thing is that I like to not bother him while he's setting up for the next thing he's doing,
That's
which
fair.
in this case is off guy, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then after like that event is over, decompress for a couple days, figure out what's going on.
We may as well clue in chat on this. If anybody in chat has heard of Rift Runners, the trading card game of VTubers, of by and for VTubers, VoidWave is the designer and manufacturer and sole proprietor.
And he owns the company
and sole proprietor. He is he is Rift Runners.
Yeah.
So he kind of has a strong obligation to go to every VTuber convention that speaks English.
Mm-hmm. And even some that aren't VTuber conventions and just have strong VTuber village showings, right?
Yeah.
So.
Void is the one that made the blood sacrifices to make the cards good. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Cool dude.
He's also a good friend of mine. We tend to, like, when I'm going to a con and he's going to a con, we tend to like just like bunk together basically because why not? Saves everybody money. Right?
Yeah.
Like because I don't like stay unless it's just me by myself. I don't really like staying in hotels. Right? I would much rather get an Airbnb. It's cheaper overall. I would prefer not to travel, like, unless there's a strong reason for me to only travel for a day or two. I would much rather rent out a Airbnb for like a week or two and just be in the area for a little while around the event. I hate feeling rushed when I travel, right?
Oh my God,
I have like
same way.
Yeah. I have a really strong distaste for feeling like I have to like get up and get out. I like to have like a little bit of time. To like move around, right? Also, the truth is, even though I never end up cooking as much as I want to while I'm traveling, I like having a kitchen.
I might be willing to compromise on the kitchen for on-key just because I think it's gonna be like a short, like, non-event kind of thing. But for off-key, I'm like, no, this is...
Yeah, I mean, if you could just get on a train for a couple hours, right? Like,
yeah.
For me, it's a slightly longer trip. But I can actually just get on a train myself.
Yeah, right? You could meet me at the train station. At a train station.
I could meet you at the train station. This is true.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. We could like meet at like Penn Station. Like it's.
Yeah.
Or Union actually, because I think we'd have to.
CC, yeah. Void, like, there's some really cool new stuff too. The wooden card blocks are really cool. He's doing these like etched wood collectibles this year. They're super nice. Like, he's been showing me them. And he showed a few of them off, like, publicly, so I'm not gonna, like, spoil anything for anybody. But they're really cool. They'll be available at the Rift Runners table if anyone is going. I will also be available at the Rift Runners table if you're looking for me.
I will probably be looking for you, but I would know where to find you, usually.
Yeah.
If there's ever Rift Runners out, I will always find you.
Yeah. That's also, I work for VoidWave, so among other people. I mean, I'm usually available for purchase. I don't know if you can afford me, but I am a well-known sellout.
That's crazy.
I could make a joke about being a whore here, but nobody wants.
I was wondering if I was like, I could make a joke about trade here, but I don't actually know. Okay. I think I'd be using it wrong. I think I'd be using it.
Totally honest here, right?
Yeah.
Like, totally honest for 1 second. I have been paid for sex before.
Okay. So, yeah.
As a BDSM thing that somebody was really, really, really into. So, like, no, it's gonna be more than $1,000 if I don't actually know you. So
crazy.
However, I know that my liver is hotly contested, so Noire is trying to get Inari not to beat the Kumiho allegations anymore.
Okay, yeah.
Not working. Inari is too
sweet.
She's too nice.
Yeah.
I don't feel the malice from her that I feel from May and Noire, right? Yeah. When they threaten me. So
and Inari's so sweet.
Inari is so
She's
sweet.
Such a sweetheart. She's such a
like I could never think that Inari would ever say anything that's like sus or anything like like crazy.
I don't know whether you watched her backroom stream with more.
I have not.
But it was unhinged. It was
I
really
don't think
funny.
I caught the unhinged moment then because I watched like a little bit and then I had to go eat dinner and whatever. And I think I just probably missed that part. But every time I tune in, she's always being really cute, really sweet.
She's just
Everything
really,
else.
really, really nice. She has
She's
a
very sweet.
grotesquely inflated opinion of me for some reason, which I will someday discern the origin point of. But
I don't know. Entirely possible it's me.
maybe,
Uh,
yeah, might be your fault.
yeah, because I talk up my friends.
Stop
pretty
talking me
strong.
up to your friends.
I talk up all of my friends super strong. That's part of the ritual here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's fun.
Every
it's nice.
every time I just stop by, and it's always Kara is a wonderful human being, and I'm like, well, you don't know what I just did like
You
for
are nice.
3 hours.
Yeah, you came on here to tell me what you did for 3 hours.
I tortured so many people. It got so bad.
Okay, I actually do have to make a step aside here, which is that
Go for it.
if Mix missed this, Kara is almost as bad to Noire as Vex and Cat is.
Oh no.
Me and Vex would have so much fun. Just
Poor Noire.
And not only on my channel, but she followed Noire onto Inari's channel to continue tormenting her.
I didn't. Well, the thing is, we stopped by Inari's for while it was I think it was during the puzzle, the puzzle stream, and we just stopped by at the same time. I was like, oh my god, look who it is! Wow, look at that. And I was like, Inari, yeah, did you know that? By the way, Noire folds really easily to me.
She folds super easily.
And then Inari's like,
she's a useless lesbian. She is like the pinnacle of useless lesbian, right? Which is crazy because she was married. Like,
Yep.
It's really fucking funny.
You'd think there'd be more cynicism there, but nope.
It was just full blown. I was just teasing her, and I wasn't even talking. I was just typing it out, so it made it even worse.
Yeah. Well, use your powers for good or evil, whatever you want, whatever you like.
Listen, a lot of the people that think I'm using this for evil are not complaining.
Hello, Mari. Hello, Mari.
I am.
So somebody commission an art of a giant fucking crow eating a fox's liver.
What?
You're a crow. She's a fox.
I don't know if I would eat someone's, fox's liver like that.
Tengu are not very
grotesque.
well known for eating livers, so.
Well, okay. I was thinking about it because of Prometheus, to be honest.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems like the appropriate thing to rip out of
that,
somebody's
right?
innards because of Prometheus.
One day, Nagi.
Hello, Dark Slide Fox. I apologize. Yeah.
Fucking heavy yokai. Can't trust them either.
Yeah, it's
Never trust
no,
a fox.
you can yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's the thing I say all the time, right? You got to fold your friends sometimes or else they'll get wrinkles.
Pretty much.
That's really funny.
I mean, I mostly just tease DJ, so
Of course, yeah.
it's easy though. Like he's
Oh yeah, no.
like he can't like that guy has like no self-esteem.
Yeah,
and will proudly declare it.
He also has
But-
no guile. Like he
like
like when anybody else who might be streaming here, which includes the two of you, it's like really easy to get one guide while you're streaming because you just like have to
Yes.
react immediately without thinking. And so everything like you're like 2 to 3 levels more gullible while you're live. And DJ's just like that 24/7.
Yeah.
Like
It's
he,
nice
he's
actually. It's
nice,
actually
it's
a really
nice.
charming character trait, in my opinion. But no, the funny thing with DJ is like he's really authentic. He's like really honest, right? But he's really good at turning down compliments, except from me.
Oh.
So that's the power that I use for evil here. He's not good. I am too serious. So he can't not take me seriously when I compliment him. Right?
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I agree. That is.
He's a nice
interesting.
guy though. Very good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Also, he is Nora's roommate. So if you want to conspire against her,
That's
yeah,
true.
I'll find her weak points. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
I was about to say she's mostly
it's
weak
not
point.
that hard. Yeah, it's
I-
mostly weak point. A weak point.
I just
woman.
I just talked to her and she's just like, all
Yeah.
right.
Mm.
During that whole like folding her during Al's stream, which is what happened. I just stopped by. Right after she just goes, so do you want to heal for our static?
yeah. Yep. I mean, we've
Like,
been meaning to
shit,
ask you for a little while, right?
No,
So,
I know. I just thought it was really, really funny.
It's funny. Yeah. She does have a good sense of humor, even though she says she doesn't. Right. So.
No. It's. I mean, if she was as thin-skinned as acts like she is, she would not be friends with me anymore at all.
Yeah. No.
I'm not even particularly
her
mean, but
Western power level is too high for that, right? She takes things too easily.
Yeah. Hello, Flea Flicker.
She's such a good time. I love spending time
she's
with
a good
everybody.
friend. Right. Yeah. No, Nora and Al are people that I very much appreciate, right? To talk about you on your own stream, Al. I know that might be untoward.
No.
No. I appreciate you too because you're kind of like adults with some degree of life experience.
Yeah.
Right? Which is like not to insult anybody else, but
not to insult the near baby that's sitting next to you.
Hello.
to be fair,
I'm
fair,
26.
right? Yeah. I mean, you're older than some people I know, but what I actually mean here is that it's nice to talk to people who specifically have certain cultural experiences that are close enough to mine, right? That it doesn't like like this creature here who is feeling insulted in the chat right now has such a different trajectory in like her life experiences than mine. Like, I'm not going to discount her life experiences because they're very meaningful, but Nagi is a person who has, at one, a very European set of life experiences, and two, a very online illustrator who gets a lot of credit for being there, right? Like, sort of mindset coming from like online content creation spaces and stuff like that. Whereas like I'm outside of that for the most part. Right. Mm-hmm. And Nor did like music.
Yeah.
Like, so she has like classical arts experience, and Al has a sociology background, right?
And teaching, yeah. Right. And some other some work.
Some other stuff too, right?
Yeah,
but the important ones are the ones where you have to do like public facing interface in person.
Oh yeah.
That's the main thing I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like, Nor has a bunch of like front desk experience, basically, right?
Yeah.
And it's really nice sometimes to for the purposes of disclaimer, Nagi is at least 18, but she might be as old as 900. Who knows, right? She is a paradoxical creature, that Nagi. But the thing about just like the front desk experience style of thing, where you have to like actually interact with humans that you do not know very well on a regular basis in a cordial and polite, well-mannered fashion, or you have trouble, is the thing that I find myself like having trouble relating to people who don't have any sort of experience in this.
Right? Okay.
And it's like there's a lot of people who have like really, really, really good like social skills in this space. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, and like a lot of you people are like, Kara, you're a great communicator, right? For example, right? You do a really good job of being clear.
Yeah, I am.
I believe so. Yes, I believe you are. Yes.
Well, I mean, I mean, Kara actually do. Despite the fact that I've called you a baby like 5 minutes ago, Kara has in fact held down a real big person job for years.
Yes.
So knows what having a boss is. Which sometimes I'm a little bit surprised.
I was like,
yeah.
I was gonna say, I was like, are we still talking about the same Kara? this is more praise about my job than.
Well, I mean, that's where I get the experience from, right? Like it's like
mostly
from work, right?
It's mostly that like I tend to try to like compliment people not so much vocationally, but like in terms of what sort of communication skills they have in this regard, right? And like Kara, you are a really good social communicator, Like, you are really good at listening, and you are really good at making yourself clear on what you value and what you think is important. And that's like a very important skill to be able to articulate, right? When you communicate with other people. And it's like not as common as it should be. I've been doing a lot of research into, because I'm like working on something in the background here, but I've been doing a lot of research into like modern online communication structures and a lot of like social conventions of modern online communication, and it really has kind of not to like glaze the entire VTubing space, but it really has actually kind of hit me how, despite its occasional struggles, the VTubing space is like quite a bit more capable at communication than a lot of other online communities are.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, people actually try to talk out their problems and stuff, rather than just kind of talking at each other in sound bites. Like, even if you compare, like, VTubers for the most part to, like, other content creators, right? You look at two VTubers having conflict with each other, and there's, like, actual articulation of grievances, and, like, stuff is going on, right? Even if airing of grievances isn't the best thing to do, there's actual articulation of, like, the problems that are occurring, right? If it's not handled completely off screen, right? People articulate what their problem is, they talk to each other, etc., etc. This is mostly content creator to content creator conflicts rather than like weird stalker to content creator conflicts.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Whereas if you look at like other forms of the not the VTubing space, but the content creation space, if you look at, for example, the big League of Legends streamers, whenever they have problems with each other, they're just screaming at each other in incredibly childish ways and throwing tantrums about it. Like, it's so strange. Like, nobody acts anything like an adult. And these are like, you know, men in their late 20s, early 30s for the most part.
Yeah.
And I am utterly baffled by
you have reminded
anyone can like handle this.
You have reminded me that there's an article years and years ago, before I was a streamer at all, that was about content creator houses. And it was specifically like a guy embedded, a journalist embedded, and hung out with some like Instagram guys, I think, like Instagram or TikTok influencer guys, that had a content creator house. And like, I like had this as background, and like this is like a known phenomenon. It's not just like this one house. It's these Instagram content creator houses tend to be dire shit shows. And I was prepared for that to be the case when I heard about VTuber houses. I was expecting to even be worse. And then like it's not that there's no conflict. It's not like it's like the easiest thing in the world. It's just like the normal to slightly better than normal level of like roommate conflict.
Yes.
Like,
and
it's kind of
what
like
I'm getting at, right?
Yeah.
And the thing that like strikes me about this, right, is that, well, I mean, one obvious reason, right, that is not really to anyone's credit, is that the majority of VTubers are incredibly conflict-adverse people.
Yeah.
Like, actually, conflict resolution is difficult in this space, not always because people are too stubborn or too loud or engaged or are too confrontational. It's because they're not confrontational enough. Because they're so afraid of confrontation that they can't actually deal with a problem that's actually causing them real, like, strife, real emotional issues, right? Like, you see this with a lot of, like, the bigger people who have issues with each other, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to, like, get into too much VTuber drama because I really don't care about it. But, like, people are having, like, Twitter beef with each other and shit. And they're trying very hard not to actually start any sort of real conflict while they do this, right? They don't want to actually, like nobody is actually arguing is the problem, right? Nobody's actually making, like, hey, I have a problem with the way you are saying this. I disagree with you. Could, like, you know, I don't like how you're talking. No. Everybody's like, man, why do people do this thing that's bad? They shouldn't do that. It's bad, right? And it's like, so you're talking about this one specific interaction you had that. That's what you're doing, and you're trying to avoid any sort of conflict coming out of it because you're desperately afraid of anybody disagreeing with you, right?
Basically.
And because of that, I'm personally like, I mean, like, I do my friends all know that I have done a lot of conflict resolution, behind the scenes in this space, right? I would like to think that I'm relatively good at it, right? Not perfect, but relatively good at it. And I mostly just think that like, it's very strange to me how much the VTubing space is like incredibly conflict adverse and incredibly conflict avoidant.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, other content creation spaces are like, somebody disagreed with me over which Zelda game is the best. I'm going to get on stream with them and scream at the top of my lungs how they are a stupid idiot who doesn't know anything and shouldn't even talk when they don't know anything. Like, what?
I'm going to interrupt you for a second here, Mix. Welcome in, Galaxy Wolfstar. Good to see you tonight, my friend. And also, hello, Caillou. Hello, Caillou-kun. How are you doing today, bud?
Hi, Caillou.
Yeah, internet blood sports does not reach. I think that like there's some traits that cause people to be VTubers. Also, hello, Wea Biscuit. And they come from. It's interesting to me to see as a person who isn't from VTubing or even from content creation more generally, because there are a couple of people people come into VTubing for a variety of reasons, right? And they range from like. I can think of VTubers who prefer VTubing as a form of performing art because of the most obviously ridiculous reason, which is they're super autistic and they find the cartoon faces easier to parse, understand, and communicate with than human faces. That's like the most stereotypical one. And then there's people like me and Pomato Master, right? Pomato Master was actually a content creator before she was a streamer, and she got into VTubing. She went over to VTubing after already being another type of content creator because she was just so fucking sick of doing her makeup.
Yeah, no, that's actually why I'm not a face cam streamer.
Yeah, just fucking hated doing like her makeup and keeping her room clean and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it's there's people coming in for a variety of reasons, and I think a lot of us I think you're right to point out that like that conflict averseness might kind of be part of why they are VTubers, right? That like there's this fear when you're a face cam about being a face cam streamer that is not, I think, often super articulated in this way. That once you're a face cam, once your face is involved, once it's your real body involved, you are now taking a stake. Right on yourself.
Yeah, you
and
can't just burn the identity and run. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just so much risk to it.
Yeah, I mean that's part of my thing here, right? Is that I've got like my internet old approach to things, where I've got my internet old thing where I am like, no, like what? Like people don't need to know this stuff about me. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. I've said more than once, like part of the purpose of me, like one of the things I would like is to be able to, if this went really badly for me, then I'd be able to bury it, right? Yeah. Like if I decide this was like really embarrassing, I would have more ability to bury it from, people who've known me my whole life.
And from a proactive perspective, there's also, this is something that you and I talk about quite a bit in regards to VTubing, but there's also the strong element of chosen identity.
Yes, it's huge.
Being able to present exactly how you want to present, or at least very close, is pretty important to doing your best job as a performer.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's one big advantage as well, right? Like in my case, like to use like the verbs that apply to me, right? Or the adjectives that apply to me. Like I am white, I am obviously of European descent. And I am like, I'm relatively good looking, I have facial hair, I take care of myself, but like
you have really
a lot
nice
of these
hair.
things color the way people perceive me. I'm tall, and like I can manage to, through VTubing, reduce that down to just how I speak. That really forms perceptions, right? And that hurts me enough already.
Yeah.
That colors people's opinions enough already, just from my vocabulary alone, even if it wasn't for my diction and my mannerisms with my speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because Al and I are both writers of certain stripes, right?
Yeah.
Hi, Vexing.
Oh, hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Good to have you here.
And one thing that I don't know if we've ever really talked about this, Al, but one of the things that I've always really liked about writing essays is that while my voice is present in the essay, what matters is the argument I'm making.
Yeah.
Right? What matters is what my point is, not who I am. That's something that I've always liked about this strategy, right? Or rather about this the format of academic writing and journalistic writing, is that I never wrote op-eds or anything. I wrote research pieces. And when you write research pieces, what people care about is, to some degree, your credentials, yes. But predominantly, they care about your what you have to say and how well you say it.
Yeah.
And that's always what I've been prefer as when I'm speaking on something. I would prefer if people respond not to whoa, what a based opinion from such a based person, right? But instead to the actual substance of what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, no,
not to whine, but
yeah, no. Yeah, we have talked about this several times.
Yes.
I do not like it, and I say this to stream, right? I do not like this when people think that just because I am saying something in an authoritative sounding voice or coming from a person who's white guy with glasses with this East Coast Midwest diction, that what I'm saying is credible, right? That's I'm trying to engage with people and with ideas.
Right. So not like an echo chamber is. You don't want to hear an echo chamber. You would want to. Well, I guess not even echo chamber, but having an actual discussion, even if it's an agreement or a disagreement, would be nice.
I'd prefer a connection to being objectified in that way. Right, this kind of
I gotcha.
Yeah, it is very
not a pedestal, but
yeah,
like a person.
Yeah, I'm very, very, very cautious about being held up as a pedestal. This I do not want to be a role model. I do not think that is a good thing to put on me. I do not think that imitating my behavior is a good idea. I am my own person. I have my own neuroses and problems. And I would rather, if people are communicating with me and learning things from me, I would rather they put them to use for themselves rather than trying to be like me. It's really important to me that people be themselves more than they try to imitate others or take after others. And I really, really don't want people trying to impress me or appeal to me. It's always been something that's been a problem in my social life. And I've always been I'm sorry to put it like that, but I've always sort of gravitated to leadership positions.
Yeah.
And this is largely because I do not trust other people to be authorities without being despotic. But I really, really do not like... Specifically, I get very worried about having undue influence over others. I don't want people to take what I say as the truth. I want them to take what I say as what I'm saying and to listen to me, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be talking if I didn't want people to listen. But I want people to listen to me, and then I want them to make up their own minds with the information that they have and their lived experiences and their thoughts and feelings, right? And ideally I want them to engage with me when I talk rather than anything else.
Would
the
you
bluish
say
skin,
that
the bluish skin is just that's just primer. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the actual skin tone for this guy. I haven't decided on what skin tone to give this guy. Because
would you say that it's hard to come by those types of people, Mix?
Honestly, no. I think if you talk to people and they actually take them seriously, right, as people, and they allow you to take them seriously as people, pretty much everybody can reach what I would expect. Like, it's not like necessarily like quote unquote my level, so to speak, but I've wasted like literally half my life in academia learning how to talk about stuff, right? So that would be an unrealistic expectation of somebody with like a real job. But I think for the most part, people are actually quite capable of engaging and like thinking for themselves. It's just you have to give them a push because they are inclined towards they've been kind of informed by their lives a lot of the times. And we have ads coming up, I was gonna note, so that I don't know whether you want me to just keep talking or not. But
wow, we're already back to another ad break. I feel like we just got back. Holy crap. You can keep I'll let you folks keep talking. I will of course get up and stretch while I look for my dry brushes. Oh, there they are. There they are. That didn't take very long.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. The way I keep on saying it on screen and on stream, like I am sincere in this belief, is I just have some experiences, right? I just have some experiences. They come from a place, but everybody has experiences. And if I have more experiences, it's just because I've lived longer. I do think a lot of my forms of knowledge are simply coded as prestigious, which isn't the same as them being actually more valid.
Yes.
And that's always the thing I always try. That's the big thing I try to push back against, right?
Yes. Yes.
Is that it's yeah. That said, I will let you guys take over the stream for a minute because I trust the two of you.
Of course.
And the big birds. And I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, two big birds.
That's me.
Is he gone? He's gone. Okay, so when are we sealing the Declaration of Independence this month? It's Pride, so crime is illegal, so we can get away with it.
Oh! I didn't catch the memo on that. Okay. we're gonna have to come up with a couple plans. I feel like plan A through. Yeah, we're gonna pull a Nier Automata and get like how many endings
through F. Yeah. But
it goes all the way to fucking Z, I think sometimes.
Yeah. To further field your question, right? I think that in large part, most people are like way more capable than they give themselves credit for, right? They just don't have the rhetorical skills or the cognitive skills to think through what they feel, right? This is something that I feel that I have learned over my life, and I have a lot of experience.
It's just so surprising to me. Well, like before streaming, right? I guess like I've always been the type of person that's like, I want to make people laugh. If it's my friends, like I like people having a good time. And I guess, right, could say like my favorite job that I had, and it's not like a big national secret or anything like this, was when I worked at Barnes & Nobles. I fucking loved working at Barnes. But it's not because of like, oh, I'm surrounded by books. This is great. It was, I'm a people person. I discovered I was a people person. I love talking to people. There was this little girl who was experiencing she was coming to Barnes & Nobles with her mom. It was just her and her mom. And her mom would be like, yeah, this is our bonding time. And she always wants to buy a book, specifically manga. So I was the one that they would talk to because out of everybody that was out of my coworkers, I was the one that knew more about anime and manga. So cool. And this little girl who's like 12, 13, her mom tells me, yeah, she doesn't have a lot of friends and she is experiencing like me and her father going through divorce. And so she's going through a tough time, and I know she's going through a tough time. So this really helps her that you can give her a recommendation. I talked to them for like a good solid 30 to 40 minutes while we were looking for books and recommending safe ones for her to read. 12, 13-year-old. I don't want to give her anything fucking crazy. And next thing I know, the next time they visit, her mom's like, she just couldn't wait to go and meet you and talk to you again. And I just about cried. I was like, I just made this girl's, like, they were like, you just made her whole week. And ever since then, they would always be like, I want to go see Kara and talk to her about the next volume. And see if there's any other recommendations. And I'm like, I'm gonna cry. And it gives me purpose, right? To like be able to like talk to people. I really feel like I like talking to people. It makes me so fucking happy. Meeting new people.
Yeah. I also like
I think
people,
that really helps applying to the space.
To the space, absolutely, right?
Just in general, like it doesn't have to be VTubing, right? It can just be content or just talking to people.
Content creation
on Discord,
even just writing in general, right? Journalistic writing, sort of lends itself to this, or interview work, activism, all sorts of stuff like that, right? I'm also very much a people person, right? Like I am like, so I would say that there's a slightly different tone, right, to my like interactions with others, right? I'm pretty heavily about like the communication, the back and forth, right? I want them to be able to communicate with me as well, right? That's pretty important to me, right? I like to get to know people is what I really like, right? And when I was never a teacher, right? But I was a counselor for a while. And I do remember like finding, like, I've always liked working with kids. I've always been pretty good with kids. I have younger siblings who are much younger than me. So like, by the time I was in my early 20s, I was pretty used to dealing with like 4 or 5 year olds, right? And so in my like late 20s and early 30s, I worked at a school in Baltimore, where I was a counselor for, like, this is when I was working on my master's for language learning specifically, right? So dyslexic kids, autistic kids, like strongly dysfunctional, like executive dysfunction, ADHD, that sort of stuff, right? And the experience that I remember most clearly from this was there was a little boy who, his parents were problematic, let's just say, right? Very religious. His mother believed that her son's ADHD was a test from God.
Okay.
And I remember having to work with this little kid, like, to get him to not feel like he's doing this to please his parents, right? I had to be very careful with this, because obviously I can't be, like, setting a child against their parents. That's not going to be healthy for anyone involved, including my job, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of what I had to do is make sure that when working with this kid, I had to make sure he was able to want to do this, right? Rather than it just being like a fear of not being able to. I had to sort of learn to communicate with him in a way that taught him that being able to do this was good. Not just that not being able to do it was bad, because that's what he got at home, mostly from his mother, right?
Yeah.
And there was something wrong with him, and it was something that was wrong with him in a way that was meant to test her. Like, it took me a while to work this out. I ended up what ended up happening, why I know so much about this, is that the parents eventually split, right? The father
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Bird dead?
The bird dead?
Bird strike?
Well, the other bird. Oh no. You think he's gonna notice?
He evaporated. Well, I'm adding him to the chat right now. I'm adding him to the title right now, but it does look like drone strike.
I can tell. There you go.
Yeah.
Does this fix it?
Looks like you're back.
Better?
You're back
That
now.
did fix it.
Okay, am I back? Okay. I guess Discord disconnected or something.
Okay.
Where did I cut out?
The way you were able to suss this out. The parents
Yeah.
divorced.
Oh,
The parents
okay.
divorced. So that was it.
Yeah,
We didn't hear why they divorced.
parents
Or
divorced.
Or they separated, yeah.
separate. Yeah.
Yes, and it turned out that the reason they separated was, this is why I feel partially responsible for this, was because the mother learned that I was gay.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
And she was like, we have to pull him out of the classes. This is a corruptive influence. And the father was like, but the classes are really helping him.
Yeah.
Right? Taking this counseling is helping him. He is figuring
Improving.
it out. He's figuring And this apparently, like, I know this because I talked to the father after the fact, right?
Ah.
I know this because we had a conversation because he won custody.
Yeah.
Is what happened, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like this played out over the course of like a year and a half, right? The father won custody.
Jesus.
He apparently remarried like more recently. I looked them up like relatively recently because I was reminded of this.
Okay.
Kid's doing great. I think he's going to college this year.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I think he took a couple years off and is to like work, and I believe he's going to university now.
We got rated by Koi,
and-
by the way.
Hi Koi.
Hello, Koi. Hello,
Funny to see
Koi.
you again, Koi.
Hello, Koi. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I am painting minis because I like painting minis. And I am joined today by Double Bird Feature. Yeah, the gay drone agenda.
Hey.
We've
That's
got
me
a
on the
gay
gay
drone
drone
and
agenda.
a straight actual bird.
Yeah.
I'm pretty straight, but the women love me.
I know, it's very funny.
Yeah.
You use your powers
I
for
blame
evil.
your voice. Your voice is so powerful in that regard. Like, oof.
I told you I had 3 hours of torturing a couple people.
Yeah.
I even spoke some Spanish, and people were like, "Yeah, that's pretty hot." I was like, "Yeah, I wanted to see if it would work."
Oh no. That's actually one of those things I think is like a little bit funny. Is that like we actually had this conversation on my stream a while ago, like a long time ago. I have a non-trivial number of Latin American viewers, and a bunch of them did not know that in the United States, Latin American accents are considered exceptionally sexy.
Mm-hmm.
Like they said no idea, and I'm like, wow, I thought that was one of those things that we had like propagandized to the world. I thought that was like
You've got that. You've got like the Italian
Mhm.
accent. You've got the I mean, the one that's like medically true across the entire planet is the Afrikaans accent.
I think you say the
love
Irish accent.
The Afrikaans accent. Irish as well.
Mm.
Irish as well. Yeah. One of the Irish accents, anyways, right?
Teach
People,
this-
I mean, it's really Americans just think accents in general are sexy, with the exception of like
British
like
accents.
Eastern European.
No,
I-
straight guys like the Russian accent.
No, but Russian isn't Eastern European.
They like other Eastern European
Russian is
accents. They're not good enough at telling the difference between Slavic accents.
Okay, sorry. I'm thinking about Polish.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was thinking about the
I'm
Slavic
thinking
accents.
about
I was
Polish.
like-
I'm thinking about Slovak, which I think are very nice languages. Like I speak Polish. I speak some Slovak. These are like Slovakian. Like these are nice languages in my opinion. They have a really melodic like rhythm. to
Hi,
them.
Noire.
Hello, Noire.
It is Fox.
I can make it bigger if you want to come in here and hurt yourself.
Out of context, that's pretty crazy.
If you're feeling masochistic, I can increase the size. Hold on a
That's
second.
really fucking funny.
Hello,
It
Noah.
is Fox.
Then clip it. It'll be funny. Don't just say it's. Don't just tell me that it sounds terrible. Make
Yeah.
make me pay.
Did you know that clips really help out Al?
Yeah.
Did you know just by clipping, you can help him out a lot. They do a lot to help him. You should clip.
I do got to get back on the train of going through the clip back log and getting some of them edited. I do got to do that. But,
if anything, we could just blame it on the gay drone agenda again.
Yeah. You can blame everything on me, frankly.
I don't
My
know.
agenda is that people take care of themselves and don't have problems.
I really, really like accents. Maybe it's
Yeah.
because I'm, again, American, but I really, really like accents. There are certain accents and I'm like, whatever. I recently made a French friend who lives outside of Paris. He's not Parisian, but he sounds pretty good. I tell Bear all the time, I'm like, your accent's great. And he goes,
Bear's accent is really great. It's like really easy to listen to, right?
It is until you until you hear him drunk like I did the other night, where he was drunk post Dokami. Okay, he's heading into his hotel, and I'm like, "Is this another person who's talking to me right now?" He goes,
"I see. Yeah.
He's like, "What do you mean?" His voice gets a little bit deeper, and it's a very, very Scottish, incredibly Scottish.
I have a friend who I've known since I was like 15, who is a Scotsman, right? Scotsman, big guy. He's like the most stereotypical Scot imaginable. Like, he actually like wears kilts every day, and he does caper, right? He does caper toes, like the most stereotypical Scotsman imaginable, right? This guy's accent is one. He has an incredibly deep voice, like octaves deeper than me, right? And he has a really thick accent, right? And so like if he is not being very careful with how he enunciates his words, it's like impossible to understand what he's saying. He's like the Scotsman from Samurai Jack levels of incomprehensible. Very funny guy. Like he's a good friend, but like I have heard him drunk before, and I've also heard him like with way too much caffeine, and they are equally bad to each other. Like, very difficult to understand.
I'm a sucker for like, if you ever know, like if you know of the TV show Yellowstone, like really Southern cowboy, like Arthur Morgan, Southern accents, very nice. But it's the only American like accent that I like.
It is very funny that you say that, because you have reminded me of the trend that was going around for a while a couple of years ago, where there was a small community of women who were just like replaying and reacting to clips of Arthur Morgan calling his horse a good girl.
Easy girl, yeah. I know which clips these are. Once a year at least, I've listened to them.
You know which accent I actually really like, right? I don't know if it has a proper name. It's the Asian American accent, right? You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. The I speak 3 languages Asian American accent.
Oh, okay.
The really precise American accent, right? The really precise.
Okay. You reminded me that we that a couple of years ago, Barry Bug was complaining about this because she's a Korean American, and somebody accused her of having an Asian accent, and she's just like, "No, I'm just like from America." And the thing is, like, Barry does actually kind of have a distinctive voice, but it's not like she's not speaking it like she's like native Korean speaker who speaks English. She just is kind of like phlegmy a little bit. And so we all managed to convince her that she has a Fujo accent.
You're such a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
It was not just me. It was like
that is the Fujo accent.
Oh,
it was like
that is the Fujo accent.
It was like 300 people in chat.
Hammers, dude.
It was like 300 people in chat doing it together.
Yeah. But there's like this very precise, like very it's similar to the like the learned academic accent, but it's less hoity-toity, right? It's like the working class version of that. It's like the like yeah. It's like, oh man, I can't think of anybody who has it off the top of my head, but because like a lot of Asian American streamers don't, right? A lot of Asian American streamers.
The only one I can think of is maybe Tenma.
Yuzu kind of has it.
Tenma just said, honestly, I always forget that Tenma isn't British. Like, I always think Tenma is British.
Are we thinking of the same Tenma?
Yes. Yes. The way she clips her words is extremely British. It's just not like specifically like London, right?
Well, a lot of most of the world when they learn English, from my
They're on
understanding,
the
they
RP,
learn,
yeah.
yeah, they learn English simplified, as compared to God's own tongue, American English, eagle cawing in the background.
Well, okay, that's actually the thing that's been changing a lot over time, because in a way that I think is really cool. Because in a lot, I regularly meet people from, let's just pick a country at random. Mongolia. I did meet a Mongolian guy who his accent was very, very much from, he spoke with AAVE.
That's fucking crazy, actually.
That's actually pretty crazy.
Well, rap is like our biggest, is like arguably our most powerful cultural export of the last like 3 decades. So
I think Black culture is honestly the biggest like global cultural export in the for at least since the 70s.
It's America's like answer to anime.
Basically.
No, that's King of the Hill.
Yeah,
that's just an American anime. That's just an American anime.
Yeah, you know what I was gonna say about King of the Hill actually? What's his name?
Boonhauer?
No. Is it Ted Wasana-song?
Oh,
his accent is the one I'm talking about.
That's
the accent I'm talking about. The really
Laosian
precise enunciation, right? Like it's a very like learned sort of way of speaking English, much more than like my own, right? I speak too fast. I speak too fast, and I'm trying too hard not to stutter, right? So that, like, for those of you who do not know, my native accent is a little bit more East Coast, right?
Yeah.
God, dude, imagine
and when I'm very tired, it slips in, right? But
imagine having an accent and not speaking perfect Midwestern TV English. Come on.
Yes, true. Imagine not speaking exactly like me and instead having an accent.
Exactly. Like
says Northern Lion, who speaks like no other human being on the planet.
Oh, fucking planet, yeah. Says me with the most blatant lesbian accent you'll ever hear in your entire fucking life.
Yeah,
the lesbian accent, also known as the Midwestern.
Meow Meow Tama, thank you for the follow.
I don't think I have an accent, but then again,
everybody
I can't tell.
has an accent. You just don't notice
tell.
it. Yeah,
that's
because
normal.
that's the way you grew up speaking.
That's how cognition works. Is that you don't know what your own accent is.
In my case, right, I can tell what my own accent is because I have had to basically because if I speak with it, I stutter a lot. So I need to I keep a very tight control of my diaphragm when I speak, right? That's how I get this tone that you're getting right now, right? The very clipped, precise, slightly angry sounding tone that I just sort of it's like the resting bitch face of a tone, right? But when I relax that, I get a lot more, how you doing?
Yeah, well, you get a bit Baltimore-y.
Yeah, I get a bit Baltimore. I get a little bit New York, right?
Yeah.
A little bit Boston.
So, and just for Kara's sake, the name of the accent you speak with, Kara, is called General American Dialect.
Yes.
Gad.
Yeah, Gad. All of us are Gad. All four of us in this chat.
Why are you laughing, Noire?
Because I only know that abbreviation for one other thing, and it's nowhere near as nice. And I'm in
class right now, and you're laughing at the student that's taking notes. And
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Al.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think.
I forgive you.
Thank you. I think unironically, I think the most neutral speaker out of us here is Al. Because he does not sound like where he's from, for better or for worse.
That's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
Al does have a pretty East Coast friendly accent though. This is he does not sound too distinct from like my dad, for example, right?
It's true.
And my dad, for example, my dad has an accent, but he doesn't. He's lived away from where he grew up most of his life, right?
Mhm.
My dad's from Latrobe, Pennsylvania. There is it's an interesting microcosm because the Latrobe accent is actually extremely distinct in terms of Pennsylvania, right? That small town has a very distinct accented like form of English, which is because like the entire fucking community is Dutch.
Ugh,
right?
Not the
Like
Dutch.
yeah. Like Latrobe was like that area regionally has a lot of people of Dutch descent. So you have a lot of the sort of like trailing sounds that Dutch has transferred over to English, because Dutch is, what if you took English and German and then smashed them together really, really hard?
Yeah. Mine is like, I have a very typical Midwestern accent, but it's very much altered by my inflection and my intonation, which is which is very typically girl kisser.
Yeah.
it's
Girl kisser and truck driver.
Yeah, girl kisser and I mean, honestly, it could be the same thing depending on the day.
Yeah.
But it's, I kind of I have the equivalent of the gay male accent, but for women.
The one that I cannot to save my life to do, even though I try to, right? I try really hard sometimes.
Yeah,
to
you
do
sound
the gay lisp, but I can't do it. I
You
cannot
sound
do it.
like a freak when you try to do it.
I know. Inari thinks it's very funny.
Oh,
Inari
it
thinks it's
is
very
funny,
when I do it.
but it's
Right?
like, it's
Like,
funny in the
oh my
way
God,
that makes
girl.
me
like
feel like my face is going to like turn into a singularity, kind of funny. You know what I mean?
yeah. I'm actually a little worried that I sound homophobic when I try to do the gay accent.
You gotta do. I'm not gonna be rude.
I sound like I'm making
Pride Month?
fun of people, which I'm not trying to. I'm just bad at it.
I do that to my grandmother a lot because my grandmother's Georgian and she's got that really Warsh Drawers, you know, kind of shit. And I'll
Worse, yeah.
I'll talk to her like in a really exaggerated form of her accent and she fucking hates it.
Yeah. My like when my dad is being particularly obnoxious, as he often does, right? Because that's like his thing. He does the accent that I know he had as a child, right? Which is like every single word sounds like a question.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna go out to the stoop?
To the fucking stoop.
yeah. It's like this. Like, see, the problem is every accent that I do turns into Scottish.
That's true. Yeah.
God, I
Like,
wish I was
every
listening to
accent that I do
Malfina
just
right
turns
now.
into a Scottish accent. That's just like Scottish or like Cockney, right?
boy.
Those are like that's like my entire range. Right? It's like really hard for me to do that. Like, I can do some funny voices, right? Does Marge Simpson count as an accent?
Homie.
Oh,
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, there was a difference right there. There was a difference.
I mean, like, if I pitch it slightly differently, it's my time is money, friend.
Oh,
Right?
Okay,
hey, wait, that's pretty good.
That's pretty
No,
good.
You gotta be like way slower. You gotta, you gotta really drag it out. You know what I
You
mean?
sounded like
You have to sound like you're talking in like 100 ms. You know what I mean?
You gotta like kind of like bite the back of your throat, basically.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill you with hammers. I can't do it. I'm not. It's not me. But
Homie, did you forget to pay the taxes again? The problem is I talk too fast, right? Like my inclination is always to talk faster when I'm trying to do a voice, which isn't the best thing to do, right? But yeah, no, that's like the one voice I can do really well is the up-pitched, like horrible bird creature / goblin from World of Warcraft voice. Yeah,
Yep.
Time is money, friend.
Oh.
Glad I could help.
sound like
Right?
I'm tired. I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, I am tired, but it's not that. I just sort of sound like that. Like, It's just typical. I don't know.
Good old sleepy Noire falling asleep again.
I'm not falling asleep right now. Fuck you.
The main time you don't sound like you're tired is when you sound really angry.
Yeah. I just sound typically sleepy. I can't help it.
I mean, once in a while she sounds very excited. She does this cute little like wobbling thing when she's excited too. It's
Shut up.
That's crazy. Good to know. I'm noting it.
No, don't note that down.
No, write it down in your notebook.
If you guys want to hear the most like what I consider the prototypical like lesbian accent, go listen to Jodie Foster. She she has it perfect.
Yeah. No, that tracks. The voice I'm trying to learn how to do is Gilbert Gottfried, right?
Oh
Jesus
the late great Gilbert Gottfried. Like that dude was my hero. Okay, like you don't understand. I love Gilbert Gottfried.
He's something. Let me tell you.
And if I could figure it out.
Say what, Kara?
Your voice is like, I feel like probably the problem that you run into, Kara, is that your voice kind of like overpowers it. You have like a really distinctive voice, and your voice is like has a really nice tone to it. And this is the same problem that I have, except my voice is much higher pitched, right? Like I have a pretty
it just feels like you're stuck at that same.
You're stuck at that same like tone.
Yeah, when you get pretty deep into linguistics, like there's some people that do have like a general American accent, but there are certain words or ways that certain phrases that are enunciated that kind of, for someone who knows what they're doing, gives the game away for like linguistics experts. And I'm sure that if you were exposed to this, Kara, they would be able to figure you out within like 10 minutes. They would probably be able to tell, maybe not 10 minutes, but
I have a single word that gives mine away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
You've heard it a dozen times.
Yeah, say it.
Rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah. My dad also says rough, right? Yeah. It's rough and stoop, right? Are the two that give it away.
I say rough as well, like a little bit differently.
I no longer.
Are we talking about a roof?
Yeah.
Roof.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a Chicago way to say it.
That's a lot of people in Midwest say roof.
I've never heard anybody say it like that.
That's a very Midwestern.
I thought you were barking for a second. I was like, right.
Yeah, it's just how you say roof. It's how you say roof. Yeah.
You missed an opportunity to say something very flattering there, Noire. But
yeah, it's okay. I've already learned that. Like,
yeah, for you, Kara, I would bark anytime. Yeah, blah 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 blah.
The thing is, I already know it's never gonna work. I've just like resigned myself to this at this point. You know what I mean?
Just like Allie, like Allie.
You just gotta know when to you gotta cut your losses.
You gotta know when to throw in the towel, right?
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. If it ever came around, but I'm not gonna.
Comes around, I guess.
Yeah, the one that gives me away the most is whenever I say pop, like people immediately know I'm a Midwestern.
Yeah, that one got removed from my vocabulary a long time ago. I'm definitely.
You say soda like an East Coaster?
I'm mostly an East Coaster.
I love soda.
Your Midwest card is revoked.
Let's be real. The really depraved one is calling it all Coke. Right?
I've lived here longer than I lived in the Midwest, I think, at this point.
Soda? Yeah. Guys, you guys are freaks. Soda.
Soda is superior.
Cola?
Ain't nobody say soda.
Yeah, if I'm getting a Coca-Cola, I'm gonna say cola.
Getting a Coca-Cola.
Or importantly, an RC Cola.
Oh God. Oh, call Quinn.
Is she a super RC Cola appreciator?
Listen, guys, you know what you guys need? You need some Faygo. That's what she
sent me on a quest to find her cherry RC.
Yeah, you do. What, you don't like Faygo?
No.
You ain't like Red Pop?
I don't think Al drinks like any of these carbonated drinks.
I like root beer.
They got a root beer. They even have a diet root beer.
I've never seen nor heard of it until just now.
I'm bringing you a diet root beer.
Please,
when
please,
I come
Cece,
over.
have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Cece's like,
Bye.
Cece might actually be my oldest follower who's shown up in the last 6 months.
Nice. It's Werner's, Nagi. Did you not have any when I brought you some?
She did.
I brought you a whole.
Oh
did.
yeah,
pack.
yeah.
She
Cece's
agreed
That's
with you.
what.
Cece's
That's
September
what- no.
2023.
That's what fixed her. I'm telling you. That's what made her
Yeah,
better.
no.
the
That's what she
Werners.
says too. She says the Verner's actually fixed her. Right?
Yeah. See, it's true.
Yeah. Nagi was very sick while she was staying with me earlier this year, and Nor very kindly brought over a crate of ginger ale as a get well gift. So
Brought it from home just for her.
Yep.
It's beautiful. Everybody loves a good Werner's.
It is the best ginger ale.
You got
That
tummy
isn't,
ache,
like, really hard.
Werner's. You got a headache, Werner's. Dying of stage 4 cancer, Werner's. Fixes everything. I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Yeah. The thing
I'm sorry.
the thing that the word that gives me away, or it would if anybody knew that Latrobe had particular ways of pronouncing things, is
Yeah.
pretzel.
Pretzel.
Pretzel is the word that I'm trying to say, but if I do not focus very carefully on it, I say pretzel
Oh,
Pretzel?
okay.
instead.
Oh, that's funny.
Pretzel. Yeah.
Pretzel.
Which half of those letters are not in the word.
I was about to say, you sound like my ex-wife trying to say crispy strips, but she said like crispy strips or some shit.
Yeah.
I think the one I like the most is you know my friend Shy Minks. He's got the Alabama accent bad.
Oh yeah.
he's
Yep.
he's got
I recognize that one.
so bad.
I recognize Arkansas really easily too, because one of my best friends is from Arkansas.
Fake
so.
Midwesterners. Sorry.
I mean, Arkansas is just the South.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, if you don't have the northern cities valve shift, you're not a real Midwesterner.
But technically, I'm from the South. I'm in Miami.
Yeah, you are.
True, that is the South.
I also have to relay that Kara reminded me, just like I was thinking about like cultural specificity here, that of one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen in my goddamn life, which was the tweet. I was able to find the tweet, but it's responding to another tweet, so it doesn't work anymore. And the picture is of a big guy who has a beard with no mustache and a backwards baseball cap and a sports jersey and like 18 gold chains and a bunch of rings. And somebody described it as he looks like if Islam was invented in Cuba. And I think it applies equally to Miami. And
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Florida is just South Ohio.
I don't think so. I think Florida is a very distinct thing at this point.
Florida
Florida
is
does.
secretly the SCP, like labs.
Basically,
Florida
yeah.
has actually won the heart of the Republican Party over Texas.
Yes, actually, unironically.
Yeah.
And Florida
I have
is
to-
SCP 909 white people. It's where they're from.
Yeah, it's
Right?
true. It's true.
Dude, that fucking article is so funny.
It's
Like,
really. When you and Nagi gave me that to read, I was fucking dying. And not
It's-
skeletons, I know,
really
but
funny.
as a Michigander, I'm obligated to make fun of Ohio at like any possible moment.
So here's a question, right?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not a Michigoose?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm certain.
So you're a Michigander.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Michigan.
joke.
Can you like I thought my
My
accent was kind of
skeleton.
obvious.
That's not the joke he's making. He's making a different joke.
Oh, okay, I'm stupid. Never mind.
He said, "No, it makes sense."
That makes sense. What makes sense? Huh? Go
It
ahead.
does.
Tell me. What makes sense? Tell me. Use your words. Come on.
This is
Tee-hee. Don't you tee-hee me. I'm still mad about Toledo. I wasn't even
He's
there. And I'm
having a
still
great
mad
time.
about Toledo.
You know what you really need is an emote, Nor?
Huh?
Or a sticker or something? You need George Costanza with the baseball bat. Right?
That'd be
It's like
really
the perfect it's
funny.
like the perfect threatening pose, right?
Oh my god, that would be so fun. I'm writing that down actually. Thank you.
Do it.
I'm writing that yeah, that one's getting done somewhere.
Because Yeah, no, it's like so perfect, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest,
I love
my
these
inclination on emotes is just to like reference scenes from Seinfeld.
It's pretty good. That's a pretty good bit.
Like, it just feels like something completely outside of like the VTubing space, and having distinctive emotes is like hard.
I think
So-
that having your having the bird Kramering in
Yes,
is a good one.
I really want that actually.
I think that's good. I think that your bird Kramering in is a good idea.
Even though I'm Elaine, but
I really want to get like also one of those like those angry looking ones where it's like me screaming and it's like red and there's the action like spikes coming from the side and everything.
Yeah, I've got one of those I can show off.
Yeah.
Not for myself.
oh, I thought
but,
I thought
me.
you were talking about the comic I popularized on 4chan like years ago.
No.
Okay.
This one.
Not
that.
exactly. Not exactly. No.
The
hold on.
anger lines. The
Okay, I'm thinking.
Here.
Okay.
Who has one? I know somebody has one. I mean, I know Nagi has one, but
Yeah.
We're not gonna subscribe to Nagi in this
My
channel.
cat's just meowing.
Meow.
Fuck you
Zoomies.
mean you're not subscribed to Nagi? Shit, I'm not subscribed. Wait, when did my sub run out?
I'm gonna be honest. This is my favorite
Hold
anger.
up.
So
Yeah, it's like that except it's like red and it's got the
yeah, it's got the anger lines, the action lines pointing to it, right?
Yeah, I need to thank you for reminding me. I need to go resub.
Yeah. I know who has one. Kari has one that's like kind of like this, except it's like Kari activate rather than
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your $5 from Bezos. Nagi, enjoy. Assuming she's still in here.
Yeah. I actually really like your
Uber
emotes.
one.
I think you have a lot of really interesting ones. I love the grab one. The grab one is so
The grab one's so good.
I have 3 grab ones.
Yeah, it's just,
I mean,
yeah. The one that you just posted specifically is one of my favorites, right?
I wanna
the
get
freaky
some. Yeah.
Kara Yoink.
Freaky, yes.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
I think it uses the space really, really well. Being animated makes so much sense for this. It just works incredibly effectively, right?
Yeah.
I have fallen a little bit in love with this particular emote from Inari, right? I think it's like super cute.
Really good.
I was literally just the other day talking about my favorite emote from another streamer.
Yeah.
I like it so much that I literally went over to her channel, subbed midstream, and then
I gotta,
Oh, yeah, I know
I
which one
gotta
you're talking about.
DM
Yeah.
you something, Mikks. I found the person I absolutely want to do at least a few of my emotes.
Okay.
You'll see why pretty quickly when you look at media. You'll understand exactly why it's this person.
Right.
It's not just a stylistic thing, but also, yeah, you'll get it. You'll pick up on it.
Me and Allie have a Yuri emote.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Why don't you have a Yuri emote, Nora?
Yeah,
I'm
what the
jealous.
hell? Yeah, I'm jealous. What the fuck?
All right, we're gonna have to get one then.
This is
I-
gay derogatory.
I joined. Wait, what? On Pride Month?
Yeah,
Look,
crime is
one of my
legal. She can say whatever she wants.
yeah.
Oh, fuck, right. I joined one of my other friends and in like one of her like donathon things recently. Good old Addie, and there was a couple other women in there, and we just came up with this idea that at Offkai, which I'm not going to be there, we need to do this thing called soft
Gotcha.
launch lesbians.
Launch.
We're
Oh,
soft
yeah.
launching lesbians, and then
I-
hard launching happens in a different convention.
I am so I don't know why you had to bait me like this. Like it's just like I'm so sick of Yuri baiting, man. This is crazy. I'm gonna jump off a bridge.
What part is
Which
Yuri
one?
baiting?
You're baiting me.
It's when women aren't
Wait,
gay.
what am I doing?
Basically, it's when there are
Yeah,
women that
it's when
aren't
you-
gay.
No, it's when
Just
they
like-
when they pretend to do some gay shit and then they aren't. It's fucked
No,
up.
I'm
man.
just really good at doing gay shit and making you feel like I'm gay as a motherfucker,
yeah, but
and
you're
then telling
not.
you no, I'm not.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
this that's where it turns into bait.
Are you
To be
like?
fair, you are being specifically baited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Look, I do this to Allie all the time, and Allie, like me and Allie played because Allie, just genuinely, she's like my best friend, right? And it's just funny.
Yeah.
It's just funny to be like, oh my god, Kara, please, 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 and I'm like, oh my god,
Oh my god.
babe.
Jesus fucking
So we just call each
Christ.
other our like wives, and people genuinely have thought that we were like together, and we had to clarify, no, we're just joking. We just have these emotes and
Yeah.
flirt around
Okay.
for fun. For
Uh-huh.
she's
hold
seen
on.
my
See what I
tits.
mean?
She's
Hey,
seen a
wait.
lot.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What do you mean? What the fuck?
Can I? I'm sorry.
I think it depends on the situation. Yeah, I don't mind.
All right.
I've been to girl locker rooms before.
I'll write this down.
All right, hold on.
Irony points to yourself. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on.
Let me take
No,
my
I wasn't
headphones
saying
off.
anything important.
No, I'm needing all of you to shut up.
All right.
There you go.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It was redeemed.
Is it safe?
Damn it, she knows when I'm doing it. Yeah, you
Ew,
can come back.
yucky
You did specifically
man.
announce that you were about
Ew,
to.
gross.
I did pretty much
Ew,
announce it, but yeah,
man,
it's
ew,
important to give
ew.
the people what they pay for.
Yeah.
No, it is.
I just don't want to be an earshot of it.
Do you want to be caught in the blast radius?
What blast radius? More like fucking vom radius. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I can promise you, Noir.
Uh-huh.
If you manage to get me to play FF14 with you,
Uh-huh.
I will incorporate ASMR voice into callouts.
Why do you hate me? Why is everyone just so what first Kara baits me and then Al's mean to me. Everybody's just fucking Nagi makes me stare at my worst fears. Like, why is everyone just so like, am I mean to you guys? Like do I
You undersold your worst fears. Like $100, seriously. Come on, Noir.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Look, I'm fucking poor, okay? All right, look,
Fair.
I gotta do what I got. Also, I got 125, thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
Beggars can't be
You didn't
choosers,
ask
and
for
I am
it,
very
but-
poor.
But-
No. Look, I know it was cheap, but you know, when you I've never made more than $10,000 a year in my life, and I used to work full time, okay? I don't know what my value
Fair
is.
enough. Fair enough. Oh, classic VTuber statement. I don't know what my value is.
Yeah.
Classic statement.
So I just have to assume I have none.
Oh, shut up.
What? All I do is get baited and bullied. What the fuck am I supposed to feel like at this point?
A valued member of the
self-esteem is in
community.
No, my self-esteem is in the fucking gutter. Al, I'm sorry to question you on this, but why is this dude purple?
Because that is a lower layer for dark black skin.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
A later glazing of. For one thing, it doesn't look quite as purple in real life. There are some of the colors look a little bit weird on screen, but yeah, a later layer of a brown wash will make it look more like just a person who has dark skin.
I was just genuinely curious as to why this guy was a fucking eggplant.
Yeah.
I get it now. I'm following
I could also maybe use a little bit more red in it. Just pure red and blue will produce some pretty nice dark skin tones. But I haven't done it in a minute, so I don't think my balance is quite right. So
actually I can do crimes this month, remember? Yeah, I bet you do, Kara. You fucking you.
I know you're reading.
Yeah, I'm reading.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it makes it more fun.
Yeah, now you're baiting me in there.
You're in the Kara, you're in the room. She's paying attention to everything you do.
No.
Shut up! Don't tell her that. VTubers can't read. Believe it or not, I actually have incredible reading comprehension. I'm just fucking stupid.
Skeletons told me
It is true that
I can't
VTubers
yell
can't
at
read,
you Skeletons told me I can't yell at you in call, so I will do it here in DMs. What the fuck, Kara?
she's I'm telling you, man, this is it. This is everywhere I go. I get bullied.
Don't worry, I already told them about us
Yeah,
meeting in
that's why she came up.
Inari's chat.
Oh my god. See? When I'm gonna one of these days I'm gonna like graduate and say like I can't take it anymore, and I'm just gonna release the biggest Google Docie ever of every time someone was mean to me.
That is the most VTuber-y thing that you have ever done.
Yeah, see, that's
one time
the bit.
I asked them if they wanted to do something, they said you. And like,
dude, half of the entire document would just be Al.
me,
Yeah.
not Nagi,
He
not
said he
Nagi,
wouldn't
me.
play it.
Yeah,
said
she
he
gets
wouldn't play
away with it
14
because
with
she's
me.
cute.
Okay, this is
that is her tactic. Yeah,
I will
predation tactic.
request then that whenever in all of your citations about me, you have to append them with he did this while not being hot enough.
Denied.
That's crazy.
Sentence.
Alright, can't wait for the Google Docie.
The crime of ugly.
What, you think my lazy ass is gonna actually write that? I ain't got that kind of spite in my body. I'm like almost a normie. I'm not that like terminal. I don't do that shit.
I could do it.
I would just mail you a pipe bomb or something if I was that disgruntled.
Crazy.
Old Codger wasn't looks mad.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't belong. Exactly. Welcome in.
Well, I mean, again, I'm gay, so there's a barrier that can never be overcome.
I remember
here.
once I asked Noire if my hair looked alright, and she's like, I don't look at you. Like, you're a man.
That's really
No.
I just don't even see you.
No,
right?
I said I don't know. Men all look like blobs to me.
I don't know which one's
Like-
worse.
Yeah. I mean,
Would you
I'll take
rather me
blob,
lie?
honestly. Yeah. I'd rather you say, yeah, it looks fine, because I'm doing it as like an anxious habit.
I will
No, but
say,
seriously.
I will say,
I'm
Mix
sorry.
has
I'll remember
really
to be nice next time.
Mix has really nice hair. It's
I
like
do have really
fluffy.
nice hair, actually.
It's like fluffy. It's great.
I actually do have very nice hair. My mother is very jealous of it, and she has been for like basically since I was like 17.
You know who would have really nice hair if she took better care of it?
Is it Nagi?
Yeah, it's Nagi.
She has really nice hair, even though she doesn't take good.
I
enough
know.
care
It
of
just enrages me that she blow dries it, dude.
She
Like,
loves blow dryers, right? That's the truth, right? She just likes how they feel. That's why she uses them.
if I wasn't a cripple, I would have shaken her. I would have shaken her so hard that she would have gone back in time.
To be fair,
and
she's pretty
developed
tall, but you could
syndrome.
probably still just like pretty easily just pick her up.
Oh,
like-
absolutely. No, she's like what, 5'10" and like what, 130 pounds wet or something. I mean, I know she
Something
weighs
like
more than
that.
that, but no, I was able to successfully threaten throwing Nyano out the window. I'm pretty sure that.
Oh yeah, but Nyano's like a foot tall, so
Yeah, that's true.
he's not.
Well,
I know he's not here, so.
That's another one that's fun to bully.
And I
Yeah.
could have tried to throw Al out the window, but I think I would have sunk into the concaveness of his ass cheeks if I got behind him.
What
at
the
any point.
fuck?
You, honestly, the truth is, both yeah, no.
I'm so
both,
sorry.
Both Al and
It's all
Nyano
good.
kind of like Nyano has
Yeah.
the jet stream same ass, okay?
Yeah.
Like,
He stole mine.
you get, yeah, you guys unironically, right? No. Nyano like clearly doesn't lower body workouts as well. Like it's
Yeah.
very obvious, right? He's in good shape. But
I mean, I don't think she was actually 130. I think she was like 170 or so. I don't know exactly how much she weighed. That's just a guesstimation.
5'10"?
Oh yeah, she's decently tall.
This
Yeah,
fucking
Naga's pretty
sucks,
tall.
man.
Why does it suck?
'Cause
Kara's
I'm
short.
5'2".
You want to trade?
Yeah. For context, Nora is 6 feet tall. Nora's almost as tall as me, right?
Pain. I don't like
I'm
it.
5'2", 200 pounds, but it's all like
Whoa.
bottom heavy.
Whoa. Hold on. You busy this weekend?
So what was it about? Baiting?
All right, I'm dead. Look,
no.
I did say I would come back around eventually. All right, nobody said it had to be a long time.
Like I always say, right? Every short VTuber wants to be tall, and every tall VTuber wants to be short.
I just want a little bit more. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Because here's my problem.
halfway.
Every time I want to grab a mug for coffee,
Yes.
I have to climb the fucking counter.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a step stool. I don't grab a chair. I climb the counter because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
Look,
Yep. No, that's
look,
the classic.
we split. Okay, 5 inches both ways. All right.
No, it makes
Come
sense. Not, that's like
Where is the
5 inches. It's okay, but
What?
what?
never mind.
It's neck.
Sorry. Yeah.
Just all from the neck. Just.
Honestly, you could just kind of chop my feet off. I probably don't need those.
My mind's in the gutter. Don't worry.
What
It's okay.
part?
Well, that's good. You're already short.
Something didn't know you could reach the gutter. Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh my
sorry.
God, how's the weather down there?
So I'm lucky that I'm semi-tall for a guy, but I'm not like tall. So I don't really get a lot of wow, you're tall, right? Like
It's fucked
I'm
up.
like slightly above average. My brother gets a lot of wow, you're tall, right? But my brother is very tall.
Yeah,
right?
I met him before. The
Yeah,
first
yeah.
time I went to Mink's house, I knocked on the door, and I'm like, I was like, I'm here to see Michael, and fucking, he's
My
like,
brother. Yeah.
yeah. He's like,
Yeah, he's probably doing like 17 different kinds of math in his head before he even like responds to you because he was busy with something beforehand. That's how my
Yeah.
brother is, right?
And I was like,
Yeah.
I felt so bad because I like he stepped back, so I thought he was like, offering me to step inside or whatever, and I think he took offense to that. And I was like, oh,
it's more that nobody knew you were showing up except my dad. And my dad always says he'll tell people things, and then he just doesn't. Right? So nobody knew you were setting up. I am still so sorry for leaving you sitting up there.
Oh, it's
You came
not
to
a
get
big
me,
deal.
is what
I
he
was
did, right?
I was there for like a total of 20 seconds. It's not a big deal.
Yeah,
But it was
because I book
just
it when
like
I have like company, right?
I
just didn't know you
felt bad because I thought I like really upset him because
No.
I guess I don't know etiquette here or something. But
No, my brother is just like that. Al can also vouch. He's also met my
Oh, yeah.
brother.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
brother
Yeah.
is a man of few words.
yeah,
That's
that's the way of putting it. Yeah, no, it's kind of fucked up that you're like barely taller than me and you never get that, but I always get the wow, you're tall.
Oh my God.
I was very surprised to learn that like for women the barrier where you start getting like, oh my God, you're so tall is like 5'7".
Yeah, it's like 5'7", 5'8". It's
Yeah.
crazy.
It feels
People
like
must
such.
think I'm a fucking Amazon or some shit.
Yeah, they're
I
into
mean, you
it.
kind of are.
Some people would not complain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm a fucking bot.
Yeah, it's funny. It is very. That part's very funny.
Everybody, because for some reason, psychologically, when people see a person taller than them or like a generally tall person, they think of you. They're just for some reason they think of you as in like a position of authority or something. And I'm just like, nah, like I'm going to
That's the thing,
crumble.
people just associate being physically imposing with being like
Emotionally
sexually
dominant.
They
Yeah.
just do that. Emotionally and
Yeah.
sexually dominant. Yeah. And that's just not true. And you know what? At least, Noire, the Yuri manga agrees with you.
Yeah.
Right, it's not the really like racy stuff doesn't, because like whenever you get into like pornography and shit, it's always just like way more blatant and boring. But like a lot of the yuri romance manga is like tall girl who is actually very sweet and kind, and short girl who wants to kill everything in her path. That's like a pretty
Yippee.
common archetype.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
Like short girl who is the epitome of violence.
does
I dated women like that.
does Allie identify as a bottom?
Yes.
Okay, that is very funny because Allie is super fucking strong.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, currently,
Mhm.
the update is she just got on progesterone
Okay.
to
Good for
just
her.
basically like boost everything. And she's gotten significantly weaker in some parts,
Mhm.
more
Yeah,
than
the
she
grip.
was before.
The grip.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what it does.
Which is, but she's been going to the gym, so she's like trying to work out the glutes and stuff. And I'm like, shit, girl, what the fuck?
Emmerich, Yuri is made by women for women. I'm not kidding.
For the most part, yeah.
It's overwhelmingly read by women and made primarily for women.
Both boys
I
love
read
and
Yuri
girls
all
love
the
are
time.
primarily for female audiences, right?
Yeah.
That's the
I'm
actual
also a yaoi
demographic.
reader, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would make sense. That checks out.
I really wish more like boys love stuff was like good, but unfortunately
Yes.
a lot of it is just like deeply uncomfortable. And I don't
Yes.
necessarily just mean like the really rapey stereotypical stuff. I also mean like, listen, my culture is not a costume, right? Like sort of shit. It's very fetishy, right?
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is
yeah.
not really like what I'm like.
I got on this earlier on my stream. I was like, holy fuck, like I haven't read a good yaoi in like a hot minute, because boys love stuff is all uncomfortably non-consensual, and
A
then
lot of it.
forgives it and forgives it. Forgives
Or
it.
tragic.
Like,
That's the other one, right? I
This
quite
is-
liked
This
Hotaru
is
ga
such
Shinden Natsu,
fucking.
right?
This is such patriarchy bullshit. I hate it.
I was like,
It just,
every time I
but
would
it
try
actually
one,
is. Like a lot of it is like
It is,
really
yeah.
kind of gross, right?
every time I
Th-
tried a yaoi, I was like, oh yeah, maybe this is good. Something happens, like on like chapter 2, and then
Yeah.
and then I'm like, I don't. Okay, let's read chapter 3. Oh my god, I forgive you for everything that you did in one whole chapter that just fucked me up mentally. Like, why would I
This
read
is-
that?
And this is weirdly like more the shoujo demographic of like boys love, right?
Yes.
Like the
Yes.
older demographics of boy love tend to be like really slow paced stories about characters very gradually falling in love, right? They're romances. They're not racy at all, is the truth, right? Like, and I mean, one of my problems is I would really like artists who draw men looking like men. If we're gonna do boys love, right?
Mm.
And a lot of it is like very like, okay, this artist is used to drawing women, right? This artist is very used to drawing women.
Yeah.
And draws all the characters with very like, it's not even like actually drawing women, it's drawing like shoujo manga character women, right? Like big sparkly eyes and flowing locks and stuff like that.
That's
I'm like,
where
we
the
have to, like-
yaoi hands come from. They're
Yeah.
they're all copying Clamp.
yeah, actually. Like actually.
I know.
Um,
That's why I said it.
But like the things that I like the best in like, honestly, I tend to think that girls love tends to be just like narratively better.
Yes.
There tends to be a little bit more focus on character over scenario in girls love, right?
Mm.
A lot of yaoi feels like incredibly vocational. Right? It feels like character who is archetype and character who is archetype have forbidden romance that is very creepy. And that's like the point. That's like the main appeal. As opposed to the main appeal being like character who is person like this and character who is person like this have chemistry. Right? And share difficulties and stuff like that. You know, your Kasei-san type of stuff, right?
Kasei-san.
Kasei-san is extremely well written. I also like that the core thrust of the story is just about insecurities without it being like incredibly obnoxious about it. It still does the tropey stuff of like the number one girls love trope is I'm jealous that you have other friends, like possessiveness stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, at least this one actually like deals with this as like something that people have to learn to manage, right? Rather than just acting like it's an okay tragic thing, right?
Contextually, it can be kind of cute. It depends on how far it goes.
There's a difference between like petty jealousy and an entire overwrought story arc that lasts like 20 chapters about somebody being jealous that somebody else has a friend that isn't them because they feel like they're going to be abandoned if they have a friend who isn't them.
In defense, I would like to think, and I could be wrong, but I really do feel like a lot of yuri manga like writers are at least bisexual, if not lesbians themselves, because like regardless of anything else, that is like a very common, and I'm not saying this makes it right, but in lesbian relationships, this does happen with amazing frequency because our dating pool is so small. This is why you get like the U-Haul lesbian stereotype, because our dating pool is so small, and it is so difficult to not only find a partner but to basically make it stick because of a myriad of things, mostly relating to the fact that, again, we live in a male-dominated society, and it can make some things very, very difficult. One of the, earlier you talked about like fetishization, right? This is why I like yuri manga so much, because it doesn't typically cater so much to the male gaze, right? That's not its intention. But
I will say it does fetishize the innocence, though.
It does, absolutely. But
I find that a little bit problematic, actually, when we're talking about adults, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I won't fight you on that. But speaking to the relative to everything, right? Because a lot of, especially in the West, a lot of Western media, at least traditionally, it's becoming less so now. When lesbian relationships are introduced or hinted at in some way, it almost always immediately is under the guise of, or immediately becomes like tainted by like fetishization, because that's just
part of that. That is because for a very long time it has been the assumption of most mainstream media that the audience is male.
Yeah.
Just like by default, the audience is male unless otherwise indicated. And that's just no longer the assumption, because people have realized that actually, like, especially with like novels and literature, women read a lot more. Women go to more movies, and women read more novels, right?
I was going to talk about this on your stream earlier, actually, because I think this is kind of interesting. There's been a bit of a reckoning, and I was thinking about this earlier when I was doing the UNC quiz. That there's been a bit of a reckoning in media production where a lot of older media for women is not really made with the intent to sell to women, which would be, responsive to women's desires and like what they spend money on, but instead made from an almost instructional perspective of what the creators want women to like. And so this is why there's a very long, why like true crime takes over all the women's networks at a certain point, because up until that point, there was a condescension to it, right? There was a condescending unwillingness to just meet women where they are currently at, and instead to try to make the women, again, conform to the creator's ideas of what women should be. The creator's
ideas of what a woman should be. Yeah. Huge problem.
Yeah.
It's very. And I know, like, I'm a little out of them, and this is not me insulting straight women by any means, okay? Even though normally I would make a joke about that. But, like, when you are not attracted to men, right? Like at all, in any capacity as a woman, it kind of... It creates the ability to notice a lot of things that I think like male attracted women typically can't. This is like very difficult to explain. As to where like a lot of times, and I don't know if this is necessarily like a patriarchal thing, right? I assume it probably is, but a lot of times, kind of like, okay, perfect, you know, it's like my attitude, right? Like the way that I am as a person is like still obviously femme, but I'm not like, for the most part, I think men would find me to be rather crass and grating. Like if I were to be straight or something, I do not think my prospects would be very good because my personality is not typically attractive to like men.
Hell
right?
is my thing just making a ton of noise for no reason, or is my
I'm not hearing
thing just
anything.
going off?
Discord
Okay.
noise suppression is saving you.
Yeah, whatever it is we're not hearing it.
I think there's a Fugi bug. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, probably. But anyways, the reason I bring this up is because I feel like there's so much stuff like in media, especially that male attracted women will like either forgive or miss just simply because it's like the norm. You know what I mean? Like I know I'm kind of just like circling around on this tirade from earlier, but I do think this is I'm so bad at explaining myself when I start like.
Do you have an example?
Yeah. One thing that I see a lot that really bothers me, right? Okay. I think when you get in, like you're watching a movie, like your typical like a woman gets treated like in a objectifying manner, or in a like a lesser way that like sort of indicates that like, hey, women or this woman in particular are just like not important, etc., relative to whatever male character. I think like the old James Bond movies do this a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you starting to follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because
sorry.
I was.
I'm sorry. I'm so bad at explaining myself.
Can I ask you a question?
You may.
So this is from the perspective of a guy who is not particularly attracted to women, right? Who finds masculinity much more appealing, right? Do you think the inverse happens? Because I have seen it happen, right?
Oh yeah, the inverse 1,000,000% happens.
This for example, Chris Evans takes off his shirt in a movie. Right?
Oh,
you think that's for me? You think that's for you? No, that's for straight women.
Yeah.
Well, and even then, that's often not.
But
sometimes it's not. Yes, but
well, no.
I will say this example in particular definitely is.
Well, okay. I have an interesting example that I'm going to be citing Dan Olson from rather than my own experiences, but I want Noire to continue.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Anyways, I obviously yes, it's for straight women, but my point is that I don't think it's something that we societally should be like on board with anyways, because I don't think it's morally or ethically like acceptable to view another person in an objectifying manner. Regardless. However, it is significantly more egregious when it's done to women because of women's place in society, kind of broadly. And I think that a lot of straight women or male attracted women are much more forgiving of these things, just strictly due to their their relation to it, or like their understanding of like the implications of their place in society, in the patriarchal society that we live in, makes them think that, oh well, this is just acceptable male behavior or whatever, right? Like if James Bond blasts a guy and then swirls a woman around and kisses her, they're like, oh okay, no, that's just normal, right? Like women are just there to be grabbed or to be utilized in whatever manner like a man wants, and I do not see this as much in lesbian communities. Like I don't see them as thinking of this behavior as particularly acceptable. That's kind of the point I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of wish that there was some way that like we could like overcome this to where women could understand exactly how like egregious this sort of behavior is, instead of continuing to allow it or to even indulge in it, in the sense of, you know, a person that they find attractive takes their shirt off in a movie or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, this was a lot of where second wave feminism really was, right?
Yeah.
As a movement, this was like a huge percentage of what the work was in second wave feminism, and why, despite many of the weaknesses of second wave feminism, I still have quite a bit of enthusiasm for it, and even though there's quite a lot of it I think is garbage, but there's a lot of it I think it raises some really good and useful points.
I feel like there's a lot of fallacious logic getting to those points, because they can't quite, like, second wave feminism doesn't quite do a good job of articulating why this is a problem, just that it is a problem.
Yeah, I think that's quite fair. And and also, I mean, like, the second wave feminists often disagreed with each other extremely strongly, but because they perceive themselves, I think, somewhat accurately as trailblazers in some pretty important topics, they tamped down on the strength and nature of that disagreement, and that caused confused messaging where people who really disagreed with each other quite strongly would behave as if they were on the same side. Yeah, they were in lockstep, when that just was not what was actually happening. Anyway. More to the point. The point I was going to raise, which I think is really interesting. This is from Dan Olson. From his series of reviews of the 50 Shades movies.
Oh God! Speaking of awful representations of women.
Yeah, awful representations of BDSM in particular, and a lot of things. But it's what he raises as a really interesting point is that in the first film, hello Tech Brista, in the first film, there appears the way that the directors frame Jamie Dornan frames him as sexually desirable. This is a movie about a straight couple. I'm getting to it, Emmerich draws. You'll hear a better recapitulation of it in a moment. That they have some scenes with Jamie Dornan portrayed in ways that make him masculinely sexually appealing to a straight woman, because the directors are straight women. And they portray him as a man who is coming to fuck you, to use Dan Olson's words. And then in the later movies, bear with me, Noire. In the later movies, the equivalent scenes of that are him just like working out.
Yeah.
Which isn't a scene for the titillation of a feminine audience. Those are scenes for the comfort of a masculine audience.
Yes.
And a lot of this comes, this happens all the time. This is very, very frequent. And a lot of this comes from men are so, to kind of be a little bit contrary to what you were saying, Noire, but I hope you'll bear with me on this point. Humans, objectification is an inevitable element of how grammar works. There are subjects and objects in a sentence. Yeah. There are subjects and objects in a sentence. There are subjects and objects in a conversation. I am the subject of this sentence. The sentence itself is an object. If I am describing you to another person, Noire, even in a positive light, I am objectifying you. You are the object of the sentence and the object of the conversation rather than the subject necessarily of that. No, you're good, Noire. You're good, Noire. But the objectives are something that you just kind of have to deal with. And it's a question of doing it ethically and of treating it well. And men are so used to the idea that masculinity is about being an agent and about being the subject of everything that is happening, that men are often so uncomfortable with this very basic fact that somebody is going to treat you as an object at some point. If you are working in a store, the customer's relationship with you is just that you're the person who provides a service, right? Or provides the goods.
Yes.
Like you're
providing
being
a service is not being a subject. It is being an object.
Yeah, you are being objectified and you are being instrumentalized even more so. And this is something that that doesn't give people license to treat you badly, but it is something that's worth, but men are so often so uncomfortable with even this level. Because again, they're so used and they're so propagandized to believe that they are only ever subjects, only ever actives, is to feel intense discomfort about even being sexually attractive to straight women.
Yes. This is kind of what I was trying to get at with my own point. If that's okay for me to say.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut in or cut you off because
no, that was the big point. It's like this reflects a masculine psychological weakness, and it is interesting, right? That it's that men often fail to understand what women find attractive because they don't want to look at it.
I also feel that I honestly think that in general, I don't mean to overgeneralize your point, so we'll get back to the specifically gendered point here. I think people in general struggle to understand what other people, especially people that they are attracted to, find attractive.
Yes.
I think people struggle to understand what people who are not them find attractive in a very direct sense, right?
I must interrupt you.
It's Ginger.
Yeah, because Gingy rated. Welcome in, Gingy. I knew that was coming. Welcome in, Inari. Welcome in, Inari. That's why I was being a little bit of a stall there. Welcome in, Gingy. Welcome in, Inari. How was the models? How was the Gundam?
How'd the bear guy go?
For my folks, you should all be following Gingy and Inari. They are lovely content creators. They're some of the greats. They're some of the kings. For the Raiders, though, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, and today I am painting models, and I am joined today by my friends Karatsun.
Who is falling asleep a little.
Yeah, she's falling asleep and she's going to leave in a moment. And Mix.
Hi, I'm Mix. That's me.
And Noire.
Hi, I'm sad.
And we are talking about gender and attractiveness in mass media.
I'm sitting here talking about how I hate women being objectified, and they're like, being objectified is normal, actually, and I love staring at men's abs for hours.
No, that's me. I want to know. That's me. I'm saying this. And I will have you know. It's shoulders and beards. Okay. I will have you know.
Whatever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
But I really feel like, and I obviously I let you make some. No, I don't make fun of you for your preferences.
We're being homophobic here for pride.
Yeah. No. I was just like, and obviously I understand your point, right? Like I'm not disputing the meaning of the word, right? But I feel like we really trailed off of the essence of my argument.
Oh yeah, sorry. I got into the pedantry. I got into the pedantics.
No, you're okay, but I was like you're really talking about like semantics here, and that's not my point, because I know that you understand what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So I was very confused when you trailed off.
I'm sorry. I was being quite pedantic. By
one of your favorite subjects, right, Al?
Being
Like, this is the
pedantic?
thing
Yeah.
that you really like talking about.
I think you meant being pedantic. I was like, yeah, that's true.
No.
But,
No.
Yeah.
I mean, that's both of us. No, but Al really likes the subject of the cognitive grammar of object and subject, especially regarding to masculinity, because it's very important to the theory of masculinity, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
he
If
loves
you
staring at
already
abs
talked
all
about it.
day. He's like, oh man, that guy was working out.
No,
Fuck,
I
wish that was me."
fucking I actually fucking hate it because it makes me feel horrible about myself. It makes me feel horrible about
Yeah.
my body. That's why I
Fuck,
hate doing it.
Al, you look fine. What are you on about? I mean, you look like every other man.
Yeah, just look like an indistinct blob.
Like every
Yeah.
every other blob.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
just one big gray blob. I don't see the problem. You're like that
See,
episode of
what
the
I'm getting
Fairly
here
Odd
is that
Parents,
blobs
but they
are
only did it to
that
men.
slimes from Dragon Age are
Yeah.
Dragon Quest are male coded. Just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
inherent.
yeah. True. You're so real for that.
But yeah. No. I actually don't fundamentally disagree with your point. I was just being pedantic about because I think that there is like an interesting part here about like a lot of the ways that the portrayal works doesn't work for that purpose, right? That it doesn't actually. What I guess I'm saying is that the society is misogynistic enough that a lot of straight women's needs are also not being met anyway. It's really kind of where I was.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, and that's why I was like, I feel like, and I mean that ultimately, we need to stop being our own oppressors. Like
That's fair.
women
Yeah.
broadly is kind of the point that I was ultimately getting to.
Yeah.
I have
Internalized
certain
oppression
thoughts.
is a term.
Yeah, internalized oppression is the killer. It's like one of the most like externalized oppression matters as well, right?
Yeah.
Like being oppressed matters. This is a tangible thing, but it's also ultimately easier to fight than that internal feeling, right? I have like some thoughts, but they might be better saved for like a different conversation, Noire.
Yeah.
Because
I think Noira's a little bit annoyed about her point kind of being blazed past, which is fair.
Yeah. I'm really trying.
It's okay. I'm used to in this male-dominated society having my voice drowned out by straight white men. So
I mean,
you know.
Hey, I'm not straight.
Whatever. And gay white men. Sorry.
Yeah, just men. No, it's mostly like I'm thinking about this from like the perspective of a gay man, right? And like I'm trying to like because I do agree with you actually, especially with like the James Bond example, right? James Bond is a great example.
The most like prescient one I could think of in the moment.
It's a very fair one. It's a very fair one.
I always think of like the character of those movies as fundamentally misogynistic. Is like the thing, right? That's what I'm having trouble getting away from. Here it's like, well, yeah, it's James Bond. Of course it's like that. Right? I guess that's like part of your point, actually.
Yeah.
And it's like it's hard for me to feel a lot of the times like okay, so I have some very strong objections to a lot of different stuff in fiction, right? And I am very regularly told to I'm not here to whine, but I'm very regularly told, shut up, people like it, stop complaining that they like it. And I wonder sometimes if, like, it's not the same sort of situation. Where, like, I'm perceiving something about the way characters are objectified or presented that other people aren't perceiving. And I wonder if that's at all to do with the same sort of thing that you're talking about here, right? Because of my own experiences and philosophies and feelings about these stuff, like particularly violence. That's a big one for me, right?
Yeah.
Being a pacifist has me perceive violent scenes in media differently than a lot of other people do. And a lot of that is like lived experience and stuff. This may be like beside the point. I'm not sure, right? I'm trying to engage, but I don't know if I'm doing a good job.
You're following in a way that I'm picking up on. Lesbians are You're lucky I like you so much, Nagi. Holy shit. She's trying to rage bait me and she's not even here.
I mean, that's just what she does.
She hates me, dude. This is what I'm saying. I am so fucking mistreated, dude.
But like, okay. Here's what I would actually like to ask, if that's okay.
No.
I mean,
okay.
we can't stop you until after you ask. Yeah.
Yeah, using James Bond as the springboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question here is how to recognize when this isn't a property of a piece of media that has a particular narrative connotation or tone to it, right? That has a target audience that it is pandering to, without just going into this idea that everything must be universal, right? Everything must be like because at some level, like James Bond is a massive capitalist, profit-driven franchise.
Yeah, I mean,
right? And
the purpose of James Bond is to sell watches to your dad. Like that's what it's actually there for.
Exactly.
It is all the spy stuff is there to do product placement.
Pretty much. And so like I really don't like trying to like say, well, it's all about capitalism, therefore your point is not valid, because I don't think that at all. Right? I think your point is very valid. My question is, how do I like what do you think is the way that I go about disentangling my more holistic overall concerns with the nature of society as a whole, as it affects like everybody in it, from like the specific subject-driven issue that should be pursued? Because I believe in pursuing subject-driven, like there's a problem with the way women are portrayed in media being very objectifying, and the way women are treated in society being very objectifying. Less so as we go on. We're getting better. We're not good enough yet. So like, what do you think is the way to argue this point without turning it into a more universal criticism? Because that's my weakness as a critic, as a writer, as a thinker, is that I want to turn everything into a holistic and all parts are included sort of
you've got the Twitter the Twitter thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have a good answer for this, because the reality of the situation is that when it comes to at least with this issue specifically, like, okay, objectification of women. Okay, good night, Kara.
Have a good night,
Good night,
Kara.
Kara.
Good
Sleep
night.
well.
I'll torture you next time. Bye bye.
Bye.
Shout out to her.
Yeah.
You want me to do it, Al?
I've already done.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. But I think it's one of those things where it's so these things are so intertwined, right? Like they're I feel like one simply cannot exist without the other, at least in terms of modern society, in the sense of like the spillover between media and real life, right? And you could say that one influences the other more, or that they're both equally as problematic or whatever, but like I don't think there's any good way to make it like not an argument about like a universal issue, right? It's just, I understand that you're like, no, we want to, like we shouldn't stop making media that caters or panders to like what men want to see or whatever, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding what you were saying.
You're slightly misunderstanding me. Only very slightly, though, right? I am saying there is an element of there, because I am a man and I like masculine things. I am attracted to masculinity. I find masculinity appealing, right? I also, however, find James Bond extremely gross.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, what part of masculinity includes treating women like objects, though, like
yes. Now I find this an acceptable character flaw for a character to have, because it's a thing that real people do. So of course it must be an acceptable character flaw, right?
But it's celebrated is the problem.
Yes. And so the way I think about this, right, is like the thing I'm worried about doing, right, is turning it into an issue about men. When what the actual issue is not like about, even like, it's not either about like, well, what can men do or blah, 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 right? Like, it's not what can men do. It's not what can, well, what about the men? Well, what about men, right? Because I kind of did that already, right? I was like asking that because I was trying to get I asked about like the objectification of men in media, right? Because I was trying to understand whether or not that was like an issue that mattered, right? And like specifically, like aside from allowing female voices to lead the conversation, which is very important in my opinion, right? And I say allowing, which sounds fucking patronizing of itself, but you know, it's just
we're rolling with it.
Yeah. Not getting in the way might be a better way to put it, right? Aside from that, aside from not being like somebody who gets in the way, like my natural inclination is like obviously to be supportive, but also to be like, yeah, and this is bad for men too. Because that's my understanding of feminism. It's that one of the reasons why it's very important is that it also hurts men. It hurts both women and men when like feminist ideals are not like women are not treated like people.
Yes.
Women and men not being treated as like equals is like really damaging to men as well. Like it's damaging to women from the perspective of like objectification, from the perspective of limitation in society, but it's damaging to men in terms of like actually reaching their fucking potential. Right?
Correct.
Like
No,
a man who spends their
1,000,000%.
time being a misogynist and who doesn't listen to women and who doesn't value women as people, as equal agents, is losing out on so much companionship and so much important like social interaction
And
could make their life much better.
I'm going to make a weirdly spiritual argument here, which is that I think it is corrosive and corrupting to a person to to dehumanize others like that. I think that it is that I don't think you can, like, just to be very clean about it, right? You cannot love a person whom you do not respect. And I think it is normal and reasonable for a person of any gender to want to fall in love. And if you are a straight man and you walk through life tacitly, usually people are not super explicit about it, but tacitly believing that a woman's contributions are less valuable than a man's just by dint of gender performance, how are you going to achieve your objective? You are going to only ever have corrosive half relationships.
Yeah, this is you know, you ever hear the it drives me crazy, especially when I hear like people of Gen X and older, when I hear like something about like even if they're just joking, like my fucking wife or the old ball and chain or some shit like this, and I'm like you're talking about your wife like that, like the person that you decided to spend the rest of your fucking life with? Do you actually even fucking like her, you sick bastard? Like how can you talk about a person that you exchanged like forever wedding vows with in this manner? It's absolutely fucking disgusting in my opinion. Like it actually makes me feel physically fucking ill when I see this kind of treatment occur. I don't think it's acceptable, and I think it's crazy to me that this is just normal. Like this happens all the time in media too, where you see this sort of like men have this sort of behavior about their wives, as if they're just like a fucking burden that they've been forced into for some reason.
I think the way relationships are generally portrayed in a lot of media is bad.
Yeah.
Because I totally agree with you, right? I want to be clear. This is like a big problem. I personally find my bitch wife jokes pretty funny because they're so fucking ironic at this point that I cannot take them seriously, right?
Yeah.
Especially because half the people who make them are women.
Yeah,
right?
but then, see, that's different though. It's coded in a level of irony at that point. You know what I mean?
But the other, so the counterpoint here, right? Not really a counterpoint, but the complementary point from like the perspective of men's issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is advertising of household products and household goods. Where a lot of the ways like kitchen goods are advertised, or it's less so now, but it was really bad for a while, is like, is your husband a stupid bumbling fucking oaf who can't do anything right? You need this product to stop him from destroying everything that you love, right? That was like a relatively common thing for quite a few years. Basically, once women could start buying stuff for themselves, like,
And
like
no,
what?
this is absolutely a thing. Obviously, I won't contest you on this.
And I'm not saying this to contradict your point. What I'm saying is that I think that this extends, right? This extends from this problem that you are highlighting, right? Into
I 1,000,000%.
negatively impacting how relationships in general are portrayed in fiction.
I do want to note though, and the reason I always speak this from the woman's side is because obviously I am, but also there's this other underlying thing where women can only sometimes indulge in these things, and it always has to be in private, because as I'm sure you're very blatantly aware, domestic abuse numbers are very heavily skewed one way over the other.
Oh yeah, no,
and it does not look good for the guys.
Yes.
Like, and so like even if women were,
there's like sociological reasons for this, right? There aren't really valid psychological reasons for this, but there are sociological reasons for this, or reasoning that there's statistics that can be analyzed and you can draw data from, is what I really mean to say, right?
What is Nagi fucking shooing at me for, or people for? Is she trying to beat me? Is that what's going on?
No, she's bidding in place because she has contributions that she wants to make, but for some reason has not joined the voice chat yet.
Oh, fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe she was, I just assumed she didn't feel like it.
I thought
also,
she was
hold
trying
on.
to abuse me.
I missed a follow, LadyFiend19. Interesting name. Thank you for the follow. Also, I didn't say hello to Omar or Coolio No, or Phantom Ash, or Archibald. Apologies to all of you. Oh, and Almighty Bracket. I missed quite a few people. I'm being a bad streamer here.
You're the best streamer I know, Al. Come
on. Doesn't mean I don't have bad moments. Anyway.
One of the things I wanted to actually give Al a little bit of pushback on, if that's okay,
sure,
right?
Of course.
I don't actually think that's a very spiritual take that you have made.
Fair enough.
I think that it's actually a very cognitive take, right? You used words like corruptive, which is probably why you associated it with spirituality, right? But the thing is, right, the big truth about this is that, I say the truth, it's not really a truth, but one of the things that needs to be recognized about this statement is that when you think a certain way and you act a certain way, it in fact does affect how you think in the future. Right? Patterns of behavior emerge and kind of like etch themselves onto how you think. It's very easy to keep up a bad habit cognitively when you've already started developing it.
I will say the reason why I said spiritual was because I wanted to sidestep. This is me having this kind of tells you the type of person I have argued with over the years. I wanted to sidestep any neuroscientific related arguments, and I also wanted to give the listeners the permission to call upon pre-formal scientific psychology resources.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and meanwhile, I'm just over here like, oh yeah, but pre-formal scientific psychology.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like old philosophy.
Yeah. No.
Cheeseburger. That's my call for. I feel like my lack of education is underserving me here.
you do not have. We're just using terms, Nor. Like these.
No. I know. I'm being goofy. Yeah. It's a bit.
Also, Nagi's right. The yellow does look really nice.
It's nice. It's a good color.
I'm actually explaining. Okay, yeah. So I guess I'll say what I just literally typed out to Nagi. Yeah, Mr. Vinny V taught me a pretty good trick for yellow, because people have been talking about how evil yellow is, which is that yellow has very bad coverage, so putting an underlayer of an orangish color and then putting the yellow over that gives you a much better, it gives you a much more saturated yellow, which is kind of what I'm going for, because this is based on weld yellow. And the other part is that I was not planning on doing all 100 Romans in the same uniform color, because, oh my god, that's so fucking many. So I was going to do them in a bunch of different. What's the actual yellow cheat code? Because the other thing the other cheat code that I got from him was to mix purple and yellow for your shader. To create like a
cheat
purple
code
it's got like a weird, gross puce color that works a good shade.
Puce.
Yeah, they underpaint the shadows in pink or
Yeah.
purple. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you just rub Nagi against it till it turns yellow.
That also works.
But yes, she's in bed already. That's why she doesn't want. I figured she had a reason for not wanting to
Yeah,
join
she
in.
hates me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One sec.
Nagi,
One
did
sec. I'll
you?
be right back. One
Nagi,
sec.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to like. Here, I'll just ask her directly. Never mind.
But yeah, it's that's the reason why I use that terminology of spiritual, is again to kind of give people a permit. Also, hold on. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Employed Void. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you.
Nice
Thank you very
name.
much. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it, Nagi. Don't worry about Nagi. Do what thou wilt. Do what thou wilt. Do what thou wilt.
Don't give her that permission. She'll destroy the world.
Well, then do what you can.
Fair enough.
Destroying the Earth's pretty hard. But I admittedly, like, my own perspective on a lot of this comes kind of downstream of the fact that I don't really get an escape, right? I am not outside of this problem, and so from being inside of it, right?
Right.
Pessimism what from the inside is not critique anymore, it is permission. And so
That's
I
fair.
am casting about for pathways forward and for causes for optimism, because again, the way that so I will use a very fun word here. This very recent. This is not this is not a term I learned in academia. It's a term that I don't think existed when I was in academia, but we would have fucking loved it. Heteropessimism.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yes.
Heteropessimism is I'm not contesting anything that you are saying, Noire. I am just kind of, there's a reason why I have a different
got back.
a different emotional register. I'm sorry. There's a reason why I have a bit of a different emotional register than you from a lot of what you've been discussing, rather than like so much an actual like factual disagreement. Just a different emotional register is that I am on the inside of masculinity, and inside of masculinity, from the inside, when you being pessimistic about male capacity and male ability is permission for bad behavior. And I was going to bring up heteropessimism, which is a fancy word for a trend in popular reporting of straight women just writing these absolutely bemoaning articles about men and how they never want to deal with men ever again, and so on. And the way that hit men who read those articles, because these were published in the New York Times and the Atlantic, the way that hit men was, and therefore there's no purpose in me trying to improve on in terms of emotional intelligence or treating people well. The only spaces for improvement for me are musculature and income. It was permission to just do the worst forms of toxic masculinity. And so I wind up with a slightly different emotional register when I'm thinking about masculine bad behavior, where to me, I try to think about it as again, I don't like to think about it as individual choices just because I'm so sociology brained. I don't like to think about it as like, oh, these individuals made bad choices.
It's fair to say, I think, that it's a string of individuals making bad choices.
Well, I want to look for a structural issue. I want to look for a
know?
structural issue, and I want to look for ways in which I want to look for weaknesses in that structural issue.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I want for ways to improve. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Can I put my homosexual tinfoil hat on for a minute before I go to bed here? Like just rip some crazy shit for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so this is kind of piggybacking off what you said. Like, I feel like, I'll, converse to or in the same way that I mentioned, like, I hate how men, like in a lot of media and stuff do this, like, I hate my bitch wife thing. Like, I have never seen, as much as I joke about being misandrous, right? Like, I'll do a bit. I have never seen someone like hate men more than straight women. I don't understand why this is. Like, what is going on that makes them just like just treat men so fucking vilely in like so many contexts, like worse than I could ever imagine doing. Like, I'll make a joke about it, sure, but like I feel a lot like straight women just fucking hate men back too.
There's a lot of interesting things going on here. Actually, this is actually a really interesting topic.
How are we supposed to to reconcile and overcome this? Is it like a purely societal thing? I feel like it has to be at least somewhat sociological, because it makes sense.
It's not only is it sociological, it's actually something that we can trace happening differently in different countries. And it doesn't even require that huge of a difference. Like, it is different in the UK than in the US.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
It is so like actually fucking psychotic to me that like straight relationships have this this massive issue where both sides seem to just broadly fucking hate each other. So like, how do we even get along with this being the quote unquote normal mode of like relationships and like societal, like,
I mean,
like,
yeah, it's
like,
it's if I go back to academia, this is definitely the topic I'm the most interested in, which is if there's anything you can accuse society of in general and the past, you cannot say that they failed to get straight people to fuck each other enough to produce the next generation of people, which they appear to be struggling to do right now.
It's so, it's like I said, it's just nutty to me that like, and obviously this isn't like universal in every like culture.
No, it's very culture specific. It's actually really interesting.
Very what we would consider Western culture, quote unquote, seems to be the ones that struggle with this the most.
No,
from what I've seen. Oh well, you know more than me, so
it's the Koreans.
Is it the Korean? Okay,
Korea's gone fucking insane. Korea has gone fucking. They're going into like full on gender jihad. They are going in like. They've got like just the masculine orientate, like just like straight male Taliban for the concept of straight male. It is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like,
I've heard about the shit, but if I may reiterate, obviously this is not like I'm painting with the most broad possible fucking brush pot, that I can, because as I'm quite sure you're aware. These birth rate issues do not seem to, and again, I could be wrong, exist broadly as poorly in a lot of places that are deemed third world. I'm sure there's like a myriad of reasons for this, but
so I will tell you as a person who actually finds this super interesting. You are hitting on a lot of sociology topics that I really love. The question of like the declining birth rate across the globe. So there's a couple things that get really interesting about this. The first is that there are plenty of countries, like in some places it's happening really fast. It is a functionally global phenomenon. There are, the last time I checked the tables, there were 3 countries that did not have a decline on birth rate over the last 70 years, and all of them were in Central Africa. And one of the ones I saw interesting that was really striking was that all of Latin America has fallen below the United States.
That's crazy to me.
Like all and it's like really rapid. It's like it's like halved in 10 years. It's super fast.
Super terrifying because this is how we replace our population.
Yeah, for America, like we need those people
from South America.
Yeah,
this is our solution to lowering birth rates is immigration.
I will be honest. This is my biggest thing. And this is me actually pushing back on a couple of people in chat. I have not been satisfied with any explanation I've seen. There's a lot of explanations that people have proffered and suggested, and I am deeply unsatisfied with every single one that I have seen. The only ones I'm not unsatisfied yet with are ones that I haven't seen significant testing on, and I am personally extremely intrigued by the possibility that it's literally atmospheric carbon.
Not lead poisoning?
I mean, the thing is, like lead poisoning, then we'd have a different shape to it because lead poisoning has been decreasing.
Well, I don't know. I sure do see lead poisoning affecting a lot of my life.
I'm just saying that like
I'm doing a bit here.
Yeah, okay, fair. I'm getting one guide because I'm the streamer. Microplastics is a maybe. Microplastics is really interesting because the big microplastics study was like men's balls are 40% microplastics, and it turns out that it's they had a huge problem with the laboratory contamination because the gloves they were using were contributing microplastics to their sample assays. I mean, things like Goroth, this includes non-capitalistic countries. That's the thing, is like it doesn't correlate with that. Religion is one of the ones that comes up all the goddamn time, and there are societies that have become more religious in the last couple of decades.
Can I mention something?
Yeah,
because it's like gnawing at my brain, and I'm going to scream if I do not mention it. Right? There does not have to be an external explanation for this.
True.
There does not.
It could just be happening.
There can be external influences, but the actual thing could be. When I say it could just be, I do not mean it could just be happening. I mean many different people, because Al does not like individual explanations, so I've been holding my tongue.
Yeah, fair enough.
But many different individuals could be coming to the same conclusion, which is fuck this, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, different people are cognitively coming to that conclusion across different societies that have different social organizations, right? And that's one of those reasons why I don't like a lot of the mechanical explanations. I will be honest, I am the real reason why I'm avoiding a like individual choice explanation is that to me that is an explanation of elimination. I don't know if people are familiar with this concept, but if you have a patient who is presenting symptoms, a diagnosis by elimination means that the only way you can figure out that that's actually the best explanation is by eliminating everything else. It is possible. It is not eliminated. It might be the hardest one to eliminate. That's why I am hesitant on it, because I don't want to go to the one of, to me, that's what I'm getting at, is that is the one of last resort. That's the explanation of last resort.
I think.
Raid. Hello, Aslyria. Hello, Kai Dessa. Hello. For the Raiders, do you want to handle a shout out? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. Hello, Kai Dessa. Hello, Meandris. Kerbals, I love Kerbals. I love Kerbal Space Program. Hello, Cat the Capped. I have not been told that because I haven't played over. I don't know that one. The actual.
You know the werewolf from Blaze Blue?
Kind of.
Oh my god, I forgot about that guy.
The old butler guy with the silver beard.
Okay, yeah.
Same character.
Oh,
Same
okay.
character.
I thought for a second I thought you meant for a second I thought you meant Talkaka. I was like,
no, I meant Falcon. Right.
But my actual model inspiration was what I told the artist was Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out.
Knives Out.
Which I've always liked. But yes. You have come in at a moment when we are having a fairly hot conversation, I would say. I would say this is about as heated as we get between the three of us.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Nor and I will yell at each other about other things, but those things don't matter.
I don't yell. I'm pretty.
We have yelled
nice.
we have yelled at each other about video games before.
Yeah.
I'm not yelled. You're overselling it.
But it's funnier if I say we yell at each other.
All right, I guess that's
Go
fair,
with
yeah.
the bed, hon.
All right, yeah, no, you're right.
Like
yes,
because it's so uncharacteristic of both of us.
Yeah, but I am painting a little Roman model, and we are discussing the favorite chud topic, and we all hate chuds here. This is a no chud zone, but we are discussing a favorite chud topic of what's the deal with declining birth rates. And why have we created a world where the straights ain't fucking no more?
And so what we were talking about immediately before y'all came in was, so for context, Al here is a sociologist. I am a psychologist.
Yep.
Right?
And Noire is a lesbian.
A cognitive linguist. I'm a cognitive scientist.
That's my only qualification.
Is your career?
It's the most important qualification for this conversation, though.
True. I mean, the real thing is here, right? It's just because the straights hate each other. Like that. This is the obvious answer.
That's an explanation that I don't hate, but I do. Okay, so that said, this is actually, there's a reason why I don't hate this as an explanation. Hello, Risco Plexo. And that's that one of the interventions, one of the social interventions that does have an effect when controlling for other variables is share of housework done by men. Larger share of housework done by men, higher birth rate.
Oh no, here she fucking comes.
Okay, the cat. Thank you for the follow.
Essentialism.
But before I go, because I do have to go to sleep.
Okay,
and
please.
I gotta watch my dog. But basically, my honest opinion on this is that men belong in the kitchen. Men's only reason for existing is to get sick and die in wars. Honestly, but.
The house husband brigade activated.
I will also go to work. Just let me cook for you, please. Like
Jesus. There is in my mind. We talked about individual choices. Hi, Nagi, and I do think that that's like part of it because how do I say? A lot of people, especially in the modern day, especially as you're talking about, like, again, Western quote unquote societies, like they're just deciding it's not fucking worth it. Like, one, it's expensive, right?
Yeah.
Like, on top of it being expensive, a lot of people are very conscious of like the state of the world right now, and they're like, is this really something I want to subject a child to? Right? And in other places in the world, maybe it's just a matter of like they just completely lack the resources.
There's another factor to that, but I don't know if I really need to get into it.
Yeah, I'm painting like incredibly broad brush.
Oh, no. I would just be getting into the specifics of like, well, what are the things that people do when they're bored, right? They do sports.
They
do entertainment. They play video games and they fuck. Those are the things that they do when they're bored, right?
But how many of those kids actually survive, especially in places that don't have the same sort of like infrastructure. You know what I mean?
I can talk about that in great detail. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagarunsky.
Hi, Nagi.
Sorry, I'm full of mucus and slime because of allergies, I have to come here because you're discussing the chat topics, and I gotta show you what's up, right?
It's decided even without her Hatman pills, she has come to show.
Oh, I'm on them Hatman pills.
Okay.
Right. She is on the Hatman pills. Okay. All right.
Okay, so
Turbo Chud
they
Nagi.
just haven't worked yet.
Yeah.
So have a question. Like, so can you elaborate a bit about this carbon thing that you just mentioned there?
It's a this is a hypothesis I've been turning around.
Before you go, however,
yeah,
I have to ask you a question. Are you familiar with the work of a Dr. Durandar? Have you ever heard of this man?
No.
I don't know. I don't recognize the name. I might have seen his citations.
Dr. Nikhil Durandar. You've ever heard of him?
No, I don't keep track of.
So
I keep track of Sophia.
Dr. Nikhil Durandar is a very controversial, right? Like a doctor of medicine that proposed that the reason for the obesity epidemic is infections with a specific version of adenovirus.
Infectobesity is what he called it.
Interesting.
So the thing is, your explanation that this has to do with carbon reminds me of that.
Okay.
Because the issue is that this is fucking bullshit and there's absolutely no reason to assume this. It is like a much more complicated explanation for a phenomenon that is very easily explained with relatively obvious sociological phenomena.
Okay, here's my logic here. Okay,
before you start, I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all
have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Here's my logic, and it is worth pointing out that this is my point on this is that it is a hypothesis that I would be curious about seeing explored more, or at least I have not seen it eliminated, and I am so many other explanations have failed that I am.
What's the proposed mechanism?
Here's my proposal. Elevated levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, in any atmosphere, locally speaking, like if you are in an office building or on the train, cause decreased cognitive function and increased irritability.
Dude, I can tell you that, bro. And it's CO2 meter in my stream box. I'm like completely gassing myself.
Yep. And so I am wondering, that is usually seen at like 2,000 parts per million, is when people just start getting spontaneous headaches. Like horrible spontaneous headaches. We see a significant cognitive decline by about 1,000 parts per million. Over the time period in which we have seen this decline in birth rate, we have seen an increase in parts per million from 200 to over 400 for the general atmosphere.
Are you proposing that people have too many headaches to have sex?
Yes, I am proposing that people are too irritable and frustrated to fuck. That their libido has been decreased. That is what I'm wondering. I don't know. I don't think that is necessarily true. I just want to know.
Listen,
I want to fucking know.
Here's what I have to say to this, right?
I want to know. Yeah.
It is entirely possible that what is happening here is we're being hit with the double, triple whammy, right? Mm-hmm. Like that. There is more than one cause that overlap, but then sometimes they're only active in one place or in one sociological strata or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And however, it seems that like basically everything in the entire world right now, if you are a human being that has any capacity to actually perceive the world around you, having a family seems like a pretty bad idea.
I will
or
also
a financial impossibility. Or dude, the real truth is that like how should I say this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have to like formulate this like right now so that everybody that hears this shit doesn't immediately fucking like have their prefrontal cortex implode, right? Like on impact, right? So turns out that at the end, the only way to defeat the anti-natalist argument is to say no. So that's actually the problem here. And whenever there is any incentive not to have children, the anti-natalist argument actually seems kind of more attractive because it actually makes a lot of sense.
So
that's like the actual problem that I have here. But the thing is, when society disincentivizes you from having families and having children, then it just like, you have like at the same time, everything fucking sucks. People understand that things are gonna suck more in the future. People understand that they don't actually have the financial means to have a family and live a life that they would deem like acceptable. And this shit is just, at least for like more developed societies, this is actually just like basically, I don't understand why you would need an extra explanation here. Right?
May I clarify something before you field that, Al?
Yeah, sure.
Just for chat's benefit, understand in this context does not mean know for certain. It does not mean like have information based on data and have like researched this and determined a probable statistical conclusion. It means emotionally feel as though. That is like very important. Nobody has to be correct or have done the numbers.
People believe right now on an emotional level that things are not going to get better in their lifetime or thereafter.
Okay, so here's something that I think is so. I was about to say I want to know, because I'm a curious person. I want to know with a high degree of confidence why these things are happening, and I think it's very interesting historically. Why I am not particularly compelled by the explanations that Nagi has proffered. The first is that it doesn't, like, those are things that we have correlates on, like expense of raising children and the difficulty of raising children and future prospects are things that we have correlates on and data on, and they don't correlate even well with the falls in birth rate. Wealthier societies where people have better outcomes tend to have more acute and faster declines in birth rate than societies that are poor and in civil war situations. In fact, one of the best indicators of a rising birth rate, because those have happened a few times, is being the victim of a genocide. And
I will say that this is true, and I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
But it kind of actually assumes that all forms of strife are equal in this regard, right? Like, and they are not. This is the important thing. They're not. Like, being under active, like in a war scenario, weirdly doesn't have the same kind of effect here as the slow malaise, right? Like that is basically setting in there. It's like the nothing ever happens shit, but everything gets slowly worse. At the same time, it is important to also understand what the actual financialization and the structure of society has also done, right? Because I will say that the impact of the value shift that people have in modern society and what they place value in cannot be understated here either. And it is true that a lot of people would have to downgrade their lifestyle significantly, right? Like to have children.
Okay.
And they're not willing to do it because that is like a value that is way more important these days.
I am going to gonna have to ask you to give me a minute here to explain this. What I think is the most valuable explanation, that I think is the most likely one at this current moment, is that because one of the correlations we see is the decline is much less driven by fewer people having children, but by people having fewer children. That is much less a decline to zero children families, an increase in zero children families, than a move from 3, 4, 5 children families to 1 or 2 children families is driving a much larger percentage of this. And
that seems in line with what I just said, though.
Yeah, no. I'm going. I'm going to keep going here for a second. What I think is really important, and this is not really like super contradictory to what you're saying. It's not. But it's an elaboration. It is like the point that I think is actually the most likely, even more so. Like I said, the carbon dioxide thing is something I'm interested in, but I mostly think it's valuable because it's something that applies to every single society on the planet. What I think is more probably strong is, okay, so when you have a kid, okay, so a person has a child. Hello, Moe. When a person has a child, they are now a parent, and then they make decisions about how many more children they want to have. It is not Nano. I will get to the workout time in a few minutes. I apologize, but this has been a heated conversation. I'm not ripping you off. in older societies, like peasant societies and peasant farming societies, if you already have kids, the best thing you can do for the existing children you already have is to have more children. Have more kids. Yeah, having more kids increases the security of your household. In a society,
because you clan build as hell, and like the more you have, a child in the societies is not a net burden on you.
It's not. They become a net contributor to the household around the age of like 7. And
in modern times they don't necessarily ever. But
and even further than that, each additional child you have is taking resources from the other children.
This is true. I will tell you this myself. I mean, the thing is, it's not only resources but also attention, right? Like
that is. I'm including that as a resource. Yeah.
The issue is that, like, I mean, I know this personally. I'm not an only child, and like my entire fucking childhood, I wish that I would have been an only child because I would have probably lived a better life. It feels a little bit like having many children is incompatible with the modern idea of child rearing in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you on this.
What is expected of you as a parent is kind of not. You cannot actually perform if you have to actually split your attention to more than one child.
I think the modern expectations on parents are often just flat out fucking impossible.
Ridiculous.
They're flat out fucking impossible. Actually, fucking impossible.
Ridiculous, right? Like, I will say, but it's just how it is, right? Because like even right? Like children always want to be like the one that has the attention, right? And the thing is just like you get this kind of idea that like as a parent you should basically, without a second thought, you should throw yourself into oncoming traffic, right? Like for your kid or whatever the hell, and do all this fucking crazy shit and like basically burn yourself at like until you implode or whatever the hell, just so that the child has like slightly better chances at life than you had, right?
That's very much romanticized. That's
that is kind of like the perception. It's obviously like an extreme romanticized one, but that is it's just not.
It's extremely discouraging to people who are considering becoming a parent. Also, hello, Fane.
But no, if you think about this, if you were like, what do you do if you have 3 children or 4, right? How can you sacrifice yourself 4 times, right? Because you can't do that shit. So you have to actually, like, weirdly enough, sometimes make tough choices and pick favorites, and you couldn't do that. That's fucking crazy, dude.
You will be
impossible, I say.
A very, very trivial point that I always love to make, because I think it once you start thinking about it, like warps so much of what you think about history and like how other people behave. Most people would rather fucking die than be embarrassed.
Oh, and yeah, that's real.
Yeah, you think that doesn't sound reasonable, and then it's like, isn't whether or not it's reasonable, it's like...
No, this is extremely.
No, that's 100% real, dude.
It's
100.
It's not. It's not only so real. Like this is a load-bearing component of most social organizations. Yeah, of like
social
society
organization and human psychology both.
Yeah, like
right.
Like
this is extremely important. Nagi and I have actually had some very interesting conversations about this, like in private. Which have basically amounted to her saying people just shouldn't be
embarrassment
time,
and
right?
like going against, like, this works in the other way too, right? Like in tribal societies, it was often easier to just kill a guy that is in your tribe and is like acting up, but he's not really actually breaking any real rules, and he's just kind of fucking annoying and like just doing weird stuff, than just actually having a conversation with him that is awkward, right? It's human nature do be weird like that. I don't know.
I mostly think a lot of the time it's just like, this is like the behavior of the societies that could even possibly survive. Because like when you think about like what was going through the head of a Roman legionnaire who was the first guy over the wall in a city assault, and the answer is that it made him look cool to his friends.
Probably spears and arrows and shit.
Spears and arrows, guys throwing rocks at him from 20 feet up.
They went right through his head at that point, right? Like
yeah.
I mean, enough of them survived that it was an award category, and getting that award and being the cool guy who all of your cool buddies think is the coolest guy ever because you were the badass first over the wall, that's worth risking your whole fucking life over. The Iliad is in the news, and this is like what Achilles
I'm not
says.
a fighter, but I feel once you already go into war and like risking your life at that point, nothing matters, you know. Like,
Well,
it's just like you're already ready to die, right? Like, so might as well go big or go home, right? Like,
which I'm sure could be kind of like shaped into being the same thing as looking cool, but I actually think it's tonally distinct enough that it's worth talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Group good.
Yes.
Me protect group. Right? Very, very important instinct that a lot of people have at some level. I will protect me and mine. And me less important than mine. Right? Is often a psychological phenomena that occurs. And I think and that's cool has come from the fact that it's very typical. Right? It's a very strong typicality in much of human psychology to want to protect what you care about.
Yeah.
Want to preserve what you care about, what you believe in. So of course it's cool to protect what you care about and believe in, because being cool is good. And this is good. Therefore, it must be cool. It must be the right thing to do. Since coolness as a whole concept is mostly just a set of associated behaviors that people like respect. Like that people like respect and acknowledge are like worthy things to do. Right?
I am going to do the push-ups now. So give me a sec.
I'm gonna mute myself while I cough my liver out.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, if the masculine urge to do push-ups has been satisfied.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I sorry, I just said, now that the masculine urge to do push-ups has been satisfied.
It feels good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does.
Especially when I've been sitting at stream for 4 hours. Only 4 hours? Wow, I feel like I've been here longer.
Yeah. Doing fine dexterous work. It's nice to do something a little bit less dexterous, right?
Yeah, do something just in coarse motor rather than fine motor. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Nagi's
Dude, what kind of drawing stand do you have there?
Dark walnut. It's magnetized.
Where did you get it from? What is this?
Amazon. I can look up the specific link.
I've never seen this before.
I mostly got it over other ones because it was more aesthetic.
This is important for streaming.
It's important for streaming, yeah. I'll look it up.
Streamer! I'm sorry. I'm being weird.
I mean, I assume that you said that because you saw the Hat Man.
Yeah, he's over there. He's right over there.
He's streaming. Yeah, I'll literally just send you the link.
Sorry, so we were talking about the Roman legionnaires, like,
jumping
over the wall.
Sorry, I'm just sending it to you.
Oh, hey, dude, like, I'm getting a delivery. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, God.
But yeah, people, ad read. Thank you, Nyanomancer. Let me go grab the ad while I do the ad read. I take commissions. This is a viewer-supported channel, and the only things that are supporting it are the incredible pittance of advertising money I get, and the subscriptions and commissions from viewers like you. And I'm apparently not logged into Ko-fi right now. That's weird. I logged out of Ko-fi.
Is demanding a greeting.
I thought I said hi. I apologize. Hello, Nyanomancer.
Remember, he has ADHD. He may have just like not been paying attention when you said it.
Both of us could have not been paying attention. Ships in the night.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Ships in the night. But yes.
I mean, you're focused on a laser. That's different, Cat.
But yes, I take commissions. This is where you can commission me. $3 per word, additional $10 for... Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you for the gift subs to Real T0 and Mr. Boogie Man and Onirin. We know Onirin. She's a sweetheart. Oh wait, no, hold on. That was 20. That was 20. I thought that was 3.
Yeah.
They got interrupted by Nyanomancer.
No, 20.
That's 20. Oh my goodness. I apologize. That was very rude of me. I apologize. I see some more names in here. Mr. No Talk is around here, and Adam Punk I've seen around, and Anonymous gifted gifts up to 20. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And Gamma's in there. And Mr. Donuto. I know Mr. Donuto.
Yeah, Mr. Donuto is very nice. Yeah.
He's funny little guy. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Once again, this, like I said, this is a viewer-supported stream. I am very grateful for every little piece of support that I get from viewers like you. It very much, it keeps the paint flowing, and it keeps it keeps food in my mouth, and it allows me to continue to get yelled at by Mikks and Nagi.
I'm trying not to yell, in fact. I'm trying very hard not to overstrain my voice because I streamed today, so...
You did. And I was on that stream as well.
Yes, you were on my stream as well, so now I am on your stream to return the favor, so to speak.
I appreciate it. I originally started off with this stream thinking about the topics we had talked about on your stream and being ready to continue them, and then I basically did not.
Yeah. I mean, as it goes with streaming, right? I would like to talk about that again at some point, though. That's a very interesting subject, right?
Yep. Nagi is AFK right now, Bovern.
Nagi had a delivery come in, so she's getting the delivery. Or possibly fist fighting the delivery driver. I'm not sure.
Oh, there's a mite on my desk.
Okay, I got him.
You got him? He's dead?
You got the delivery driver? You chased him down before he just, like, ran off with your package for no good reason?
Yeah, I got him and stole his liver.
Good. Did anything good? Is it the...
The liver's alright, but they sent me the wrong shit, dude. I always order stuff and they sent me the wrong shit. I hate them.
What did
I will
they
send them to the back rooms at my earliest convenience.
She has come back to the keyboard, by the way, Nate. She's here again.
Yeah.
Nate was trying to get your attention.
Hello, Nate.
Mostly just to say hello.
But yes.
Okay,
by the way,
what were we talking about?
Before we do that, I want to compliment the chainmail. It looks better every single time you do it. You're getting consistently better at the metal sheen. It looks really good.
Thank you. I will say that this skin painting technique I'm doing this time, I've done it before, but I'm a little bit out of practice. And I think that because it is fundamentally a purple, being next to the yellow makes it look a lot worse.
I can see that. Though I will say, I also think that the leather looks really good this time.
Leather's looking good.
The scabbard looks super good.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm assuming Nagi
is right.
That's what I was waiting for. My painting coach.
Also, what's that base? What the fuck? Did you just actually paint that green?
Yeah, I've not done any basing work
1980s
ever.
Goblin green base?
Yep.
Like, are we doing that?
Yeah, I don't know how to do any basing. I haven't done any research on basing. I need to learn how to base.
It looks like the terrain in like a CRPG from like 1996.
I haven't started working on basing. It's just not a skill I've started working on. That's part of the reason why I like when people are like, oh, are these going to be used for a diorama? I'm like, probably not.
I've been like the last time that I couldn't stream like for I don't know how long because of the stupid allergies, and I have to be on so much Benadryl that I'm basically incapable of rational thought, right? And so I've been working on on the setup, and like soon I shall be able to paint. It will be good. It will be good.
Whereas my painting continues to be mediocre at best.
Now I'm gonna do some stuff that I'm not familiar with. I have like Gundam kits. I have them back there.
Mix, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs.
Damn!
My PayPal wallet.
Goddamn Oilers!
Yeah.
All right.
No, I know. Like I have built like very few Gundams before, right? So I want to do that.
Yeah. You have. Let's see. We got you the.
Oh, I have them right here. Here, let me check. So
I know one is the burglary dog.
Yeah, the burglary dog from VoToms. It's very cool. Also, I have the Sinanju from the original century, whatever the fuck. Like, dude, I can't think, man. Like my
Universal.
You know what I mean?
It's from Gundam
Universal
UC. It's a late Universal Century work. Yes.
It's Char's final upgrade or whatever to his mech.
No, it's not. It's full frontal from Gundam Unicorn, who is a clone of Char, sort of. He's a cyber new type genetically engineered.
It's the same shit, dude. It don't matter. He's a clone, dude. Okay, whatever.
Unlike Quattro Vagina, who is a different guy entirely.
Yeah, totally different. He's definitely not Triasnable.
It says here, Neo Xeon mobile suit customized for new type. MSN 06S. That's the fucking thing. Okay? And then we have an all-time favorite. We have the Linearc White Glint from Armored Core 4 Answer, I think is what a White Glint is featured.
Yes, Armored Core 4 Answer, yes.
So that's the coolest fucking thing up until they had like what Steel Haze is the one that everybody likes now because they're rusty in the new Armored Core. But White Glint, and is there a 9-ball? Do they make a 9-ball
There is,
kit?
but I could not find it because this was a birthday gift from me or Christmas gift or something for Nagi. The White Glint was, and
the 9-ball is also cool. That's like the 9-ball used to be the main villain of the story until the recent game, because now he's dead. He was like some. I would have to spoil this shit.
Well, no. I mean, 9-ball was an antagonist for a long time. The reason why 9-ball is not in Armored Core 6 is because 9-ball got transported into another dimension by the dimension bomb from Super Dimensional Century Orgus, and is now a Super Robot Wars antagonist.
That's true.
I'm not kidding. Kidding.
Then I have the final box. This is my favorite, okay? Like, this is the best possible Gunpla box that you can own. It's the original Bandai Namco Figurized Standard Amplified Series Plastic Model Kit Machine Dramon from Digimon Adventure. Dude, this shit slaps so hard you don't understand. Like, it's so cool. It's so good.
Also, there has been a Nyanomancer who has joined the chat.
Oh, thank you, Nyano.
He's not real. Don't look at him. If you acknowledge him, he will get power.
He's a wizard. He has power anyways, regardless of whether you acknowledge him. Wizards don't...
Yeah. Okay, I forgot. That was the fairies or whatever. I forgot about...
It is their month.
True.
True.
My month! The rest of you need to sit down and shut up. This is my month. You must understand.
Nah. Listen, I came up with a fantastic idea the other day, all right? And by the other day, I mean today. I'm brilliant. Yeah. I figured out how the ad mech, like what their slogan is for Pride.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Gears for Queers.
Please clap.
Yeah, please clap. I took sleeping medication. Please clap.
All right, Theo, have a good night. Have a good night.
I killed someone.
Must have parted backseat some ultra cool gameplay. That rocks. That rocks. Hello, Ogre Daddy. Hello, Ogre Daddy. How you doing tonight?
Steampunk Roman Legion.
Is there such thing? Is there like a game that has Steampunk Roman Legion?
I'm not familiar. The Conquest kind of has like steampunk, like ancient Greek city-states. But their Roman legions are undead.
You know, I kind of wish Conquest. Sorry.
People like doing their undead ancient Romans. It just feels correct. Just spiritually, it just metaphorically makes sense because we are constantly living in the ruins.
They should be represented metaphorically by undead horses because they get beaten over and over into oblivion, dude.
I kind of wish Conquest leaned a little bit more into like the weird science fiction thing that it has going on.
Yeah. They could.
I kind of actually wish Conquest was like. Yeah. I kind of wish that Conquest was like, instead of being like a bunch of fantasy stuff and like some historical stuff, was like, what if like pseudo historical fantasy world, but they got invaded by aliens like 1,000 years ago, right?
Now they have the alien technology and
like, there's all sorts of weird alien science fiction shit going on in the setting, right? I think that would be kind of cool.
That's
but then you would have to actually be creative, man. Like, and you can't do that. It's too hard.
At least Conquest has some pretty cool models, honestly. I'll be real. Like, I like the way a lot of Conquest models look, even if I think that the factions.
I will say, right, like that. Some of the models are cool, but I really feel that like they just kind of like give you often what you think you should get. Like I never have ever looked at a Conquest unit and been like, oh, that's weird, right? Like it's just like you play this, you have like this faction, right? And it's like you have a guy and a big guy with an axe or whatever for the fucking Nords or whatever, and then and now they are riding the dragon and like
it's the associated thematic entities basically, right? It's just like everything is pretty much exactly what you expect. There's no real like radical reinterpretation.
Dude, even with the Spires, which is the fucking alien faction, they're just like, here's some aliens, here's some other aliens, here's a really big alien that looks like kind of alien, and I'm like, okay.
I will say, the dwarves are pretty good. I think that the way that the dwarves are portrayed, Dwegholm, right, is actually fairly interesting for dwarves. Like, I will give them some credit. And also, you know, it is a little bit of a trope at this point. I don't know how old Conquest actually is with this, but the orcs riding dinosaurs, always good. Like, Mesoamerican orcs on dinosaurs, I'll give that a thumbs up.
Dude,
that's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
I don't care how often that is a thing. That's actually cool no matter what.
I mean, you got green riding green. It's destined to be, you know.
Yeah.
And those dinosaurs are, you know, another color, and I'm just colorblind, so whatever.
Dinosaurs can be a lot of colors.
How would you know, old man? Were you were there actually?
Sorry.
We do have some dinosaur fossils that are well preserved enough that we can see the colors.
Feathers. They had feathers, dude. They were like poofy and shit.
And some of those are well preserved enough that we can see the colors, and they're like iridescent.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
It's probably the closest living relatives of dinosaurs are cockatoos.
Yep.
That's incredible. Even the dinosaurs celebrated pride.
I know, right?
True.
They should make orcs.
That's why God killed the dinosaurs, because they were really gay.
That's messed up,
write this down, Mix. Orcs,
what?
But in all different kinds of colors.
Oh yeah, no, that's just something that I think should just be normal.
Yeah. Just write that down. We'll put that in. We'll throw that shit in. It's gonna be great.
We're adding it to the Nagi vault.
And there will be the legendary golden boy or whatever that exists.
The Pridosaurus.
Kind of like Mr. Chiropraise from or Mr. Shine from Discworld, who is a troll made out of diamonds.
Basically that, yes.
I love that guy. Cool character. Mr. Shine, him diamond.
That's a cool. There should be a model of that.
Yes, I would love a Discworld tabletop. Like, that would be really fun.
In a Discworld tabletop, that would be insane. But like, I mean, it kind of like is like a little bit counter to the whole like pacifist thing that.
I
I wasn't even
exactly.
proposing out like a full game. I was literally just proposing like, I was literally just proposing a like.
A model series.
Yeah, just like Gunpla,
yeah.
right? Like there's not like tabletop rules for Gunpla, are there?
Yeah. There are
actually.
now, kind of.
Oh, okay. It's not just PlayStation Robot Wars.
They made them. But it's unofficial.
They made one, yeah.
Yes, think before you speak, elderly man.
Nice. But people don't like. I don't know. I watch people do Gunpla streams. They're not talking about.
That's because they're nerds.
To be fair, Gunpla. A lot of Gunpla
has been
streamers
doing
don't even.
Gunpla streams. He's like popping off with that stuff.
He is. A lot of people, however, do a lot of Gunpla streams and have not actually watched any of the shows, or they just like they just like the hobby, right? Which is fun. Right?
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think that's very understandable.
That reminds me, I still don't have the Saikuzaku from Gundam Thunderbolt.
That thing is fucking hard to find.
It's impossible. I want the work of that, like, and it's not even a thing anymore.
Yeah. I can check. Like, there's a Gunpla place near me that I can check in with, but yeah. There are some Discworld miniatures. Yeah. I would like specifically like a miniature series, a really high quality miniature series for Discworld would be really cool. Like, I also think Discworld has really fun dragons and stuff, right? Who are like made out of swamp gas. That's like how dragons work in Discworld, like for the most part.
Yeah, they're tiny creatures made of swamp gas.
Thane, I know everything about mecha anime.
It's crazy. He's not. Don't test him. He's not lying.
It is actually disturbing. It's actually just like disturbing. It's like it's like fucked up.
We're not gonna talk about anything else ever again, bro. Like he's not lying.
No, I won't take over the stream with this nonsense. But I know a distressing amount about this. I have wasted far too much of my ultimate mental capacity to memorize.
Your finite brain space is being occupied by all this fucking shit.
It's a percentage of not just his brain space, but like the world's brain space. Like
pretty much.
Mix is like Laplace's demon, but for mecha. It's pretty insane.
Kind of, yeah.
You can predict where this trend is going, and you know the past.
I mean,
perfect knowledge of all Gunpla particles, every single Minovsky particle in existence.
Dude, you know, not the Plasovsky particle. You don't even know.
Yeah, do you know about the Plaskovsky particle, which is the particle that lets, in the Gundam Build Fighter series, lets them use their gunpla to have little fucking Yu-Gi-Oh battles? Did you know that?
Yeah, it animates them, and you can like
why can't that be
actually
real,
pilot them. Because the real world is a bitch, and nothing cool can ever be real.
Nuh-uh, there's cool stuff in the real world. There's like really cool superconductors.
What's that ever done for us? Can I pilot a Gundam because of that?
No, but you can fire an electron beam clear through a Russian.
You can.
Huh?
You can levitate magnets.
Russians like sticking their heads into electron beams. This is fact. You can look at the records.
It's true.
I mean, for a good bit there, the only way to know if a particle accelerator was working was to stick your head in there, and if you got a little flash in your retina,
real food
it was
is
on.
Reality. I will, even that. There's so many fictional foods that I will never be able to eat, dude, because they're not real, and it pisses me off. What?
I'm going to make your life worse by making more fictional by cooking more foods from fictional settings to make them real, and then they stop being fictional foods, and then they're constrained by reality, and so they're no longer fictional foods.
Yeah, so now they suck. Now they fucking suck because you made them real, and now they suck. They're just.
You will never have 60 FPS, AI upscaled, Ghibli food that's been interpolated to run at 120 hertz.
I don't even want the Ghibli food. The Ghibli food
you don't
is
understand. It's
real.
AI upscaled. It's gonna be delicious. You'll never have it.
She wants the Monster
Hunter shit
food.
In reality, that's just like I want the Monster Hunty food.
Listen,
and I want the Dungeon Meshy food, and I want the.
Against the Storm as a cookbook.
Listen. You will never have the upscaled food. It was 720p. And now it's 4K.
You can keep your pixel food, dude. I don't want it. I don't taste the resolution. The human body can't even taste 4K. It's not even real, dude.
Watch me. But no, yeah, okay. The real reason why I hate Monster Hunter is that the food looks too good.
It's true.
I have never I've
what
never
haunts
recovered
me?
from the comic about Monster Hunter food, where it
Don't. I know what you're gonna say. It's the cat hair in the food.
The cat hair in the food is so funny.
You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Do you complain
what
about,
actually,
do you complain about like dudes getting, listen,
so funny though, dude.
Okay,
I will
but hear
never
me out.
recover, dude, from the Monster Hunter world. When you cook the food and there's a cat that stirs the soup pot. And the soup pot haunts my waking nightmares, dude. I just need this fucking soup.
Listen, this can be a reality. I'm real. I can stir the soup pot.
Are you gonna stir it? Are you gonna stir it, dude? Oh my god.
I will. I will. Never doubt my power.
You say that like it's a challenge.
Al.
Yeah?
Your girth keeps on obscuring the model.
Thank you. Thank you for the heads up.
Inkwell's ass is now obscuring the model.
I've moved over. Shifted.
Okay, good.
Shifted.
Move up in the frame a little bit there, brother.
This is a constant problem of mine. I'm pretty bad at hitting my mark.
You know what the ultimate strat? You know what the ultimate strat is for this? Like, you want me to tell you the ultimate strat? You go to a hardware store, you get yourself some tape, and you tape off exactly where on the table where the actual camera stops seeing it.
I have done that in the past, and the real pain in the ass is that for calligraphy and models, I have the camera in completely different positions, and I never quite get it right twice in a row.
All right, the solution's a portable monitor.
I mean, I'm checking my monitor. I'm just not checking it enough. The problem is when
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. The portable monitor is the table. And it's just infinitely recursive.
That's cool. Just give people a Hall of Mirrors miniatures painting.
Yeah, baby. Every angle of the soldier, every sliver.
No, my big takeaway.
I think the sleeping medication is completely taking you over by now.
What?
Yeah, you sound like you are literally asleep right now.
You sound like you are disintegrating, my friend.
I'm fine, brother.
You're clearly
I was on
not
Reddit
fine.
all day. Leave me alone.
You're clearly
entertaining.
not fine.
This is persecution.
It is. This is a witch hunt and a wizard hunt at the same time, and also a cat hunt, right?
God in heaven.
There's many ways to skin a cat. So many, it's crazy. What?
You can't say that.
What? Where's the lie?
It's not about the lie. It's about... You can't see it, but I'm like... gesturing vaguely.
Okay, cool. I gotta know what's going on.
Okay, cool.
What is happening?
You are figments of my medication.
Are you sure that you're not figment of your medication?
He's already gone.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
But
Oh my God.
it's actually kind of funny that you got asked about All Noah's here, because that's actually is a mecha anime that I have watched as a person who's watched like
It's
3.
really bad.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's
The first episode is really good.
Yeah. It is. It's one of those shows that is part of a long lineage of shows where they do a really banger pilot and then they just kind of ran out of ideas.
Well, I'll tell you why the first episode is really good, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. I thought it was because it was storyboarded well, but yeah, let's hear it.
It was extremely storyboarded well, right?
Yeah.
However, the actual reason is that it was written, storyboarded, and directed by Gen Urobuchi.
Okay, yeah.
And that is the only thing that he did for the entire series.
Lol.
He helped with concept work, and he directed the first episode. And it is telling that it is much better than anything else in the rest of the series. Urobuchi is by no means perfect. I do not think Madoka is very good.
We're just going to be talking about robots. I'm going to go to bed, too. I can't be.
Good night, Nagi.
Just so you...
Cannot be party to the robo chat.
She should be asleep anyways. Go to bed, my dear. She had to make her points. So
yeah.
She'd have to like vibrate herself to sleep, basically. But so the thing that really bugs me about Noah Zero isn't really like a lot of the stuff that people talk about it being bad at. It's like a pretty misogynistic series. It's got a lot of like weird stuff going on with like gender and sex and ideas of this, right? And masculinity. Yeah. It's like gross in a lot of ways, right?
Yes. This is true.
But
true.
The thing that actually really bothers me about it is that they act like they've been betrayed when it's like a very immature work where like characters randomly come back to life and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, did you not watch the first season of the show where you're constantly informed by the narrative that shooting something with a gun should always solve the problem?
Mm-hmm.
You think that this is a mature narrative? That man who does cool military tactics by sliding under something and shooting it is like somehow too tactical and smart to be defeated by like a guy who has a robot that can manipulate gravity in a localized like 500-meter range?
Yeah.
Really? Is that what is that what we're talking about here? We're talking about the same series?
We got a raid. Hello, Drungy. What were you up to, Drungy?
I got it.
Okay, you got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. What were you up to, Drungy? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. You made literally the exact same spelling mistake that I made when I was writing it.
Yeah, I just didn't hold down shift long enough.
Yep. I did the exact same thing. But yes. How are you doing, Drungy? How are you doing? I am painting a Roman Legionnaire, as I so often do. I didn't actually get to say this while Nagi was here. I am testing out something slightly new. I got some new toys on Monday, and I am testing out using some flow enhancer.
I really like that plume, by the way. It looks really nice.
Yeah, no, the plume I'm pretty good with. And I usually do calligraphy, and I am a sociologist by training. And today I am joined by my mod, Mix.
Hi, I'm Mix.
Yes, who is more of a psychologist, so we get to have fun little disagreements about our relative emphases on individual choice and mental illness.
Yes.
Which are usually not particularly heated. It's usually just like a emphasis question.
Pretty interesting exchange, right? Mm-hmm. It's mostly like, I think the clash that we most often have that I think is extremely funny and extremely typical is actually one that you were illustrating earlier, which is that, ooh, how nice.
Yeah, Nagi wanted to see what it was. I have just put a little bit of it into my wash cans. I actually think it's made a couple of techniques I'm using harder. Notably, some of the like shading and glazing techniques I'm using don't seem to work very well, which means that I probably should not have put it in all three of my water cans. I probably should put it in one of my water cans. Yeah, it's not good for every technique. It's made some of this better, but it did make like my glazes look weird. My glaze and my shading here on the skirt is like some of the worst I've ever done. What were you painting?
I do want to note that
Warhammer. I saw that. Yes. Yeah.
I'm learning a little bit from this this as well. By the way, I've been watching like your painting streams for probably about a year now, so I've learned some things that I plan to apply whenever I actually paint some models of my own. Yeah, which is something that I do plan to do probably as like therapy, basically, for my shitty hands.
I was about to say
terrible, but
it's going to be a very different experience between the two of us because kind of the only advantage I have going into this is that I am...
You have really steady hands.
I've got steady hands, yeah. I have steady hands.
You've got surgeon's hands, as we call them, right?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I
Whereas I have certain hands, but like it's like Doctor Strange, right?
Yeah. And blue, the way I learned about it was from Vinny V, from good old Vinny V, and he suggests putting it in one of your rinse waters. Just a little bit in a little bit of a rinse water.
But the understanding of like the technique as applied by you and as explained by Nagi and explained by you when you explain the techniques that you've learned or what you're attempting to do is actually like really helpful to me because I learn a lot from like I'm very good. I'm very easy to teach, right? Is the truth, right? I'm very teachable. I learn best in like a classroom sort of format, that sort of thing, right?
Oh, we have a question from a first-time chatter. Dura 4K Gromril. Great name. So sociology is the academic discipline of studying groups of people. That is really the core of it. You may notice that would describe a pretty large percentage of all social sciences in general. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. The boundary lines between sociology and anthropology are often quite messy and incoherent. Sociology tends to have an emphasis on survey as a major research method, and it tends to study more often industrial and settled societies, whereas anthropology would more often study, just by tendency, not necessarily exclusively, would more often study small-scale societies. And we got Pharaoh raided us. Wow. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Pharaoh. How are you doing, Pharaoh? For the Raiders, and also apologies to the previous Raiders because I just said this. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I do a lot of Twisted Metal. I love Twisted Metal. I love Twisted Metal Black. That one rocked. That one's great. There are like 3 good Twisted Metals, and that's one of them. It's one and one's kind of dubious. I think two and Black are the 2 good ones.
Black is really good.
Black rocks. Twisted Metal Black rocks. It's so edgy. It's so 2000s. It's great.
It's so fucking edgy. It's so stupid.
I love it. Great. I love it. But yes. I am well. I am painting a miniature because I am it's been an interesting set of skills to learn. And I'm practicing a new technique of using some flow aid, and it has made some things easier and some things harder. And I have been yammering with various friends, and currently with me is Mix.
That's me, I'm Mix.
Yes, that is him. You started with 2 to start and then swapped to Black. Was it because you beat 2 or because you got annoyed with 2? I'm kind of curious. I haven't played 2 like since I had a PlayStation 1.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, so it might suck real bad. It might be much worse than I remember it. And hello, Tyrone. Hello.
Hey, welcome back, Tygron. I hope you rested well, my man.
But yes. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. If you would like to stick around, this is a good place to settle in and have a cozy little time. And that is my pitch. That is me. So 4 hours and like 5 times. Good. That's it's not a great amount of sleep, but it's an understandable amount of sleep.
It is some sleep, yeah. I mean, I typically only sleep for about 5 hours, so like that's like a normal amount of sleep for me. So.
My sleep time has gone up in the last couple of years as I've gotten older, but it's still not super long. Oh, and I didn't say this when never mind. I'll tell you later. But yes. Start with Spectre. I'm trying to remember which one's which. I always play as the motorcycle guy. Because I am just in general in life a believer that mobility is the best defensive mechanic, and
movement is OP.
Movement is OP, and also being able to blow people to smithereens with his special was pretty satisfying.
So before we got raided, I was gonna mention something, right?
Oh yeah.
Which is that I think the axiom that we often disagree on, so to speak, like, and this is a pretty casual disagreement. It's pretty typical of our respective fields.
Yeah.
Is that you mentioned this earlier when we were talking about gender with Noire, right?
Yeah.
Which is that, or more accurately, the perception and objectification of women in media, right? Which is that you feel that engaging too heavily in the individual psychology as a runoff or as a element of an analysis is implicitly permissive, right?
Yeah.
Towards behaviors.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think you mean you mean this in like an incredibly broad sense, but I've had this conversation with other sociologists as well, which is that they believe that one of the big values that sociology brings to the social conversation is being aware that there's influences that go beyond individual psychology, because you can't really, ethically speaking, be too critical of somebody's individual psychology. Like, that's not actionable, right? It's not something that you can apply like strategy to on a scale that is meaningful. You would never be able to go up to each individual person and teach them not to do the violent behavior or the bigoted behavior, right? Like, that would be functionally impossible to address or interact with. And because we must kind of admit that, though it is a little pessimistic to do so.
Yeah.
We must kind of admit that it feels permissive. Because it's like, well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
It's an explanation that we cannot act upon. Therefore, it's not very useful.
Yeah. I was thinking about this like off stream, and we're about to go to the ad break, and I do actually want to use the ad break. I was thinking about this off stream, that one of the things kind of interesting about sociology as a field, when I compare it to some other fields of academia in general, is that they're relatively the equivalent to if physics is sociology in this metaphor, in this analogy, then public policy is engineering. And sociologists end up talking to public policy people quite a lot. And like you're thinking in sociology very often about what public policy interventions are you implying by your research, even in a way that physicists don't talk about with like engineering implications. And it's an interesting. Anthropologists certainly don't worry about it nearly as much. Psychologists, I think, do worry about like the clinical implications of their work pretty frequently, but
I can talk about this when you come back from the ad break.
I am going to take advantage of the ad break. Do you want to take over, Chad, or do you also want to stretch?
I would like to stretch, if that's okay.
Okay, we're going over to the BRB. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to me. Apologies for the delay there, chat. I got up, went to the bathroom, realized I forgot my water, took it to the kitchen, went back to the office, took it to the kitchen, went back to my desk, sat down, noticed I forgot my water, went back again.
He's lying, by the way. What happened is that he got attacked by some international assassins and convinced them to instead have a short conversation about tax theory.
Yes.
And so I think they're going back to like start a rebellion in their own countries. So
I do have actual thoughts on tax theory, but I think that we are too late in the stream for me to get into a topic that I am not super strong on. I'm not gonna lie. I have to be honest.
Neither am I.
I
know some people who might be. But...
Oh no, we do have mutual friends who actually are like experts on this, like, or not even experts, but like are strong, all right, who have
sufficiently more knowledgeable than either of us. Us money idiots, right? Who don't know the money.
I'm not a money idiot, but I would definitely be regurgitating.
Okay, I'm a money idiot.
Yeah, I'd definitely be regurgitating a specific person's talking points on this one.
Yes.
Rather than actually having done like any meaningful amount of research or like having read the documents myself.
I am notoriously not good at monetary theory. I understand economic theory as a social construct, right? As a social concept. That I have a pretty strong understanding of, I feel. Not so much when it's about like personal finance theory or how to make money or something. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately as though it's like a bad thing for me, but I was born relatively privileged, so I have never really had to worry about this in a way that has caused me to develop these skills in a meaningful way. So.
Hello, Adders. You feel like your score is simply lower on principle of being European. The Unk test was really funny to me because several of the things that were on there were things that I thought kids did and were apparently now old people things, and I've just I was like,
that test was kind of psychotic, honestly.
Yeah.
Like a whole bunch of the things just felt like, do you like going to parties and partying all the time like a party monkey? Do you like being at parties? Do you like parties? Will you always go to a party? And will you ever ask any questions about the party?
Yeah, no, that was like it did feel like the only way that you can get like a really low score on it is like you are the type of person who can be talked into just here, take this about like any drug.
Yeah, I got a 35.
Amazing.
And I'm pretty sure almost all of that came from that last final boss section, where it's just like my personality on blast.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Do you correct people's grammar? Yes, because I care about this.
One of my favorite jokes of all time was one of my favorite bits of all time was once again a Veilfisk bit where they were playing like some insane variation of Among Us, and Veil's like, oh, like I need to get like something less, and then one of the other people on his team is like, just says fewer, and then everybody goes, death. Everybody's just like, it's him. He's the imposter. Kill him.
Yeah.
Infamous
that's really
_HRT. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the great name. Happy Pride.
What a good name.
He has a great name. That's a great name. I love that. You only got 21.
Lower than me, Adders. Impressive. Yeah. I mean, I'm old is the weird part, right? Like,
yeah, no, you were born old.
Behaviors are like weird. They're like, it's like they've coupled every single like unk behavior that they've recognized to like out of touch antisocial idiot who doesn't know anything about anything, right? Like antisocial shut-in, right? It seems to be what they're characterizing here. It's more like Principal Skinner is more the that they are like framing here, right?
Well, it's one of those things that like comes up with like a bunch of tests like this, and like this was like one of those like those things that got really irritating about like a lot of the like BuzzFeed millennial core, like, are you like introverts are like this kind of things, was like a lot of them weren't really about the thing that they were testing.
Yeah,
they like it would be like, oh, only introverts do this thing. It's like just not like a particularly introverted behavior. And in this case, it was like a lot of these things were just like personality traits.
It felt more like astrology.
Yeah. When it felt more like they were making fun of a specific friend of theirs. And not really, they just didn't have enough familiarity with other people.
BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you like going to museums? You are autistic. Yeah, exactly, Gromro.
Yeah. You know what one drove me nuts? The BDSM test that's really popular because it's like very vanilla. Right? It's like a very vanilla BDSM test, right?
Yeah.
Like the raciest stuff it goes into is like pet play, right?
Yep.
And the thing that drives me nuts about it, it's the BDSM test. What is this about? The DS. And only the DS.
Yeah, there's
and I'm sitting here like, I'm a masochist.
There's a little bit of stuff about some bondage in there, but it's pretty
bondage isn't masochism?
No, I'm not, but it is bondage.
Oh yeah.
It is part of the
bondage,
B. Yeah. It's part of the B.
Yeah, there's a little bit of B. There's a little bit of B. You're right. You're right. Right?
Yeah.
But like the entire thing just felt like it just feels like, I'm gonna be totally honest, a 23-year-old's idea of this that has mostly been gleaned from reading fan fiction.
I would be a little bit more generous to it, but it did not. I think it's an old test. Right? Like
it actually is, yes.
Yeah, I think that the test that we're both talking about is quite old. And I think it's probably reflective of a person who, the BDSM community as we understand it has come and gone in waves. And I think this person was, they didn't come across to me as like a young person, but a person who their local kink scene had specific emphases and interests.
That's fair. Yeah.
And was not well distributed. That's kind of how it read
I
to
do
me.
forget that I have a little bit more experience in this than a lot of people do in terms of the scene, right?
Yeah.
For a very fairly long over a longer period of time than most people do, right?
And it's not the worst of these tests, because the worst one, I hate the rice purity test so fucking much.
Oh, the rice purity test sucks ass.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's just puritanical, is the truth.
It is puritanical, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, bestiality. It's a person who has
because it's fanon driven. That's the actual problem with that one. It's fanon driven.
See, I think it was an old test, and I thought it was based off of like the type of person who would later watch Oprah Winfrey and be scandalized. That type of person. That's what I was reading it as. It was like a sheltered person.
Isn't the rice purity test like fucking... When did that even...
I thought that was from like the 70s. I thought that was old. But I could be totally wrong there.
Apparently, it's even older than that.
Ha!
Apparently, I'm stupid and I'm thinking of something else entirely. This is the rice purity test is from the 1920s.
I was being conservative, and I was not being nearly conservative enough. I just knew
it was popularized in the 70s and 80s as like a thing that people actually talk about, but it was actually used as a campus sociological survey in the 20s. Mostly at women's colleges. Apparently mostly by feminist professors. That's pretty interesting.
That's pretty wild. That does explain a little bit more about it if it's from the era of Reefer Madness.
Yes.
But
from the era of Reefer Madness and the Flappers.
Yeah. And it's...
you have been worked out.
Oh, thank you, Mimi. Hold on a second. Let me get some of this paint off of this, because waste not, want not, right? And then I'll get in the push-ups. Okay.
Fuck it, I'll do them too.
Yeah, hell yeah. Workout time.
You won't be able to hear me very well because the acoustics, if I go below my microphone, are bad. But I'll do them.
All right.
I need to do more push-ups anyway. It's going to be harder for me because I'm in worse shape, but... 1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4,
3,
5,
5, 6,
7,
8, 9, 10.
Ooh, that was pretty nice, actually. Not gonna lie. Oof. Oh god, I'm in terrible shape.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm in terrible shape, but that was actually pretty nice. Right?
His question is so inapplicable to the Nagi got an Unk score of 4. Amazing. Yeah, Nagi, I said it sucked. I did say it sucked.
It's a pretty shitty test.
It's not the shittiest test we've done on stream, but it's
No.
it's up there. It's pretty bad.
I mean, the worst ones are what anime character are you tests. Those are the worst ones, easily. Because you can just game them. The whole point is like, what do you want to get here?
Oh right? Yeah, no,
there's.
It's a thing where like I first thought about the one that Open Psychometrics does. That's just like asks you like how much do you agree with this personality trait, and they're very abstract.
Yeah,
and then it puts you on largely a Big 5 score, and then it has a bunch of fictional characters that people assign Big 5 scores to.
Yeah,
that one I actually kind of like. That one I kind of like, but it's
actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But there's also like a bunch of bad ones. Like there was one that the Avatar people, because there's going to make a new Avatar series that's lit really badly. They put out a which avatar, which element would you be a bender of? Which is, people have done that test before. Well, people have done it of varying levels of quality, but the one that they put out was just too blunt. That's the thing. It's like you can't make your personality quizzes. People should walk into the end of your personality quiz, like the which character am I quiz, with a sense of excitement and anticipation, and not with a sense of like, did you ask me if I wish I was a waterbender 4 times in a row?
Yeah, pretty much. I will say something about Avatar, by the way.
Yeah.
The fighting game looks fucking dope.
Yeah.
The
live action looks like shit, but the fighting game looks sick as hell.
Yeah. The Avatar fighting game looks extremely good. It has some incredibly inspired mechanics. It is apparently also doing away with what everybody hates, which is command inputs. Right? It does not seem to have command inputs.
I don't know what this
which
means.
makes it really easy to do completely fucking batshit insane stuff.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what command inputs means here.
Like Hadoken motions. Motion inputs.
Oh, okay. So how do you enter a move?
I believe it is modifier keys.
Okay.
You also have more recas and like you can do this from this position sort of stuff, right? It's also more neutral. I say neutral. I mean, it's more like Smash, forward attack, that sort of stuff, right?
That's what I was wondering. I was like
as opposed to like Hadoken motions or like Shoryuken motions, right?
Okay.
Quarter circle backs and stuff like that. Because like nobody really minds quarter circle back, quarter circle forward, right? People think that feels like a really natural motion. It's when you get more complicated, like charges and stuff, that people get like weird about this, even though they play like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV with like 700 macros, and they act like this is somehow hard. I think it's just that it's mostly counterintuitive to a lot of people. Right?
I always fucked up the dragon punch input whenever I had that one.
The
like interrupted quarter circle.
I can't do half circles. That's my weakness, right? Unless I'm using a hitbox, I can't do half circles.
The other one that I really mess up, again, I'm not much of a fighting games player. This is me being like a fighting games idiot, for anybody who is wondering here, is that the other input that I always had a lot of trouble with was anything where you had to do pauses mid-combo.
Those are actually just like demons. Those are just evildoer combos. Like they're not. Those are hard. But so one of the coolest mechanics from the Avatar fighting game, right, is Azula, just as an entire character. Okay,
yeah.
How she works is that she has 2 modes. Right, a bunch of characters have multiple modes, but Azula's are very distinct from each other. And she has focus mode, which is season 2 Azula, who can do all sorts of crazy air shit and has like incredibly precise control and really, really, really good combos.
Yeah.
And then if she loses even one round, she switches to Fire Lord mode.
Okay.
Where she gets 3 times faster and you have to play like a fucking berserk rushdown character.
That is cool. That is cool. I like that.
It's extremely cool. And like, but she's actually the thing that's really interesting is that a bunch of the big fighting game fans think that this, like, fighting game people think that this game looks dope as fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So they've been doing analysis on the characters, and almost everyone agrees that focus mode, the more controlled technical mode, is just going to be much stronger than the much mashier, scrubbier Firelord mode for her.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody also seems to think that she's going to be the strongest character in the game by far. So,
I will say, Mimi, it's one of those things that's been kind of funny to me is that I like that kind of practice, right? I think people who have gamed with me, which includes Mimi, but I think people who have also just kind of watched me, like, you know, doing what I'm doing on stream right now, like I said, I've said this before. I actually like labbing, as they call it. Like, I don't view that as an obstacle. So I probably could have gotten really into fighting games on that merit. Except that I'm also pretty easily discouraged by getting my ass kicked, which is pretty fatal to getting into fighting games.
You just can't be discouraged by losing if you want to get good at fighting games. You just can't be. Like, this is like the number one thing that anyone who's like really serious about fighting games will teach you, who isn't a fucking dickhead, right?
Yeah.
Number one thing is you need to stop taking your losses hard.
Yeah. I don't,
That's
and it's funny because like failure, I'm not generally discouraged by. But like feeling like I am, like when I feel like my win rate should be at least 50-50 and it's just not. Actually, honestly, 50-50 win rates feel bad for me. I prefer games where it's like 5% win rates or like 80% win rates tend to make me feel more encouraged. Both of those, which are insane, right? That's not like how any sort of PvP 1v1 works.
But that's normal. That's actually a pretty normal psychological like response, right? To that sort of stuff. I have a question. Actually, like, because we're talking about the psychology of fighting game players right now, basically.
Yeah. We're talking about somebody who played a little bit and then washed out totally. Yeah.
So like, Nagi had something to say as well, which I will respond to because I feel the need to. But first thing I want to ask is, do you also get discouraged by feeling like you're putting up a bad showing for your opponent?
Oh, extremely. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. That's the other big killer. That's the one that I find the most sympathetic, honestly, of like the way people complain about fighting games, right? It's like feeling like they're not letting the other person have any fun.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yes.
I got that from the other end when I was like really good, which I was once upon a time, but I'm turbo washed now. Nagi says she realizes that it's not worth getting good at fighting games, right? Which is like exactly what happened with her because she's actually extremely good at fighting games. But she just doesn't like how they feel to play.
That's fair.
So she doesn't play them, right? Which I think is a very valid thing to say. Like, she understands like what goes into them too. And the truth is, I think that there's two sides of like this is like my sociological takeaway on this, right? Is that there's two groups of people involved with fighting games on like the peripherals. There's the people who think fighting games are just like, there's way too much to learn and it's way too hard and it's like the barrier of entry is too high, blah, 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 right? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not to be dismissive, I'm going to blah, blah, blah the other point too. And then there's the people who think fighting games are so hard, they're so good at them, blah, 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 right? And the truth is, fighting games are not actually significantly harder than getting good at Apex.
Yeah.
Or League of Legends.
Yeah. This is like I try to raise pretty frequently with people is that like the limitation on how hard a competitive game is basically how good are your opponents. And so like talking about an individual game just being hard, period, when it's like PvP focused game always feels incoherent to me. I'm always like, well, what do you mean? Like I feel like you're talking about something other than like what affects your win rate. Like, because if a game has a lot of things to pay attention to, right? If a game has a ton of things, Silversong Studio, welcome for stopping by and have a good night. Have a good night.
It's such a cool name.
Is a good one. If you are talking about a game that has, like again, let's talk about it. I'll just bring it up very briefly. I don't need to get into it in any detail. It's just the competitive game I probably know the most about. Age of Empires 2.
Yeah.
Has a lot of things going on, and that feels like it should be just a harder game to get into. No. The game having lots of things going on means you have more opportunities to disrupt your opponent's attention. Like it is like anything that is anything that is a difficulty for you is also a difficulty for your opponent, and therefore an opportunity for you to exploit. Now, if you're talking about like a tabletop war game that has a lot of different rules to memorize, such that just completing a game without breaking the rules is hard. Yeah, that is objectively that is harder in a general sense, even if your opponents aren't better.
Compare fighting games to that, right? More than they do to Age of Empires 2, I will say, right? Because the difficulty of fighting games as people perceive it, this is not even actually true, but the difficulty that is perceived, so the relevant one for the conversation about getting into fighting games, is that fighting games are executionally hard to the point where even being able to execute anything is an achievement. And that's just not actually true. What they are is executionally different than other genres of game. There are fewer transferable skills between the inputs needed to play Street Fighter and the inputs needed to play Apex than there are between the inputs needed to play Apex and the inputs needed to play League of Legends.
Well, and also, and how transferable are... This is the thing that I bring up all the time when I talk about like one of my favorite competitive games of all time, Omega Strikers, which has very few transferable skills to like any other game. Is that like how transferable are the skills between like Tekken and Marvel vs. Capcom?
Those two specifically? Not very. However, there are transferable skills. Right? The issue there is mostly that the skills needed for a what we call a versus fighter, and what we call, which is like a team-based fighting game, right? So Marvel vs. Capcom specifically, right? That's why it's called a versus fighter, right? Or
Tekken Tag Tournament, I guess.
Or Tekken Tag Tournament less so, because Tekken Tag Tournament is a tag fighter.
Oh, okay.
Different genres. Like in both tag fighters are almost always 2v2.
Yeah.
And you control one character at a time, but can call in the other character to assist or to swap, right? And the difference between these two things is how complex the characters are individually, and how much swapping in and out your characters is important for combos, and how fast they are, and how high the kill time is, right? Ironically enough, in fighting games with fewer characters, kill time is usually lower. Right?
Okay, yeah.
The speed at which you can take a guy from full health to zero health is generally lower in Street Fighter than it is in Marvel vs. Capcom. Because in Marvel vs. Capcom, there's so many ways to heal your characters.
Okay.
But the big thing that's going on here is that there is this perception, and it is mostly a perception. There is some truth to it, in that it is counterintuitive to some people. But I have met enough people who have not experienced with video games who just get into fighting games, right? They're not expert players. They are not like masters of any sort of art or anything. They can just get into fighting games because like they don't have anything working against them counterintuitively, right? The inputs just make sense to them because of how they are, how they interact with them, right? But the big thing here is that there is a perception that getting into fighting games is hard, and a lot of that also comes from the perception that you have to be good at the game, you have to be a master of the game to be really playing it. And that's not true. This is not an RPG where you progress from like level 1 to level 50, and only at level 50 do you have like everything, all the tools in your toolbox, right?
Yep, okay.
This is a game that at any level you're playing it at, you're playing the real game. You're just not playing at the same level you will later be playing at.
Okay,
right?
okay.
And
yeah, because
the truth is, it goes full circle. So when you start playing a new game, when you're new to fighting games, you know what the most important thing is? Your opponent. Understanding your opponent's mindset. That's how you win. When you're both scrubs and just like occasionally you can do a cool thing, but most of the time you're just like throwing neutral moves, right? Occasionally you can do like a super move or something, but most of the time you're just throwing neutrals.
Okay. Also, hello, Blue
And
Rose.
then you get to like the mid-level when you can do like some of your techs, some of your stuff, some of your combos, and it becomes more like trading combos. Or do you know how to deal with the stuff that the opponent does?
Okay.
And if you do, you win. So it becomes more like a card game, more like a puzzle that you're solving.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to high-level fighting games, and you know what? It comes up again. The only thing that matters is your opponent, because you're both masters of it. What matters is the mind games. What matters is can you predict what your opponent's going to do? Can you read? Right? It goes full circle. At the lowest level and the highest level, those games resemble each other more than the middling level of players do. Because the middling level of players are basically just like trading off doing their turns. Right? Is kind of what's going on there. It practically becomes a turn-based game. At like the level that a lot of people play fighting games at. But the truth is, like, I've watched enough like people go from like being very new to fighting games to becoming like pretty good over like the course of a couple weeks of like semi-dedicated effort, right? I enjoy this game, I want to play it, I'm just gonna play it for a couple hours every day, and I'm gonna practice. I'm gonna like watch a guide maybe, right? And the truth is, they do get better, right? They do get a lot better. And it's really cool to see. Like, I prefer watching fighting game players. Like, obviously, like watching like Daigo play is like a fucking masterpiece, right? Watching like the highest level players play is crazy. Especially when the game is like in a good state. But a lot of what I care about here is really just like, I think fighting games are dope.
Yes.
And I like seeing people enjoying them. And if people aren't enjoying them, then okay, maybe they shouldn't play fighting games. Right? If you're not having a good time, just don't play the game. Which is a choice that a lot of people make, which I think is valid. But I think sometimes people trick themselves out of playing fighting games because of ego. Right? Because they feel like they're an embarrassment, or they're embarrassing themselves, and like, no, you're not. You're playing the game. It's a video game, bro. Have fun. Like, have fun. Try your best. Learn stuff. Right? Are you trying to go pro? No? Why aren't you just having a good time then? Right? Ladder, I feel, is like pretty toxic to fighting game environments, right? It was better in the arcade era. I
will say, I mean, like, from my own perspective, right? You know, I've played a little bit of fighting games in my time, usually in like friendly local environments. I'm using friendly here in caps here in scare quotes. I screwed up this guy's laurels pretty bad. But fixing them is really hard. Well, it's just uneven. The lower left laurel's way too low, and it's really hard to fix.
Painted them did a bad job.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
You have lore now.
But yeah, my experience with fighting games was like, I played like not even like some local guys, and I felt very, very much like I was hurting other people or making their day worse by being bad at the game, and in particular by flubbing inputs.
Right.
And it is, I will say that like I don't know how much you think that this is important. My experience of the fighting games community was that trash talk was very, very important, and I don't like that. I did not like that.
No, I've never really liked this very much either. I think that there are two kinds of trash talk that take place in the fighting game community, and one is, it does not really feel like trash talk to me. One of them feels more like, I don't know, the spaces that I've existed in for fighting games have always been like really encouraging. But very like explicitly amateur friendly places, right? That where people are more interested in like, oh man, that was really cool, you almost got that, right? They're more interested in like that sort of conversation and encouraging other people, especially newer players, than, man, you suck so much, you can't even do that shit, right?
Yeah.
Like when two players have like a rapport, that's when the trash talk comes in. When these people are good with each other and they're like have a rivalry. And they're like on about the same level, right? And they're competing with each other directly and knowingly. There's usually a little bit of trash talk that happens in the spaces that I've come from, anyways, right? Where it's like, but I also don't really like trash talk. I've never liked gamer banter very much. I've always found it kind of ill-bred. It's never really been my thing. I can do the bants, and I've done them in the past, but I've never really enjoyed it, and I mostly do it either when it's like really funny and will make everybody laugh, or when somebody really has it coming, like they won't shut the fuck up about how like whatever the fuck, right? They're putting others down by simultaneously saying how good they are at everything, right? But the thing that I think is really interesting is not even so much like the fighting games themselves or the lore about like fighting game communities. I mostly just think that there is a lot of poor information about how difficult fighting games are, and then people go and fucking play Apex for 10,000 hours. Like, bro. And they're still like in bronze. Like, bro. Like, are you really trying to tell me that it's harder to learn a Hadoken than that? Like, that's what bugs me, right?
Like,
it's hard.
I was kind of like you said. I fell victim to one of the things that you said that I think is that you talked about, right? That like I felt like the bare minimum for like just being let in the door was you have over 99% accuracy on completing all of your moves and combos.
Not even pro players have that.
Yeah. Which you get. Like this was not in like an online era. This was very offline. This was just kind of like around other people. I assume that they probably were not actually capable of that, but they were capable of kicking my ass. So like, I wasn't
being even kind of okay at fighting games just lets you stomp an amateur almost all the time.
And this is actually like I briefly mentioned Omega Strikers, and Omega Strikers is a dead game, and I'm not going to try to sell people on getting into it, unlike with Guns of Icarus, because it's a game that's built for ladder play and around ladder play rather than around like skirmish or like casual play. So it's harder to convince people like, hey, let's just show up and just like do 3v3s. It just doesn't feel right, I think, in the same way. But in that game, part of the reason why I bring this up is that the reason why I bring this up is that the actual skill, the equivalent of shoot guy in head for Omega Strikers was bounce the ball off of the wall. Yes. And I'm actually saying this has nothing to do with the game inherently or with the players. This has to do with the gaming environment. That the sum total game environment for what games a person might play and what access people have to games means that the skills that you learn in Apex transfer very well. Not all of them, obviously. Apex has a bunch of things that are unique to Apex, but they transfer over pretty easily to, Marvel Rivals or, CSGO or Fortnite. Like, they all kind of work together like that. And
people are also sorry.
Yeah, and those all have healthy, thriving communities, and people have been onboarded on them for years. And then you go into Omega Strikers, which has this entirely new bespoke series of things around passing and bounce shots that are really absorbed from table hockey. And it's super weird and super confusing and super unfamiliar, and you don't have all of those transfers. And fighting games, there's transferability between them, but the shooters are going to continue, I think, to be really dominant because there's a lot of winner accretion in this.
There's a lot of winner accretion, and also I really do think simple control schemes, even if the actual tech that you have to do to play the game is very hard as it is in Apex.
Oh yeah, right? Apex's tech is insane. Apex is nuts.
All you have to do is move and shoot at a basic level.
Oh yeah.
And people feel like they're doing everything their character can do if they can move and shoot, even though that's not true.
So as a person who liked Apex and was fairly good at the movement tech, all things considered, like I could nail my Raz strafes functionally at will. Like those felt as natural to me as walking. I was not a good shooter. I am still not a good shot in video games. And somebody who has good Raz strafes, and I forget what the other really crazy one is. Or even like power jumps, which are fucking insane. Even like professional Apex players have like a less than 5% accuracy on that mode. Super jumps, not power jumps, super jumps. even if you are somehow nailing your super jumps at like a 50% rate, which I've seen like one newbie do, and it caused the streamer who was teaching to just like lose his fucking mind, and it was very funny. All of that combined is less valuable than being 20% better at landing your headshots.
Yes.
Like it's
yeah.
This is the thing, like Apex has a lot of mechanics, and the thing I always told to my friends who were learning was like, whatever your class is, your actual power is gun, and your actual win condition is bullet in face.
Yes.
Yeah.
One thing that I find very interesting, that is a perspective of mine on, this actually applies to both shooters and fighting games, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what's interesting is the people who are very good at these games have certain weaknesses. And one of those weaknesses is systems.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm an MMO player. This is the genre, other than card games, that I've been the most competitive in my life, as in like highest level performance, level like participation, right? I was a member of Nyanomancer, which is one of the most famous World of Warcraft guilds of all time, right?
This is one of your dark pieces of lore.
Yes.
There are two dark pieces of Mikk's lore.
Yes. The other of which is that I'm one of the founders of TV Tropes.
He's one of the founders of TV Tropes, and he has been in actual voice calls with grand enemy of the channel, Asmongold.
Yes. Multiple times for
foe
years.
Of the show. Yeah, foe of the show,
yes.
Asmongold, yeah.
Before he was a streamer even.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, he was like 16, so like I don't want to say too much about the kid, right? He was a kid.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to emphasize here that Mikks is not joking around when he said that he was in like a high level. Like that's really the point. Yeah. Is it like this is not like this is not him like glazing. This is him being quite.
This is the genre
sincere.
that I have played at a very high level, right?
Yeah.
Like above anything else. Above anything else by far. You know what makes fighting game players and shooter players uniquely, like both of these groups of people, go just like fucking berserk and feel like they'll never be able to master something? You fucking put a bar on the screen that goes from 1 to 100 and it does something special when it's full.
Okay.
And it's unique to like a character. They just lose their minds instantly. Oh, you have like ammo on the screen, like in a fighting game, right? People lose their fucking minds when a character can like only shoot 6 times before they have to like do a reload.
That's pretty funny.
Or when a character has like a bar that has like a special state that they can go into when it's full. Right? Like a super mode bar, that sort of thing. That isn't just like meter. Like they know meter. But like you put a fighting game meter in a like an ultimate meter in a goddamn shooter and people like lose their minds immediately. They just don't know how to handle it. They just don't know how to handle it. Meanwhile, you know what the the two most important things for playing MMOs are?
Meter management, yes.
Don't ever cap your bar. And always be casting, idiot.
Yep.
Right? Those are the two most important factors, right? And like this is like the level of which that like any player can understand the philosophy of. You play World of Warcraft, you make a warrior. You understand that your bar goes from 1 to 100 when you hit things. It goes up, and when it is full, you can spend it on things. The actual philosophy of what you spend it on, whatever, that's not important. What's important is that you understand that you are building a resource and then expending that resource. But you put this in a fighting game. This very easy, very intuitive mechanic. You put this in a fighting game, you put this in a like a high level competitive shooter, right?
Yep.
Comp shooter.
Yep.
People just like, they can't grasp it. They cannot grasp this very basic concept of bar fill up, use for ability.
This is interesting, right? Like again from my I fucked up the sword. I need to redo it. Going back to just a small aside with Age of Empires, one of those things that like high level Age of Empires is so much about is don't float your resources. And it's an interesting thing because it's very funny to me that it is don't float your resources, as in like if you have 500 food in the bank, what are you doing? That is 10 villagers you could have out on the map getting things actually done. And it's similar. It's basically the same concept, right? As like, why are you waiting on a GCD? right? It's a similar thing
Yes.
of like a better MMO player is an MMO player who is using his GCDs whenever they
Or
pop.
why are you sitting on a fully capped resource? You could spend that. No, yeah, sure, it's not on your burst rotation, but you're not built. But your burst rotation isn't for 20 seconds. It will fill again, right?
Yeah.
Basic constraint, right? Like you could be generating resource and you're not.
Yep,
right?
yep.
And I personally think better MMOs don't actually design around this. Better MMOs actually have situations like in their design structure, right? In their design philosophy. That it's like, no, actually, there is a good reason to hold that because there might be a situation that you actually need it for that you're preparing for.
The thing is,
right?
like, that's intuitive, right? Like when I was
That's
learning
incredibly
MMOs,
intuitive.
is like I was like, oh, I still kind of have that trouble of like holding on to my survivability skills as a tank for like way too long, like way too long. Especially when it's like a fight I don't even know very well. It's like you should just spend them as soon as long as they don't like overlap with another survivability skill in a bad way.
Because you want to see as much of the fight as you can and then correct your strategy, right?
Yeah,
you want to map out how you're going to use your defensives.
It doesn't matter like hold things for a tank breaker if I don't know what the tank breaker is or when it's going to happen. Like just fucking do it.
Exactly.
Just roll.
Exactly.
And so this was something I had to like unlearn because I am so used to this like holding things on in reserve until you know you actually need to use them and don't just use them because they're there. And and it's a similar thing with strategy games, and this winds up being interesting to me, right? Don't float your resources, right? If you're playing StarCraft, you should have as little Vespene gas at any given moment as possible. If you have more than like 100 Vespene gas, you should have a reason for that, or you should be taking your guys off of Vespene. Like it's like those are your options. And hello Sybil.
Hi Sybil.
And the kind of punchline about this, right, is that this is actually also in the case of strategy games and like talking about like don't floating your resources. That is also an element of don't use your potions. Never use your potions. You've got to save those
elixirs.
Use your
potions. Never spend your gold. You might need it. You might need it.
Well, the thing is,
like, what if you can sell it or something?
It's a thing that is intuitive to us as people. To me, I should say, to me as a person who's like very middle class, and anything I spend today is something that is not protecting me from bankruptcy and homelessness tomorrow. And there's no limit on that. Like, there's just time that goes off to infinity, and even when I die, it could go to my kids or my nephews or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
In the case of a video game, though, the video game logic in less so in MMOs because the metaphor is less obvious here, but in the case of a strategy game, the metaphor is much more how an economy works. And in the liberal theories of economy, which again includes Marx, sometimes people get messed up about this. Liberal economics is much broader than people think it is. Neoliberal economics is a more narrow theory, but liberal economics is very broad. In the liberal economic theory, savings are waste. That if you have savings, if you have a stockpile full of clothes, if you have a giant warehouse full of clothes, that's actually bad. Those clothes should be on people's backs, and if they are not if they are in a warehouse, that means that either people are going without clothes, or people are working longer hours at the clothing factory than they need to.
Yes.
That's the way that this is the way that an entire economy thinks, not that you as an individual thinks. Do not let yourself fall into the trap of thinking about households as economies. Don't fall for it.
Yes, it's not the same thing. It is important to have reserve. It is important to have reserve. It is important to have reserve.
It's actually one of those things that is kind of interesting is that sizes of warehouses over history have gotten smaller. That's actually like a kind of interesting thing is that they have gotten smaller, and the main reason they've gotten smaller is because of better communications and transportation. Like Roman warehouses have to be like the size of like a goddamn city because actually here's the one I'll use specifically is from the Mungza. The Mungza, a state that has 7 years of grain saved up is secure. A state that has 5 years of grain saved up is stable. A state that has 3 years of grain saved, it courts disaster.
Yep.
Years. Do you all have any idea how much 3 years of grain for a city is?
It's a lot.
So much. It's so much. And so that's not something like New York doesn't operate with 7 years of buffer on its stockpiles of food, water, and waste disposal. That's fucking insane. That, you know, because we've got better, more reliable communications, the way that it works. Oh, Nagi, sorry, there's an entire book about this called Nourish the People. It's pretty good. So grain spoilage does not happen evenly. So there are a couple of things that happen. One, you don't actually store it all in one place. You have magazines separated out in lots of different places. But grain spoilage does happen. And so civil servants had a requirement to sell this is actually part of the new policies. The new policies are one of my favorite topics. They're from 1066. They are not new at all. They are very old. That one of the new policies was that grain managers had an obligate minimum percentage of their stockpile to sell per year. You had to sell 20% of the stockpile every year. I don't actually think it's 1066. Now you've said it like that. I think it's 1036 because 1066 is another event. But yes, but yeah, this is from the mid-Song dynasty. And so, yeah, this is one of those things that is, but yeah, anyway, this is just like a huge change that's happened in our society over time as like, you have like phones. Well, really, the telegraph. Like once you get the telegraph and railroads, like the whole game is different. The whole game is completely different. But anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, no, we were talking about like fighting games. Anyway, and it's
mostly just competitive games, and more specifically the perception of difficulty in those games, right?
Yes,
like
yes,
this is and how it does not necessarily match up to what is and isn't difficult about those games. And I specifically brought up the idea that fighting game players go fucking berserk if they have to manage one single resource that isn't meter, right?
Yeah,
like one any sort of research, or if they have to like record abilities that then get spent later. Like this is like a notorious thing that's like really difficult for fighting game players to understand. I did a move and that's recorded, and then when I do a different move, that move comes out again. This is like notoriously incredibly hard for fighting game players to understand.
Really genuinely funny, and it really does not help fighting game players' reputation for being just like methed out of their brain ADHD maniacs.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. Fighting games come on both ends of the ADHD spectrum, where there's some people who are just really good at fighting games because of ADHD methed out of their brain shit, right? And there's also people who just simply cannot fighting game because ADHD.
Yeah. No, that's right? ADHD is often a paradox like that. Yeah.
Because people are different.
Yeah, because people are different, and it's
exactly the same across different people.
Yeah,
everybody's brain is literally different.
ADHD is it's honestly kind of interesting to me as a person who has depression and ADHD. That ADHD is this thing that I can identify as a like specific illness that has different effects on different people depending on a lot of very specific things. And then in the case of depression, it's just like a basket of symptoms that has no common etiology, and that's a really interesting contrast, and at least to experience it internally. But yeah, what I was saying, right, was that I was saying that that fighting. What I'm saying is this evidence that fighting game players do not have object permanence.
True.
They have no attention.
Happy Chaos can't hurt them. Happy Chaos Valentine can't hurt them if he's not on screen.
Yep.
There's only 2 characters on screen at a time.
Yeah.
So, or well, 6 if you're playing Marvel vs. Capcom. But
yeah, but like it's that's kind of how I'm definitely reading that. It's just like, oh, like they just like literally cannot. They literally that even giving 90 seconds, expect them to remember something for 90 seconds is like too much. And it's funny that you said like meter. It's like they can keep track of meter. Because like I definitely think about like health as a resource that they have to manage.
Yeah.
And
fighting game players don't think of health as a resource unless they make jokes about health being a resource. They think of health as something that they reduce from the opponent.
Yeah.
Right? They don't think about their own health. They think about the opponent's health. right?
Yeah. Your opponent has a certain amount of health, and yeah. And it's kind of funny because, like, to my attrition brain, and this is kind of how I played fighting games a lot of the time, was to my attrition ass brain is I am depleting my opponent's HP at a certain rate, and they're depleting mine at a certain rate because we're bad at the game and we're doing chip damage to each other all the time. And so I am winning if I am able to make it so that anytime I lose 5 HP, they lose 10 HP.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
I mean, very Tekken player right there.
Yeah, fair, very fair, very fair. I did play Tekken.
You don't play anime fighters because you see how it works is that you hit them and then you do 100% of their health. Yep.
That was kind of my experience with Blaze Blue. We did have a person who like focused on the infinite combo from Carl and just
a fucking Carl, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, as I'm older, I'm actually more uncomfortable with Carl's design than I was at the time. Like,
I like his sister's design. I like her a lot. I think she's more interesting. Because she's fucking batshit insane.
I was gross and I played Jin Kisaragi.
Jin Kisaragi. So Kai Kisk, but he has like a weird homoerotic tension with his brother.
Yeah. I mean,
and also Ice Car.
It was mostly Ice Car. It was mostly Ice Car. I like doing. I prefer rushdown strategies in almost every game I play. Right? Like
I was the evildoer. I played Arakune.
Of course, yeah, of course, yeah.
Because he's the weirdest character in the game. He's the closest playstyle to Zappa.
Yeah.
Right? I also played some other characters. I played the Sphere Girl with the really pornographic design, and I also played Bullet, who has a really pornographic design. And like basically every character added after the first game has a really pornographic design. Let's be real.
Incredible.
So,
but okay.
I wanted to play Jinbei, but he's hard.
we have hit 4 a.m. which is a good time to end a stream. 4 a.m. is a good time to end a stream. I am burning my snoozes on stopping ad breaks. Very quickly, let's go over the schedule very quickly because we're at the end of the week. Only thing left in the schedule is that I'm going to do a demonstrator game at 9 p.m. on the Discord of Infinity. It's going to be me and Wasteland Mad God.
That's hands.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. I am nervous because I am now the mentor in this, and I on the Infinity Discord, I very much self-identify as a newbie and very much feel like a newbie. And I am mostly trying to make sure that I am very confident in my understanding of the order expenditure sequence, because according to the tournament, there's a couple of people there who are really, really expert in the game, and according to the guy who does most of the rules questions, 90% of rules questions are just the order expenditure sequence.
I believe this will be on your Discord.
My Discord.
Yes.
My Discord. The Almantas Discord. This is not me. This is me trying to bring a hobby I like to my Discord. This is not me trying to do stuff on the Infinity Discord. When I do stuff on the Infinity Discord, I don't tell you folks. I just do it. I just do it.
No, that's a private thing.
I mean, if people want to, usually during the tournaments, people can watch. We usually do them in public channels. I just don't announce it because
I'm just not on the Infinity Discord.
I will be honest, it's mostly just because there's a point. I feel enough influencer-y. I feel like enough of an influencer, so to speak, that I would feel like I was staging a forum invasion. If I was like, hey guys, come and watch my Infinity match on the Infinity Discord, and it's normally the tournaments will have absolute max I've ever seen is 5 spectators, and if all of a sudden we bring in 30 spectators, of whom 25 are people who are just there to watch me, that feels really rude. So I've not done that. This is just because this is something I really like and I've talked about a lot on stream, but also doing a demonstrator game on stream, I don't feel ready for. So we're not doing it. So we're doing
that
it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just excited because I'd like to see some play of the game. It's nice to have a friendly environment to do that in before I join the Discord or something and act like a total scrub. I'm not used to being a total scrub when I join a community. So
I mean, the good news is that if you've chosen, this is they are currently doing signups for the beginner league this week. They end on Sunday.
This is a thing that I would, like, in normal circumstances, love to do. The main thing is just, like, I cannot spare any sort.
Okay,
I can barely schedule anything.
The beginner league is the beginner league is every month. There's one every month.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for the future.
Yeah, there's one every month. I will say I didn't mention this, but I did try out another tool here, which is museum wax. It turned out fantastically. Next stream, depending on how I feel over the weekend, I didn't stream Dark Souls Sunday this last week because like my Sunday I already had the tournament and it was kind of a busy week. So Sunday, maybe Dark Souls Sunday, no guarantee. Monday calligraphy, yes. So worst case scenario, Monday calligraphy, 10 p.m. US Eastern will be the next stream. All right. I said all of that and I didn't actually come up with a raid target. I didn't actually come up with a raid target. I've got a couple of options for raid targets.
Almost everybody that we share has been live for like 6+ hours.
I do like to raid Aiko when I get the chance, but she started before me. So I don't want to do that. It is actually between sending you guys over to watch Final Fantasy XIV or Okami. And I'm leaning towards
Renee's
Okami.
or
Renee's or Sotek.
Sotek, okay.
Yeah. I haven't rated Renee's in a long time. I think a lot of you people already
everyone that I'd recommend who's like somebody that you might not yet know has also been live for like an age and is probably gonna end soon. So
yeah. I mean, well, Corpse has only been live for 4 hours, but then she's usually live for like 12. Eeny, meeny, mino between. Actually, I've rated Renee's more recently than Sotek. I haven't rated either of them in for fucking ever. I think Renee's was on hiatus for a while though. Let's go with Renee's. She's an art streamer. You've been watching an art stream. Okami is very cool. So Geezer Ray. Let's actually do. Let's do. Art raid because she was playing Okami, right? So,
and you were doing art.
Yeah, I was. Art raid and
the painting synergy.
Raid Renee's. All right, all right, and I can feel my throat starting to get a little bit tired. That's a great sign. Back is tired, throat is tired. That means that I have used up my streamer resources efficiently. Great stream, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. I am hoping to have some more improvements on my painting technique for next week. Nagi, I think, has gone to bed, but one of these days I will start learning how to base. As opposed to just painting it green and black.
It'll become based and Alpilled.
Based and Alpilled. All right. Have a lovely night, everybody. Have a lovely night.